All right, good evening, everyone. It is 5:02. We're going to go ahead and get started. And as is our custom, we start with prayer and pledge. This evening, Deborah Curry's not present at this time, so Councilman Griffin has volunteered to lead us in the invocation and pledge. So if you would, please stand if you'd like to participate.
Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for this day, and we thank you for all the many blessings that we're all here grateful for. We're grateful to live in this great city and in this great state and to be able to gather tonight to make the decisions for the future of Nampa. Please help us as leaders and us as listeners be able to be thoughtful in what we hear and how we accept it. Please help us be mindful about the future of Nampa as we grow and develop. Please bless that we'll be able to have protection over us tonight and on our way homes when we go back to see our families. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice. All right, the clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Chingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds. Here. Rodriguez.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
All right. So before we do proposed amendments to the agenda, at the risk of embarrassment, I do want to note that it's Councilwoman Skog's birthday.
Oh, boy. We got to sing.
All right, well,
Yeah, let's
go ahead.
Happy birthday to you. Woo. Happy birthday to you. Woo. Happy birthday, dear Councilwoman Scott. Happy birthday to you. Woo. 35 years old.
That's right.
Happy birthday. And if former council member Darrell Bruder is watching, it's also his birthday today.
That's right.
You guys share a birthday. Yeah. We'll skip. But if you're watching, Darrell, happy birthday to you. So now we'll move to proposed amendments to the agenda. I do have one. I would like to move, the proclamation 6-1 up to ahead of staff communications after agency commission reports, which we don't have agency commission reports. So basically, after we go through our consent agenda and any items moved off the consent agenda, I'd like to do the proclamation as the group receiving the proclamation is present. I don't want them to have to wait. So any other proposed amendments, and then we could just vote on them as a batch.
Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to pull item 15C for discussion, 16A and 16B.
Yeah, that's 15C, 16A, 16B from consent. That's in addition to moving the proclamation up. Any other proposed amendments to the agenda? Okay, seeing none, all in favor of these proposed amendments, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Oh, sorry, there needs to be a motion, I was presuming.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Very good, thank you. Now we will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda, of course, minus the 3 items that have been moved off. Is there a
So
motion?
moved.
Second.
Okay, motion second, got that, clerk? All in favor?
Aye.
All right, motion passes. Okay, we will go in the order in which those items were moved from consent agenda. So we'll start with 15C. 15C is to authorize the mayor to sign a cooperative agreement with Nampa Development Corporation for the construction right-of-way procurement for the 11th Avenue South 2A conversion project. And the amount not to exceed $2,971,920.95. Crystal Craig, how are you this evening?
Good.
All right, share a little bit what's going on.
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, or any questions on this? So as you guys recall, last council, so 2 weeks ago, I came before you to request authorization to award the project for the conversion of 11th Avenue between 2nd and 3rd to Idaho Grading and Trucking. At that time, I had said that the plan was for Nampa Development Corporation to pay for the construction of this and then reimburse us for it. The NDC met that morning and made a motion to approve it. So unfortunately, I wasn't able to get both of them on the agendas concurrently. So this is just coming with a 2-week lag to finalize that. I'll stand for any actual questions there are for it.
All right, thank you, Crystal. Any questions, council?
Mayor, I just, I sit on NDC and I'm well aware of this. I just wanted to have it separate for discussion due to what NDC is doing to fund this, 11th Avenue, and then the dollar amount. And just recognize what the commitment is from NDC to get this road fixed. So, thanks, Crystal.
Very good. Yes, we're very appreciative of NDC, their investment, and thank you, Councilman Reynolds. I know you're on NDC, and Councilwoman Natalie Jango is also on NDC. So, any other questions on this item? Okay, we'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I would move that we approve this item as presented to us.
Second.
Okay, motion by Reynolds, second by Jingula, and when we move things off the consent agenda, we do roll call, correct? All right, clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, thanks, Crystal. We're moving on to 16A, so stay up here. 16A is to authorize the water renewal staff to proceed with the purchase of UV replacement bulbs and associated parts from Trojan Technologies in the amount of $448,996.10, as approved in the FY26 operations budget.
Mr.
Or
Mayor,
actually, sorry, not Crystal. John, you got this, Mr. Spencer, sorry. Yes, you have a question. Councilman Reynolds.
my question on this one is, I don't know who can answer it. Oh, John, good job. Trojan Technologies, is this a sole source? It seems like a high number. I was wondering if we have other bids on this. Maybe you can enlighten us as to what all this is. I understand the UV part of it for sterilization, but is it a sole source?
John Spencer, Director of Water Resources, Mayor, Councilman Reynolds. Yes, this would be considered a sole source based on what was installed. So the whole UV system is the Trojan Technologies, and therefore using their product is required.
A follow-up, Mayor?
Yes.
So the equipment that we currently have for UV sterilization, will it only take this brand of bulb?
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, I don't know specifically the answer to that. I'd have to ask staff whether there are other parties that can accept or have product that can be installed.
And I have one last question, Mayor.
Yes.
So are we able to get a second number, or have we gotten other numbers besides this dollar amount?
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, I understand that we've only obtained this number at this time.
Okay.
Mayor Hogbaum,
Yes.
if I could. John, I was considering the same thing as to how many, are there other UV lights that are available that are for a lesser price? Second question is, number 10, Lamp P Kit Solo REPL Signa quantity for 100 to $1,000, just like $11.50 and 67 cents per light. And it all seems to me like 391,227 was awful high for that amount. Is there something else in there that I didn't see the number, I didn't seem to add up correctly, or is it me?
Mayor, Councilman Rodriguez, I have not done that math in my head, and I have not done that math, but that number, the UV bulbs are expensive. It was expense we knew that we would be paying with their upgrades. There is a significant reduction in other chemicals that are a part of the water renewal facility. They do not offset, but there was some reduction. I can go back to staff and see if there is other third-party entities where we can use their products. My understanding, and I don't know for sure, but my understanding is we do need to use the Trojan Technologies, but I can verify if you so choose.
Hi, Tom.
Mayor, Council, Senior Public Works Director. So we got a little time. We could pull this and do the research that you're asking for. We knew these are expensive bulbs, and I don't know if they're interchangeable, but it's a very important piece of that we need for the reuse project. So we have to have them. So if there's a way we can use a different one and try to bid it, we'll take a look at it. But I'd suggest we pull it so we can do our homework.
Mayor Huckabee.
Yes.
Just a follow-up, sir. So I don't want to hold it up if we need it now, but by holding it up, would it put our facility in harm's way of one way or another?
Mayor, Council Rodriguez, no. So we can wait 2 weeks, and it's okay.
Oh,
Yeah. So.
okay. Okay, thank you. I'll see what the council says.
Yeah, I have a question. How long is this bid good for? So if you were to go chase a second, the last thing I'd want is this one to expire and for the price to go up if you come back.
Mayor, I'm not certain how long it's good for. Typically, they're a 30-day
Yeah.
time period. I think it does state a payment terms of 30 days, so I would assume that 30 days
Okay.
it would still be valid.
Okay. So if we're within the 30 days in which they gave that, I know it says here that you budgeted 450,000 for this and it came in at 448. So I know it came in under budget as you anticipated. I know sometimes on sole source, there's a perception that they see what we budgeted and they conveniently charge us exactly what our budget is or right at it. So I'm not trying to feed that cynicism, but I can appreciate, I think, the questions from council to make sure that there's some due fiscal diligence, even when sole source is justified. If you come back in 2 weeks and say that there isn't another company that has exactly what is needed for this reuse project, I think, I can't speak for council, but I think we would accept that feedback as good due diligence. And if you came back saying that you found something that was less or more, we have nothing to lose by waiting 2 weeks, if I'm hearing you right, Tom? That's correct. Okay. So what's the will of council?
Mayor,
Yes.
I appreciate your willingness to do that, Tom. I would love to see another number on this if we can. If we can't, understandable. But my other concern is typically on a sole source, we would approve that sole source for a public works procurement process. We've seen those in the past where we sole source a boiler or something like that, and we would approve that. I would hate to have a challenge from another supplier that could provide this if we hadn't gone through that process. It's very specifically spelled out in the law. So anyway, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
Okay. Do we need a motion to wait to a date certain or legal? What would be your preference? Or just
Yes.
Okay.
I think so.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion.
Mayor, I would make a motion that we postpone this item until a date certain of the next regularly scheduled council meeting.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Any discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take roll.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin. Yes. Skog.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right. Thank you. We are now at 16B. Crystal, sorry, I got you confused on the last one. Authorize the annual piggyback purchase of chip and fog seal oils from the Idaho Asphalt Supply at an estimated cost of $741,975 for the street division, also approved in the budget. Hey, Crystal.
Mayor, council people, this is our annual purchase for our chip seal oil and our fog seal oil. We typically do a piggyback purchase off of ITD's state contracts. We find a better deal on that. Our current recommendation is for Idaho Asphalt Supply. They have been our supplier for at least the last 18 years or so. They're the main supplier in Idaho as well. There's a couple of smaller suppliers as well. We've included the bid. It also includes the amount for trucking. We now have our own tanker, so we're not being charged for any shipping on that. So it shows the cost savings that we get each year. I think in 2020, we were able to purchase our own tanker, so it's more than paid for itself.
Very good. Questions from council?
Mayor.
Yes.
Crystal, so this is piggybacking with only Power County, or is it ITD as well?
Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, this is piggybacking off of the ITD. It's what they use, so they also use it from Power County. So yes, I guess that is true. I apologize. Not ITD, it's off of Power County.
Okay. And follow-up, Mayor, is this a state contract then for, that they're pricing to?
It's, Mayor, Councilman Reynolds, it's a government contract, so Power County is not technically state, but we all receive similar pricing.
Do they buy a similar amount that we do? Power County, okay. Thank you.
Mayor, I make the motion to approve.
All right, there's a motion and a second.
I
Any
didn't-
further?
Didn't get the motion.
The motion was from Jingle.
Thank you.
Second was from Griffin.
Thank
My
you.
ears are correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions or discussion? Not, clerk will take roll.
Skog,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Griffin. Yes. Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, very good. I believe that concludes the items we pulled off consent. And before we have nothing under agency and commission reports. So before we go to staff communications, this is where I'd like to read our proclamation. We have one proclamation tonight, and this is for National Speech and Debate Education Day. For those of you who don't know, Casey Moulton, who works as a city employee, she was a former member of Mayor's Teen Council, and I think recruited a lot of people from debate team onto Teens Council. But she also did an internship in the mayor's office briefly when I served as chief of staff, and then she became an employee. And she continues to inspire the next generation of debaters. They look like a fierce group over there. Would not want to get in a debate with any of you. Just look at each of you. They're on top of their game. And so we do want to highlight Nampa is home to some very competent and amazing debaters in our community. And we want to acknowledge that and celebrate the fact of their accomplishments and their aspirations. So I'm going to read the proclamation, and then we'll have you share maybe a few words and take a picture together. We also have Ben Smolder here as well. So we have Nampa High, Skyview High, and Columbia High represented tonight. And unfortunately, Ridgeview High was not able to come tonight, but they're also included kind of in the scope of the proclamation. All right, whereas National Speech and Debate Education Day is being celebrated on March 6th, 2026, and whereas established by the National Speech and Debate Association in conjunction with national and local partners, this event serves to promote better instruction in speech and debate across all grade levels and to highlight the pivotal roles these abilities play in personal advocacy, social movements, and public policy making. And whereas speech and debate education helps students develop important skills in communication, critical thinking, creativity, and collaboration through the practice of public speaking. Participants learn not only to analyze and express complex ideas effectively, but also to listen, concur, ask questions, or dissent with reason and compassion. And whereas across the country, countless educators devote in-school, after-school, and weekend time to supporting their students in speech and debate practices and competitions, and the example of hard work and dedication they set has a lasting positive impact on their pupils. And whereas the skills learned through speech and debate serve students well throughout their lives, and this occasion presents a welcome opportunity to recognize such instruction as an essential component of a well-rounded curriculum. Now therefore, I, Rick Hogeboom, Mayor of the City of Nampa, do hereby proclaim March 6, 2026 in the city of Nampa as National Speech and Debate Education Day. So I have a couple proclamations. Casey, would you come up and introduce the group briefly and maybe share a little bit about the program and the happenings among the group, as well as introduce Ben?
So, Mr. Mayor, members of council, my name is Casey Moulton. I am Assistant Director of Speech and Debate for the Nampa School District, one of many hats. And I'm here with Ben Smolden, who is Director of Debate for the Nampa School District. And we're here with 5 of our students. Representing all 3 schools in the Nampa School District. So the Nampa School District is unique in the fact that all 3 high schools share one director and share one coaching staff, but they all compete independently. So their harshest, toughest competition is often their best friend who sits next to them in class. So they learn a lot about competing with compassion and speaking with grace and understanding the power of their words. So we're really excited about the work that they do and the work that they will continue to do. So this summer we are taking 12? Yeah, we're taking 12 students to the National Speech and Debate Tournament in Richmond, Virginia, which will be a good time. And then we are hosting at Columbia the state debate tournament here in a few weeks. So we're very excited. And so I'm joined today by Ben Smolden. He's the Director of Debate for the school district, and he is their in-classroom teacher as well. So Ben.
Hey, Ben, how long have you been leading the debate team?
This will be my 3rd year as head coach, but 2nd year teaching the class. But I've been with these programs for several years. I competed in high school along with Casey, which I am happy to have her back assisting my programs. And then after I graduated, I was the assistant coach for these programs for several years. And I believe I'm going on year 7 of just coaching speech and debate in general.
Wow. Thank you so much. And I know Casey was nationally ranked as a debater, and I think you were as well, which is impressive.
Yeah.
Yes. You're being a little modest and shy, but you're the right people to be leading our youth. So that's amazing. I'd love briefly to hear just each student, maybe what grade you're in, what class you're from, and what do you enjoy most about speech and debate? Just maybe briefly.
Sharks. Hello, I'm Ellery Fickle. I'm from Skyview High School. I'm a junior. And honestly, the most important thing about speech and debate is I have met so many amazing people that are so incredibly intelligent and always have a great thing to say. And you learn so many different perspectives. And I'm so grateful for my coaches and my team to be here with me today.
Awesome. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Cara McDougald. I'm a senior at Columbia High School, and I've been participating in speech and debate for 4 years, so this is year 4. I've learned a lot about speech and debate in my past 4 years, and I think one of the biggest things that I've learned is the ability to use my voice, not just for speaking or talking, but for saying things that are meaningful and to advocate for what I think is right, whether it's discussing silly bills within rounds or bills that I actually think could be passed in actual legislation. I think it's important that I've learned all this knowledge about how Congress works and how our legislation works, and it makes me more open for the world around us.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Lucy Preby. I'm a senior at Columbia High School, and I think probably the most important thing about speech and debate, besides what those two already said, is that it's helped build the courage and skills to speak in formats that aren't necessarily speech and debate, and to lead in formats that aren't exactly speech and debate, because the skills bleed into like everyday life in so many ways.
Awesome.
Hi, I'm Celestina Bear, and I go to Nampa High. I'm a sophomore, and I think the best thing about speech and debate, it's really helped me find myself for who I am, but I also love getting to share my perspective on life and hearing other people's perspective and getting my opinions out there.
Hi, everybody. My name is Mason Warner. This is my 4th and final year in speech and debate. I go to Nampa High School. And I think the most important thing, at least to me in speech and debate, has been how much passion I've been able to give into it. I believe there's very few things in life that keeps you up till 1 a.m. practicing constantly over and over and over again, just so you get every minute detail correct. And speech and debate has been that outlet for me almost all 4 years.
Wow, that's impressive.
Go Bulldogs.
Yeah, these students, I'm very proud of them and the hard work that they have put in through the many years that they have done this activity. And one thing that I'm very proud of is their ability to advocate for themselves, not only now, but in the future. This activity has opened up so many opportunities for them to advance in life. Many of them are going to college on a speech and debate scholarship, which is really, really cool. So I'm very proud of them and the hard work that they have done, spreading advocacy, engaging in projects to not only engage people in our high school, but we go to middle schools. We've had the opportunity to spread speech and debate education to middle schools this year. And yeah, overall, I'm just very proud of them and the hard work that they have done in the Nampa School District.
Awesome. Well, congratulations to all of you. Very inspiring. So I think we're going to take a picture. Yes. Come on up. Here's one for you and one for Ridgeview. All right. Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you as well.
Yes.
Very impressive.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah. Amy will take our picture. Okay, speak over this. Good. Awesome. Thanks. Have fun in Virginia. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you. All right. We are going to move on to this point, 4-1. And our first staff communication is from Cody Swander. Good evening, Cody. I'm going to recognize Tim and Scott tonight.
Yes, thank you. Mayor, City Council, good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to come before you for Parks and Recreation Department to recognize two achievements from two of our wonderful employees. Cody Swander, Parks and Recreation Director. First off, we have Tim Zoffren. He is our Parks and Grounds Manager. And in January, Tim attended the second year of National Recreation Parks Association Maintenance Management School in Wheeling, West Virginia. The two-year program brings over 200 parks maintenance professionals together for 1 week each year from all over the country to learn the latest trends and best practices for parks and grounds maintenance field. Year one focuses on change management, inspiration, culture and innovation, ethics in government, and incorporating proper facility design. The second year explores how those topics can be practically applied and accumulates with a project and presentation to a mock mayor and city council that show the development of a routine maintenance plan for a municipal park with the creation of an operations and a maintenance budget. Tim guided his team to the winning presentation this year, coming in within $10,000 of the industry standard budget predetermined by the NRPA board. Tim was able to rely on his knowledge of operating the Nampa Parks Maintenance Division as a supervisor and as a manager for the past 15 years, plus his extensive experience in the private grounds maintenance industry. To complete the accurate budget for the project. Of the over 200 attendees, the NRPA Maintenance Management School instructors selected Tim as the winner and the only winner of an all-expenses-paid scholarship to attend the Toro Corporation Leadership Academy in Bloomington, Minnesota this June. This additional education opportunity will further Tim's knowledge and leadership and the innovation of other grounds maintenance professionals from across North America. So I felt very proud in Tim's showing of Nampa in Wheeling, West Virginia. We were the top student with Tim, and it was a fantastic accomplishment. He received his credential here, and we will be hopefully sending him at no cost to the city for further education to Toro Corporation's additional school come this June.
That's awesome.
That's a fantastic one.
Hey, congrats, Tim. We're blessed to have you. And it was good to, was a couple of weeks ago, meet with you and the team. And we're blessed. We have amazing employees in Nampa, and that's just not a cliche. And Tim, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your dedication.
Thank you. I appreciate it. And our second employee is Scott Nichols, who some of you guys know has been at the Ridgecrest Golf Course head professional for a long time. This past December, Scott was awarded the Professional Golf Association Junior League Game Changers Award for 2025. This award honors the 25 largest PGA Junior League Game Changer programs in the nation, as well as the largest program in each of the 41 PGA sections. The PGA Junior League Game Changers Award are a meaningful way to recognize the PGA Junior League coaches who consistently go above and beyond to enrich the lives of our families in our communities. The PGA Junior League program consists of 6 matches played along with the Junior Club Championship. Ridgecrest Golf Club has been part of the PGA Junior League since its inception into the Rocky Mountain Section PGA in 2014. Ridgecrest Golf Club has previously played host to PGA Junior League regional all-star matches, which consisted of teams from Utah, Washington, and Oregon and Idaho. In 21, Ridgecrest formed their own PGA Junior League team and has participated in the PGA Junior League all-star matches each year, where the winner of these matches advances to the regional competition. In 2025, Ridgecrest Golf Club had 62 juniors participate in the PGA Junior League program. Since the league started, Ridgecrest has had over 400 junior golfers participate in the PGA program. Scott's leadership in this program has been well recognized and appreciated. For Scott, this accomplishment is personal, as it is his passion to give back to the program since he experienced its benefits as a junior golfer himself. Support of the Junior League has propelled him to become the PGA certified professional that he is today, and so that he can equip the next generation of enthusiasts with the skills and love for the sport of golf. Congratulations.
That's awesome.
Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to give them an opportunity to maybe address the city council, if that's okay.
What's that?
Can I give each of these
Oh, yes,
an opportunity to address?
yes, absolutely.
Mayor and council, I'd like to say thank you for the opportunity for professional development for the Parks Department. It's great to know that, we're nationally recognized. We know what we do when we come and stand in front of you and ask for money every year. We actually can back that up with the data. So thank you.
Mayor and council, I'd just like to thank you for your support of the golf courses. I'd like to thank my beautiful wife for all the support over the years, and just for the support of junior golf, which is definitely a passion of mine. It is our next generation of golf professionals to be there for when I'm old and decrepit and barely moving and want to play 9 holes. And yeah, so we got to keep the junior golf going, and just thank you for the opportunity again.
Mayor Hugman.
Yes, I think we have a couple comments. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you. Tim, thank you, sir. The way our parks are looking and what kind of new ideas to help our city, that's good. Thank you for all of what you do.
Councilman Rodriguez, thank you. I'm following Cody's footsteps.
Right on. Yeah, I can believe
Picking
that.
up where he left off, and where Darren left off as well, so.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
And as for Scott, Mayor Hugman and fellow council, I have had the opportunity to play with these young golfers. I hate them. I mean, these kids just love Scott, and I tell you, Scott is doing so well with them. You need to take this one out there with you.
Terrible.
But these kids they're driving 280 yards, and they're just good kids. But you know what you're doing is you put Nampa on the map with our golfers, our young golfers. You're right, they're the near next professionals. So thank you for that beautiful program. There's a lot of parents that are happy.
Yeah, Mayor and Councilman, we've got a great team in the golf department, and as you guys know, it just takes a strong team to do all those things. But yeah, that's one of the things we try to do. We're trying to put Nampa, first and foremost on the golf map, and create some really good junior players that can go on to college, and you never know where they'll stop playing. So
thank you for all you do, Scott.
Of course, thank you.
Did you have something? Yeah, I just want to say thanks, Scott. I need to get out and probably take a couple practices before the Mayor's Golf Classic, because I'm going to embarrass myself. I'm actually going to play and embarrass myself. You don't want to be on my team because I'm terrible. But, across the country, when junior golf is on the decline in many communities, to hear the participation level here, I think this council and our city, we have much to be proud of. Buying those golf courses, ensuring that it stays recreational green space, and it's doing what good municipal courses should do, which is to promote to the next generation, not just be a country club. for the wealthy, but to provide accessibility and opportunities for the youth to play and be introduced to the game is amazing. So thank you, Scott, for inspiring that and leading that with the youth. So thank you. I think we're going to take a picture as well, gentlemen. All right. Hey, gentlemen, thanks. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yeah, congrats. Yeah.
Last time I played golf, the head of my driver went farther than the ball.
All right. We're going to move on to 4.2. Our library director, Jared Tolman's here, and he has, he's going to summarize 2025, but not in the time it took to go through 2025. So I know it's a big task to try to briefly highlight the successes of the library in 2025, but we look forward to hearing your annual report this evening. Good evening.
Mayor and council, thank you. Good evening. So hopefully you have a copy of the report in front of you, and I'll just briefly go over that for you. The report starts off with a message from the director highlighting some of the new events that we brought into the library. As you move to page 4, we do highlight some of our impacts and improvements. I'll just highlight a couple of those. We increased our circulation by 6%. We increased library attendance by 8%. And we increased adult participation at those programs by 34%. We then highlight some of the new events such as safety. We brought new cameras in. We also brought a health pod in, which provides a quiet space for people to be able to do telehealth visits or online interview, things like that. The report then goes to our statistics for the year. We had nearly 500,000 people come in and connect to our Wi-Fi and be able to use that because not everyone has that at home. We had over 274,000 people walk through the door that last year. They circulated over 708,000 items. Digital items such as ebooks, audiobooks, they circulated over 203,000 items. And we had over 21,000 people come in and use our public computers. We had over 19,000 items circulate through our window there on the side where you can park along the side of the building, check out your items, and over 6,000 people utilize that service. For our programs, we put on over 409 children's programs and had over 26,000 people attend those. We had over 600 adult programs and had over 7,000 people attend that. For teens, we had nearly 100 programs and had over 1,300 come and attend that. That's pretty impressive when you think of how hard it is to get any teenager to come out to do anything in this community. We had over 14,000 people visit the Bookmobile, and they checked out over 8,000 items. The Bookmobile itself put on over 348 programs, and we had over 13,000 people come and participate in those, whether it's at the park or other locations throughout the city. The Bookmobile gave away over 3,000 STEM kits and other activities that we brought in through grants, as well as over 1,100 books that we also got through grants to give away to help people build their home collections there for youth specifically. The report then moves into our programs, actually highlights on our teen council. We have 21 teens who come in and give their insight on how we can improve the library, what the teens are looking for. They put in over 335 volunteer hours. They put out on 14 programs throughout the years, and they applied for and received 2 grants to come in and support the library and the things they wanted to do. We then move into our programs and services. We had over 3,000 people sign up for summer reading. We had 18,000 children participate, 500 teens, and over 753 adults come and participate in that program. The report then kind of highlights some of those events, which I won't go over, but I encourage you to look through that. Things such as music, theater, and even local history, we highlighted and brought in different programs for the community. The report then finishes it up but with saying thank you to our library foundation, our Friends of the Library, obviously our library board of trustees who we brought this report to and they approved, as well as yourself, city council, our city staff who helped support us, and a number of community partners, including the Women's Century Club. And so that is our report for 2025, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you might have.
Yeah, just a couple things. The Boise Philharmonic, that's pretty cool to have them. Are you going to get them back next year too?
Whenever they can do it, we try to bring them in and give them an opportunity because we do know that the community loves to have them.
Yeah, I know the community really appreciate it, and that was really cool. And just a plug, I think tomorrow there's a Shakespeare event going on in the multipurpose room.
Yep.
So that's kind of a sampling of Shakespeare. And then Monster Truck is, just heads up everyone, you're going to see a big monster truck parked in the library plaza. Is that still going to happen?
March 13th, you'll
March
see that down
13th.
there.
So when you
Kids
drive
will be able to
around
come
and
down
you see a big
photo.
monster truck parked there, it got permission from the city. And just make sure if it damages anything on the way, we got to take record of that. But
We
yeah.
looked at that
Yeah,
and we don't
just
think
got to make
so.
sure any damages. But yeah, the monster truck's going to be pretty cool. So I'm thinking kids and adult kids like myself will enjoy seeing the monster truck. So can it be Gravedigger by chance?
I don't know which one they're going to bring.
Okay, all right. I'm dating
to them.
myself there. Okay, I think Councilman Griffin, did you have a question?
I do, Mayor.
Yes.
Just on the numbers, thank you for this whole packet to be able to review. The only question I have on the library visits, 274,000, is that across both the physical location and online checkouts, or is that the physical
So
location
that's
itself?
physically walking into the building. So when you look down at the digital circulation, that is anything that would be an ebook or an audiobook, something you could get on your device. So that was 203,000.
Thank you. I can't wait till we get that parking garage rocking and rolling, 752 people a day through that library. We're going to be out of the hole very fast. I can't wait. Thank you.
Very exciting.
Mayor.
Yes.
And this year, what I've asked Jared to do is to figure out whether, because the budget's going to be tight again for the library, and I know that we're looking at different alternatives to increase maybe, or to figure out another alternative for the revenue that we're going to need, because we just can't handle that many people the next couple of years without increasing something. And so, yeah, we want availability to the library, and I'm hoping that Jerry can figure something out. We can move forward with it. Yes.
Okay. Any other comments? Well, thank you, Jared, for concisely telling us about the successes. I know even right now, people are coming in for doing their taxes, right? Another helpful program. There's just so much going on at the library to assist people in our community who don't have that availability elsewhere. So thank you to you, the staff, all the employees at the library trustees. We appreciate all of you. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yep. All right, Crystal, you're up for 3. Raise grant update.
Hello again, Mayor and Council. Thank you for your time. I wanted to give you an update. When we received our RAISE grant back in August 28th of 2022, we committed at that time to coming before you quarterly to give you updates on all of the progress that we've made. So I would like to do that today. As you recall, this was a $5 million grant, zero match for NAMPA, which is really awesome. We really love the zero grants. And through that, we were able to do 8 distinct projects. I've invited Pearson DeWitt. He's our program manager with HDR. They're the consultant running this. I will say HDR is doing a phenomenal job. There's a lot of moving parts with 8 different projects that all have different start and completion dates. So he's going to actually talk about the meat and potatoes, and then I'll come and talk about on a program level where we're at and where we're going to go. So I'll pass it on to Pearson from right here to talk about our 8 different projects. Thank you, Crystal.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the opportunity to speak on the RAISE program updates. As Crystal mentioned, our program schedule is tracking as shown up here. We have had a few projects extend a little ways, primarily due to the environmental process. It takes a lot of time. And, but we are still on schedule to try to wrap up all the projects by the prescribed end date of 3/1/27. Going the other way, the first project to review is the multimodal analysis and rehabilitation. This project identifies repair for deficiencies in curb and sidewalks in the North Nampa area. The design is complete. There are 5 separate projects. As I think most of you know, there is no dedicated construction funding, but we are in the process of trying to track that down as time goes on. The next project in the program is the Mobility Hub implementation. This is strictly a planning document to help identify and understand what kind of improvements should be taking place for transit facilities across the city of Nampa. It'll range from small local road mobility facilities all the way to, north side and above as far as functional classifications for roads are concerned. The process of that is effectively in 75 to 80% complete. We are in the process of wrapping up the review and implementation of all the documents associated with the criteria associated with that, which is outlined on this here with the bike racks, lighting, seating, all the fun stuff that goes along with mobility and transit facilities. And this speaks to kind of, like I said, where we're at. It does give you some site-specific information. It is proposed to integrate seamlessly with transit. And the bus stop amenities will consider wayfinding, trash and recycling, micromobility, and vehicle parking. Our next steps is there is a pop-up meeting scheduled. I believe it's the first Thursday or the third Thursday in June, and preparing the final graphics and document for review and approval by the city. Our next project is the North Side and 4th Street intersection improvement project. As you'll see here with the graphic, we're proposing to install a signal at 4th and North Side, and then to improve the bridge on Broadmoor Way that's just in the area of where the old Broadmoor Golf Course used to be. We don't get to play there anymore, but it was fun back in the day. It's going to widen the bridge to accommodate large vehicles due to the site development that's proposed by the city in the southeast corner or southeast area of the facility. So that'll help out with a lot of heavy vehicle turning traffic along the corridor. Our next steps are to complete the design. We're through the concept. So this concept layout that you're seeing with this imagery shown here outlines the proposed plan improvements at the intersection and for the bridge. We are advancing the environmental process, again, which is taking some time, but we're confident that we're making the right steps. We did have a win with the environmental process. There was the potential to have to relocate the rocks that were placed in Indian Creek like as they were in the future. We found out that those weren't historically relevant, so we're going to be able to advance that without having to go through that process through the State Historic Preservation Office. So we're pretty excited about that. And we are in the preliminary design phase, advancing towards final design. And here are some of the photos associated with those rocks that were in question, that were placed along the side. I guess I jumped ahead on my slide a little bit there because I was so excited about not having to go through that process. We are advancing the public involvement. We had a PI presentation in January. The public is supportive of the project. They really just want to see it get built, and they think the signal at 4th and North Side is needed. There was some comments about the concerns about signal progression along the corridor, but I'm sure the ample traffic team at the City of Nampa will be able to navigate that as we go forward. Project 2 is the 6th Street and 2nd Avenue road rehab and side path installation. We're looking to rehab 6th Street, reconstruct curb ramps, and install a side path along that 2nd and 6th Avenue from North Side all the way to 16th Ave. We have finished the geotechnical analysis. The surveying is done. The concept has been approved. We did shoot for construction grant funds for the last cycle, but we were unsuccessful in that, but we'll keep trying. Here's some imagery kind of outlining what we're attempting to improve along the corridor. As you can see in the lower left, the pavement condition along portions of 6th is less than optimal. So we're making sure that we're getting that rehabilitated as we go along with the construction of this sometime in the future. We're also looking at some key crossings along the railroads and trying to make those as safe as possible. We're in coordination with Union Pacific on these improvements, and it's just ongoing with them. They're aware of the project, and they know that they're partnering with us to try to get this to move forward. As far as next steps are concerned, we're advancing the preliminary design. We do have an approved concept for this. Roadway and drainage is a big component to this. There is some drainage challenges located along here just due to the fact that the groundwater doesn't want to drain very well, but we've got some pretty good alternatives for that. There is a cultural assessment that's taking place right now, and we are advancing for the environmental aspect of the project. The next one, Project 3, one of the ones I'm really excited about is the 14th Avenue Railroad Overpass Active Transportation Bridge. We're developing a concept to see if we can place a pedestrian bridge on 14th from the north side of Nampa into downtown. As always, all us engineers like to say one of the alternatives is to do nothing, but we really don't want that to be the case. We are and did look at improvements to the existing 16th Street Bridge. There's some real big challenges with ADA compliance. So we weren't able to identify adequate ADA improvements to advance that. So we're really not looking at that going forward. We are looking at, like I said, evaluating pedestrian bridge over the railroad, and some of these snips on the side of the imagery kind of talk about some of the concerns and some of the alternatives that we could think about as far as ramping up and down. There is a substantial amount of grade. The railroad tracks are elevated, and so getting it up and over that railroad crossing and meeting UP's requirements is going to take a lot of incline, AKA grade, to get it over the crossing. Not to say it's insurmountable, it's just going to be an engineering challenge associated with that. Some of the challenges that we've run into with the railroad so far, or opportunities is probably a better way to say it, is like I mentioned, the line of sight, well, the vertical clearance over the tracks. And there is an observation tower in the vicinity of where we're looking to maybe place the crossing, and that's something we're coordinating with them on. One of the bigger things that they have mentioned to us in the conversations we've had is security and pedestrian trespassing. Even though, it's kind of unregulated to a high degree right now, they're still very much concerned about that in the future condition. And then impacts to their yard, as always. The next project, Project 4, kind of dovetails into Project 2. It's the eastern side of the side path installation. It's looking to improve portions of the sidewalk along 6th from 14th to 16th on the south side, and add a bus shelter and pedestrian beacon near the Park Place on 16th Avenue. This image kind of shows kind of the preliminary layout that we have. It will have a median refuge in the two-way left turn lane along that portion, provide direct access to Park Place. We are doing this in coordination with VRT. They have grant funding that they've dedicated to the project, and we are advancing it through their approval process, which is the Federal Transit Authority. Typically, it would be through the Federal Highway, but we're working with them on that. We have the preliminary design underway, and we do have construction funds secured. VRT is providing those funds, and this is the first of the raised projects that will be actually physically constructed because we have dedicated construction funding. Project 5, Indian Creek, is a pathway along Indian Creek. It's about 1.6 miles that goes from 2nd Avenue over to 1st and 3rd. The concept is complete, it's been adopted. Parks and Rec has been very involved in the project. They're supportive of it. So it's just about finding money to advance that. I think a lot of people are excited about a potential pathway along Indian Creek. And then Project 6 has not started yet. We're looking to start that in the next couple of months. That's basically looking at alternatives to find a way to provide pedestrian facilities and to minimize strikes for the underpass on 1st and 3rd. Again, dewatering, the drainage out there is a bit of a challenge, but we'll take a look at that as we get there. And then as far as the money goes, I'm going to pass that back off to Crystal.
Thanks, Pearson. Yeah, so there's a lot of data on this. I know we threw a lot of projects at you. I said that there was 8 distinct projects. One of them had 5 sub-projects in there. So this is a massive, massive program for everything. So kudos to HDR and specifically to Pearson. I don't think this would be going quite as well as it would be without him at the helm. As of right now, we've spent about 34% of our budget. We're about 64% complete. That's not saying that we're not going to spend it. We've got a few major deliverables coming up. The design things are fairly expensive, so we'll be wrapping those up. Our plan is to spend every single dollar of this $5 million that we got. Thankfully, when we scoped this, we scoped a little bit of flexibility into the contract that allows for some of the concepts. If there was cost savings on one project, we could shift it and move a concept a little bit farther. Really, really great example is that second pull it down. It's 74% spent, 99% complete. We have some savings on there because HDR has done a great job in keeping the project on schedule and delivering in advance. So with that, we'll stand for questions. This QR code right here will take you to a link to our RAISE website. It gives further information on every single project, gives people an opportunity to comment and interact as we move forward. And we'll stand for questions.
Mayor?
Yes.
On Project 4, it was mentioned that VRT was funding or initially funding that project. Have those dollars already been taken in and committed to? And is there any possibility that it could be clawed back if we do not renew their contract this year?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, we have spent some of them already. So this is a reimbursement where we spend and then we have to get it back. So the construction funds obviously have not been dedicated. We haven't spent any money on it. We have spent the design funds associated with it though.
And is that the $557,000 that they had committed 2 years ago?
That's correct.
Thank you. And no matter what, that's committed dollars.
That is incorrect. We will no longer be eligible if we do not fund. However, our plan is to build it this year, so hopefully it will not be a problem and it will be done before October 1st.
How about before July? Can we expedite that? Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, any other questions?
Thank you,
Okay,
Mayor.
thank you. Appreciate it. All right, well, we are like 2 minutes or 1 minute to 6, and I know there's one other staff report, and it's a pretty lengthy one. And I'm debating right now, council, do you want to have this, try to get the staff report in, or go to public hearing and then circle back to this?
Mayor Hogbone.
Yeah.
I suggest we just read what's in this packet here. Have any questions, get a hold of Rodney later.
Okay, that,
Is this what he's running through tonight? Is this
No?
your
No.
presentation? Okay.
so how long, Rodney, do you think the report would be? Because I know the presentation can seem overwhelming. It might be like 3 hours, but I know you're not going to take 3 hours.
Yeah, it's probably at least 20 minutes, though. I think to do it justice. I've got a couple of other things, just to report on the comp plan and the P&Z Commission's decisions that I need to do. But then beyond that, at least 20 minutes is my guess.
Okay, and I know Mr. Nielsen is with us specifically for this, so if we don't do it now, staff would have to wait.
Mayor, I think
Yes.
it's absolutely relevant and we should hear it.
Okay. I see a couple of head nods. So unless there's a motion to depart from, I do ask for some patience from the crowd because we're going to have a delayed start to the public hearings, which is scheduled for 6. We're just running a little bit behind, but part of the staff report is very much relevant to some of the land use stuff that is coming up in the public hearings. So, and I know this was something that council had asked for in the prior council meeting. So, Rodney, thanks for being with us tonight. And
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, Rodney Ashby, Planning and Zoning Director, for the record. Just a quick update on what our Planning and Zoning Commission did this last week. The first one was a final plat approval for Deer Flat Ranch number 1, and that was recommended for approval, and that was on your agenda and approved today. The public hearings that were heard were a couple of conditional use permits. The first one was for a beauty shop or beauty salon, and this was southwest of 13th Avenue South and 2nd Street South, and that one was approved. The second one was a conditional use permit for Budget Tires. They're moving into that it used to be the Mona Lisa a long time ago, just off of 11th Avenue and First Street North. And that one was for automobile or truck repair, and that was approved as well. The last one was an annexation and zoning and preliminary plat for Hudson Yards. This was the southeast of Locust Lane and Southside Boulevard. And original concept is 59 single-family detached residential dwelling units and 6 common lots on 21.51 acres. And this was recommended for approval unanimously. So that's all I have for the Planning and Zoning Commission. Quick update on our comprehensive plan process. We are in the middle of, we held our steering committee. We're now holding focus groups for specific topics that were themes that we heard during the public outreach process. Those focus groups are going to they're being updated on all of the comments that we received and those themes we heard during those public outreach. And then they are tasked with making recommendations for content in the comprehensive plan. We're going to try to refine that, and we have some experts in each of those different fields that are going to be helping them to understand the topic and the data behind some of their questions, and then they'll make that recommendation. We'll come back out to the public in the summer and do another survey, provide them the recommendations from these subcommittees or these focus groups, and then we'll move into the final plan development. So that's just a quick update on the comprehensive plan. All right, Christy, thank you. I'll try to move as quickly as I can. I actually wrote down in my notes what I should say so that I don't pontificate. I like numbers, and so I like to think about all these things, so I'll just try to stick with what I wrote down. If you have questions, I'd be happy to entertain meeting one-on-one, or if the whole council wishes, I can respond to questions. So first of all, the purpose of this report, here we go. The purpose of this report is to track and record planning and development data through time and to commemorate development and planning efforts. The information is intended to provide a broad context rather than be used for decision-making for individual project proposals. There's a lot of data here, so again, I'm happy to meet with you individually if you would like. So the next couple of slides highlight some data about the people in Nampa. First, the population is estimated at 123,220. And the second, the median household income is 82,000. And third, the age of the residents is shown there in that graph. And the median age is 33.5, which is slightly up from the past, but we are still one of the younger communities in the valley. Our growth rate has remained fairly steady since 2018 with an average of 3.1% annually. The people of Nampa have an average household income of about $82,000. I mentioned that before. The average cost of a home is $403,000 in Nampa, about $100,000 lower than in Meridian. I thought that was a really staggering number. And average rent for a 2-bedroom apartment is $1,345 per month. 63% of Nampa's housing is valued between $300,000 and $500,000. Fewer than a quarter of the homes are valued at less than $300,000, with 17% being valued at greater than $500,000. The percent of homes valued at over $500,000 has increased by 2% since 2024. So we have seen more of those. In the past decade, the percentage of people owning or buying their home has significantly increased from 62% to 71%. The type of housing that renters are in significantly impacts the cost of their monthly rent. Generally, the most affordable rent is for an apartment. Again, this is the number for a 2-bedroom apartment. The next, townhouse, and the highest rental cost for a single-family home. This is an important slide for me, at least. This slide explores one of the reasons Nampa residents rent versus own a home. Cost for renting is significantly more affordable depending on the size of the unit and the size of the home. So it's kind of in contrast to what we just talked about, where there's more people buying, a greater percentage of them are owning their home or buying their home than renting their home. But I think that there might be some demographics there that we need to think about. We've had quite a few people move here who have a greater, you saw that age increase. So that might be part of the reason that we are seeing a greater amount of homes being purchased than rentals. But again, cost for renting is significantly more affordable. In order for someone to have a mortgage at about $300 more than the average cost of rent in Nampa, the home would have to cost $275,000 or less. Home buyers would also likely need to be able to accumulate a 20% down payment and cover the cost of some services typically provided for rentals. There are currently zero stick-built homes within this price point available for purchase in Nampa. The majority of Nampa's housing stock is made up of single-family homes. In 5 years, Nampa has approved, issued, and completed nearly 5,000 single-family dwelling permits, while other housing types fall significantly below that, totaling only 552 collectively. Nampa has not approved, issued, or completed a single building permit for a triplex in 5 years. I thought that was interesting. The number of applications received by the Planning and Zoning Department has remained relatively consistent, with the exception of outlier years such as 2020. In 2025, the department received 8 more applications than the previous year and 1 more application than in 2023. Not included in these counts are the various other tasks done by staff, such as zoning and alcohol verification letters, deferral agreements, inspections, public record requests, pre-application requests, meetings, and the development of long-range planning documents. This slide shows that we continue to maintain relatively the same number of applications over the past 5 years. This is a breakdown of each application type brought before City Council or the Planning and Zoning Department. Of note is the increase of the number of variances, 8 more than the previous year. We have seen significant increases to the number of variances in the past 5 years. When I first started working for the city, we saw relatively very few, maybe 4 or 5, and now we're seeing 27. We are relatively consistent over time for the number of public hearings and final plat considerations as a total. You can see those numbers there. The number of plat applications received in 2025 was 46, which is 3 less than in 2024 and 6 less than in 2023. This shows a slight but consistent decrease in plat submittals. However, the number of final plats received remains consistent. This was likely due to larger preliminary plats being submitted that require additional phases to come, which equates to an additional number of final plat submittals. Both the number of short plats and condo plats saw a decrease from 2024. Multifamily units saw a dramatic increase in 2025, mostly due to an approval of a single project with many units, the Murphy development on Ustick. This single year accounted for 27% of the total units approved since 2018. This is a little bit confusing, so I'll just kind of summarize it by saying this shows final plats approved in 2025. We're taking more land per unit than in 2024. Final plats were less dense in 2025. Preliminary plats show the same trend of being less dense for those approved, but that changes dramatically if all preliminary plats in the queue by the end of 2025 were to be approved. If everything were approved, the development in 2025 would overall be consuming less land per unit. We've already seen one major project that was in the queue that got denied recently, so this number is going to be, we're going to have to adjust this for next annual report to show you. My guess is that we're not going to see that increase in density. We're going to see either a flat line or a decrease in density. So overall, our density for preliminary plats in 2025 increased from last year's record low density. Out of the 14 preliminary plats submitted in 2025, only 5 had been approved. If all 14 plats were to be approved, the gross density for preliminary plats in 2025 would be 3.98 dwelling units per acre. This is slightly higher than what has already been approved, 3.43 dwelling units per acre, and about a 1.1 increase from 2024. On the shorter term, final plat approvals have shown a trend down to 3.43 dwelling units per acre. This slide addresses the question about how many units approved through a preliminary plat have been committed through approval of a final plat. John Nielsen is here, and he has a couple of slides at the end of my presentation, and he will also provide some more more in-depth analysis regarding building permits issued, and that was one of the questions we heard recently. All right, of those preliminary plats approved in 2021, 79% of the lots have been committed through approval of a final plat. But this also shows that a significant number followed quickly with a final plat approval after a single year, and that's 41% in 2024 approvals. So again, just to word that a little differently, the preliminary plats that were approved in 2024, we already have final plats for 41% of the units that were approved. There are 1,757 units that have been approved through preliminary plats, but a final plat has not been approved. Final plats take time to develop out after approval of a preliminary plat. And you can see that, it can take, as you can see, from 2021 for preliminary plats to just have a final plat, you're looking at 79%. Well, it's not 100%. So there's some that are still lingering out there that aren't getting approved through the final plat phase yet, or that haven't developed out yet. So maybe they have their first final plat, but they have lots of other final plats that still need to come. So again, it just shows you that it takes time for preliminary plats, and then it also can take time for those final plats. It's a process. This is new data as a request from the Planning and Zoning Commission and Council. There is a decreasing trend for annexation applications, but this may be due to large master plan community annexation requests, not necessarily less land. And you'll see that in the next slide here. If all submitted annexations were approved, then our total number of acreage is significantly more than in the past. So that's those really large master plan communities that include a lot of land. And so that's something to be aware of there.
Rodney, I apologize, Mayor, if I could. Is that 1,583 additional to 921, or it's 1,583 encapsulating all of it? Total, thank you.
Total 1583 plus 921. You can see on the left-hand side there, the 2,500. So yeah, 2,500 is what we're looking at there.
Thank you.
Rodney, Mayor?
Yes.
So there would obviously be an uptick because that was the encouragement 3-4 years ago, was to go to master plan communities.
Correct.
So it would be in order or anticipated to have those type of unit increases because of the master plan communities.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and that's the point I was trying to make here. It takes a long time, especially for those master plan communities. If they come in and annex a whole bunch of acres, then we start with a preliminary plat, and then you have a final plat, but the annexation was already done. So this is an obvious result of direction from council and inclusion of that principle in the comprehensive plan to do master plan communities. Okay. This shows some of the work you don't see come before you on a regular basis. In 2025, 44 design review applications were processed, and that includes a staff report. And you'll see on this next, actually, let me jump back there. Just some of the numbers up top, you can see that most of these are for new construction. So it's not just a remodel or an addition, it's for new construction. And then on this slide, you can see the breakdown. If you look at 2025, 17 of the total went to the committee. But we had a total much greater than that. So it's actually only making up a third of the projects going to the committee. And the rest are handled by staff. That's for efficiency and reliability. They can move forward pretty quickly. Next is just conditional use permits. I'm almost done here. This is a breakdown of the conditional use permits and how they were approved. On the bottom left-hand side, you can see some of those other land uses, since we had 41 conditional use permits. Okay. And then the future land use map designations here, you can obviously see and this has been the way it has been for all time. Medium density makes up our greatest percentage of the land uses on the future land use map. And I think I don't need to spend too much time except for that last number there, the ratio of 5-to-1, residential to commercial property ratio. I think that's something that we can pay attention to over time. That's staying fairly consistent the last few years. And if we're finding that residential development is swaying one way or another, then that number's going to change. If you're finding that you want more commercial, for instance, you look at that. Or if you want more residential, you look at that number. So we'll just continue to track that. What we have found is there's not this great perfect number that you try to hit. Each community is different, and this has been pretty consistent for City of Nampa.
Mayor?
Yes.
If I could. And I'm doing math and writing notes as you're doing it, but I want to be sure before I solidify it in my mind. 47,000 acres within Nampa's planning area. 24,000 are already committed, so that leaves the difference of 23,000 left that are in the planning area that are not yet annexed. If we continue on the trend of 2,500 a year, that means we'll fully be annexed out in 9 years if all property owners wanted to move in that direction. We continued applications in our trend. Am I understanding that correctly? I know there's the willingness of property owners, but 2,500 if we kept that trend moving forward.
I'm hesitant to give a real detailed response there. I'd like to look at the numbers before I made a response, but
And
I'm
we
happy
can,
to bring that
we can
back.
chat more about it. I'm just
Yeah.
trying to.
Okay. I do want to highlight the enclave properties, and we have a slide in just a second. I think we can kind of skip over this. You've seen these before. We have significant more IL zoned properties than we have in the past. That's pretty dramatic. And the RS6 zone is always has always been our number one residential zone. Here's the enclave parcel data, and this was requested to be included last year by our Planning and Zoning Commission and I think a city council member as well. And this just shows that you have county development that are enclave. They're totally surrounded by the city. My argument is they're getting the services of the community. That's a planning perspective. I know it's not a political perspective. I know you have a different hat on, but from a planning perspective, these people are benefiting from living within a community and not having to pay their fair share. Again, I know that's complex and that's political. I'm just saying from a planning perspective. Nampa 25, this is a new slide. We've never done this before, just highlighting some of the things that our long-range planners have done this past year. The comprehensive plan update was huge. We did a ton of outreach, and so it's worth highlighting on our annual plan or our annual report. The downtown implementation plan was also developed and adopted. And then other planning efforts, you can see there, just a list of all these different efforts that are going on. I'm pretty proud of my staff, and you can see here, we do more with less. I mean, these numbers speak for themselves. Per capita, we are the lowest in the valley of number of planners per capita. So we're trying to juggle a lot. And frankly, I speak for my team, not for myself here. I think they do an amazing, amazing job. And they are doing it day after day, trying to be respectful to every person. So again, I just really appreciate my team. And with that, I'm going to invite John up to do his part.
Thank you, Mayor, council members. My slides won't be as pretty or colorful, but I will move fairly quick with them. Comes from kind of a two-part deal. Councilmember Bills asked me to get him some numbers for just kind of overall building plan reviews, everything. But then when there were some questions last council meeting, Rodney was kind enough to let me jump on board and come in here and present this to you real quick. So here we have, this is fiscal year 26, so 4 years into the fiscal year, and this is strictly residential permits. So you can see that, 93% of our single-family dwellings is what we have in here, and then the rest is just pools, sheds, additions, that sort of thing. So right now, our job valuation there is $54 million for the current fiscal year. Then our new commercial and TI projects for the same 4 months. You see here multifamily, to Rodney's point. If you look at last year's, we had 300 or 400 units compared to this year of 32. So there is a big difference on the multifamily. But our new shell and commercial TIs, they're doing well. So with this slide though, we have 32 multifamily permits, 12 commercial shell permits, and 48 TI permits. So this chart here is 92 permits. Then this one just kind of plugs everything all together. So you can see single-family dwelling units is about a third of our permits. And then the rest is commercial TIs and the small part there of multifamily. So fiscal year-wise is 5 years. Currently, we're at 163 million. So the green here on 25 was one project, But as you can see, we are actually up a little bit in 25 from 24. So I think things are going along pretty steady. If we come over here in 26, projecting maybe 652 million by the time we get around to the end of fiscal year. Permits issued, again, there with the residential. Out of those 471, 318 were single-family dwellings, so the rest was the odds and ends, additions and everything. But again, we're trending well, so it looks like we'll equal to or surpass last year's. Again, not trying to project too far into the future, but so our building plan reviews, currently we've done 2,492 of them. Again, that's trending right along course. And I have a full staff now. We also have St. Al's coming in. It's going to be a big project, but we're going to keep those plans in-house. So we'll save money come doing third-party outsourcing our plan reviews. There's always third-party for the steel and stuff. Certificates of occupancy. This one, just more informational than anything, but again, currently we've issued 460 on residential, 46 commercial. That's trending well too. I think we'll be looking pretty good when we get to the end of the year. And then our permit revenue, the 6.8 million there at the top, the last two budget cycles for operations, I've only budgeted 6.8, and I plan on keeping it there again. So we should probably surpass that also, especially with, because these numbers didn't include anything for St. Al's or any other big projects that may come along. And so with that, I'd like to again thank like Rodney, appreciate him letting me piggyback on here, but I'd stand for any questions and thank him and Xander for getting me these numbers and charts.
Thank you, John. Very much appreciated. I do have a question for Rodney, but before I ask that, any questions for John?
No, just thank you. Appreciate getting the update.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, Council.
Just one question for Rodney. That slide that showed on the future land use map, I think percentage based on land use designation, you know which one I'm referring to? Yes, that one.
There it is. Okay.
Now, I know multifamily units, because I just wanted to make sure, this is acreage, percentage of the remaining acreage based on land use designation. Okay. Did you work closely with Tischler Weiss when we had adopted the impact fees, or when council adopted the impact fees within the last year, based on what their 10-year projections were and how they calculated the impact fees?
No.
Daniel?
So Tischler Weiss, when they do those evaluations, they use the building permit data our historic building permit data, as well as we let them know about approved projects that are approved in the queue. So the impact fee data is typically looked at more from the perspective of the historic permits for that trending rather than the future land use map, just because we don't necessarily know when projects may come in or be approved. And so that's typically the data set that is used when they're looking at those impact fee calculations.
Okay, that clarifies why there's a huge variance in what the impact fee report's saying, because it's backwards looking at trend as opposed to how we're actually designating our remaining land use in the future land use map. I just think that is a potential cause for confusion to the public, because I know that I was trying to explain, for example, in the impact fee study, multifamily, it shows it's almost doubling in 10 years. That may occur. But when I look at what remaining acreage is left designated for multifamily, and it only has single family going up by 29% over 10 years, annualized at about 3%, which feels right. But the multifamily showing an annualized rate of increase of 7%. Do we even have land designated multifamily to even double the multifamily housing over 10 years? However, that's the methodology on which we adopted our impact fees.
And Mayor, one other thing to note is that there is some multifamily that can be developed within that medium density residential. And so the high density residential there that we're looking at is not the only multifamily that can happen. There are multifamily situations that a duplex or something like that would fall under, from an impact fee standpoint, multifamily, but would not be in the high density residential land use.
Yes.
Mayor, just to add on to that, exactly right. Community mixed use is another one of those that we require some of that multifamily density in it. Can't be more than the 49%, but that can. And commercial can have a conditional use permit for BC zoned property. So that's a potential as well.
Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. And I think this binder, just council, this binder that's been provided is sort of a summary of what's allowed in all the codes. And this is just to assist when we make land use decisions, because in the BC zone, for example, like homeless shelter is an entitled use, which is a residential use within the BC. So I'm not going to go over every hypothetical, but I know that that can cause some confusion because something can be zone BC, but it actually can allow a congregate housing sort of mix within the BC. So those are some nuances. So I appreciate that. The industrial and commercial does sort of link with, I think the impact fee is hoping for about 60% increase over 10 years based on land use type. So, but like you said, some of commercial could actually be housing. And I know that that's confusing from a land use designation because they look at commercial and think solely commercial, not housing, when residential can be in the commercial. So I appreciate that. All right, any other questions before we move on to public hearing? Yes.
Could we, John and Rodney, could you, either council as a whole or me separately, can you email me both your presentations? I think they're very well done, and I like to print off a copy and have a copy in my drawer.
They're in the packet. I have had.
In the packet, I'm saying separate from the packet.
Yeah, and I did make some slight adjustments to a couple of numbers when I looked at the data again. So I will send that out.
I think that's worth a booklet printout, frankly, but I'll be the only one to take a copy of that, I guess.
Thank you so much, and thank you to the staff. You're doing an amazing job, and as you noted, the amount of applications you're handling with the number of employees, you do an amazing job, and you lead an amazing group, Rodney, and thank you for your leadership. Yeah, thank you. All right, that concludes our staff reports, and we're going to move to, is council okay with just moving into the, maybe we can do one public hearing and then take a break after that one? All right, so let's go to our first public hearing item. So we're going to open up the public hearing part of our agenda, and 8.1 is an action item to confirm the assessment role for a local improvement district, 176 for city utility extensions and connections, and the first reading of ordinance confirming the assessment role for LID 176. Daniel Badger.
Mayor and council, this is a local improvement districts. For those of you that may be new and not familiar with local improvement districts, we call them LIDs. An LID is a financing mechanism that the state has provided for the cities to finance various projects. The typical use of an LID for the city of Nampa is for utility connection fees for existing homes that may be on wells and septics or not on flood irrigation that want to connect to city utilities but would like to finance those costs for the city fee portion of that. And that is what this LID is for. Other uses are sidewalk replacements, repair and replacement projects, or if we have a neighborhood that has an old county neighborhood that needs utilities actually constructed through the neighborhood, those are kind of the main uses that LIDs have been put in the past. This particular LID for the utility connections. So process-wise, we create the LED. Once we have all those that have requested to connect, we do allow those connections to happen at the time they sign up, and then after the fact, we come in and do the LID and finance that for them. For this LID, the total cost is $83,477.60. There are 25 property owners that have requested to participate. There was a 26th, but when they got the letter, they came in and paid that off, and so we took them off the list. The breakdown for the costs are between the sewer connection fees, water connection fees, and irrigation connection fees, and those are the $29,570 for the sewer, $28,404 for the domestic water, and $25,503.60 for the irrigation fees. In this type of an LED, there are no out-of-pocket costs for the city. It is just financing fees, and so when the LED is created, those amounts will be then assessed over a 10-year period to the property owners, one payment a year in the spring, or in the spring. Their first bill will be due next year. They do have an opportunity to come in and pay any portion of this off within the first 30 days after it is approved by council, and those letters will be sent out as soon as the ordinance is recorded and UB handles that portion of things. Are there any questions?
All right, thank you, Daniel. Is there anyone from the public that is signed up to speak on this? Okay, is there anyone present who wishes to speak on this? Sir, I notice your hand is up.
I'm on the.
Okay, yeah, so just on this one, 8-1, anyone here wishing to speak on this one?
Mayor, just a quick question, and after this public hearing, are we going to open it up for the regular non-business item public hearing, or are we doing that at the end?
Yeah.
Did I miss
Slightly out of order. I know Councilman Jengula had asked, no one has signed up, but that doesn't mean someone wasn't present who intended to speak during that time.
Apologies.
During the public forum. So after we close this, I'll ask if there was a member of the public who intended to speak but didn't sign up. My preference, though, is that the public signs up for that to know as we go through the order. But yeah, we do have people who aren't signed up, however, to speak on a public hearing item have a legal right to be heard. So anyhow, thanks for expressing that.
Sorry.
So, all right, no one is here to speak on this item, so I would, Daniel, do you have anything else that you need to say?
The only thing I would note is that there are two actions. The first is confirming the assessment roll, which is what I have on the screen in front of you. And then once that's confirmed, it would be passing the ordinance. And we typically do that under suspension of rules.
Okay, thank you for that. So 2 council motions, but before we get there, do we have a motion to close public hearing? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get a second.
Second.
You did.
Okay.
Yeah, it was Sebastian.
Multiple people motion, so just.
Yes.
Okay. All right. What's the will of council on these 2 items?
Mayor, go ahead, Dale.
Yes.
I move that we pass to confirm the assessment rule.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, a second. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, what's council's will on the second part?
Mayor, move the.
We'll have her read it first, I'm sorry, and then a motion
Under
to,
suspension.
under
Okay.
suspension of rules. Okay.
Would you like me to?
Yes.
Read it now? Okay. An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, confirming the assessment rule for local improvement district number 176.
Mayor, move to approve under suspension of rules.
Second.
Okay, motion and a second. Roll call?
Skog. Yes. Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, council, before we go to 8.2, if there was someone under a public forum, I know if, this is where citizens have an opportunity to speak on 3 minutes on any item that's not on the agenda or on the agenda. So no one has signed up. Did someone come who wishes to speak for 3 minutes on a non-agenda item or an agenda item that's an action item? Okay, there's not. We will move on to 8.2. Okay. 8.2, do we need a break or are we good with moving on to 8.2? Okay, no one's asking for a break, so let's move on. 8.2, this is an action item for a zoning text amendment to repeal and replace City Code Title 10, Chapter 23. Signs, basically to eliminate redundant language, remove unnecessary definitions, provide clarity, reorganize the chapter, and align standards with building code. Does Terry have the staff report on this?
I do. I'm ready when you are.
All right, yes. Why don't you go ahead and explain what all is being asked?
Right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Terry Friend, Associate Planner for the City of Nampa. The action before you this evening is approval to repeal and replace the entirety of Title 10, Chapter 23. That's the code that contains the sign code, which applies to most of the city. Just for clarity, Chapter 23 does not include the sign code for the newly defined Central Nampa zoning district. The sign code for that zoning district is included in the recently adopted form-based code and is detailed in Chapter 15, Section 9. So in addition, there are some specialized sign code requirements related to our specific area plans that are found in Chapter 31. Those aren't included in tonight's discussion either. We're only looking at things in Chapter 23. Chapter 23 was last repealed and replaced in 2021. This was the year that the Planning and Zoning Department reviewed and rewrote the entire zoning code. Ordinance 4617 repealed all the chapters within Title 10, and new code chapters were adopted across the board. Since that time, we've made a couple of additional minor revisions to the sign code. In May of 2022, minor code changes were kind of sporadically adopted throughout the chapter. May of 2024, 2 code lines were added, which implemented prohibiting signs advertising illegal activities and controlled substances. And then in June of 2025, we added a provision for allowing for additional height of certain freestanding signs within 600 feet of the center line of I-84. So I've been responsible for administering Nampa's sign code since September of 2024. I was given that responsibility because of my experience in the sign industry. So just for context, I'll share that I worked for 7 years for a Treasure Valley-based sign company that specializes in signage for national change. During my time in that position, I literally read hundreds of city sign codes from all across the country. And so with that background, I can confidently say that our sign code allowances are generous and they're business friendly. And in my experience processing sign permit applications here, it's only on a rare occasion that the applicant isn't allowed their desired sign. However, I do regularly receive calls asking for clarification and understanding of the details of our sign regulation. And in addition, frankly, I have difficulties reading and interpreting our code. So the real problem is that the code is hard to navigate and it includes some really difficult code language. So the goal of this sign code rewrite is to reorganize the chapter for easier reference. We've revamped the charts so that they are easier to read and provide more information all in one location, a little bit of one-stop shop there. And in addition, we went through the code word by word, identifying redundant code sections, unnecessary definitions that could be removed, as well as code sections that needed to be clarified and simplified. The actual revisions that alter any sign code requirements or allowances are super limited. One thing to keep in mind as we discuss revisions to the sign code is that sign regulations are viewed through the lens of the First Amendment, right to free speech. So it's critical that our sign code is content neutral. However, time, place, and manner regulations are allowed, which means that the code can govern the dimension of signs, sign placement, the number of signs allowed on a property, issues of construction, and that sort of thing. As I'm going to try to go through those fairly quickly, but I am asking you to repeal and replace an entire sign code chapter. So let's hit on these fast. The first actual sign code revision is noted here. Building code requires any freestanding structure over 7 feet in height to have structural engineering, but the sign code currently specifies that that happens at 15 feet or higher, so we're just aligning this to current building code. The second change adds a code section clarifying that there are circumstances when alternate sign allowances and standards apply. That occasionally happens when there are special requirements related to a specific area plan or an overlay district or a comprehensive sign plan. So we want to make sure that people are aware of that. This code section was added to prohibit the placement of temporary signs in our city parks and on other city properties. On occasion, but particularly during campaign season, lawn signs or similar are put up in public parks. This code specifically will make those prohibited, which will allow our park personnel to remove them if that happens. This adds a code that addresses drive-through signage, which has historically kind of fallen in a murky gray area because it's not really advertising and it's not really intended to be viewed from the street. So traditionally, this type of sign is only reviewed by the building department. So this code section actually codifies how we have been handling the drive-through signage by formally adding it under the exempt sign section. Removing the limited number of directional signs. Directional signs are an important important for safe navigation throughout our properties. The current sign code recognizes that purpose and considers directional signs exempt, but it does limit the number of signs to 2 per property. We have a lot of pretty complex commercial properties being developed, and more wayfinding and directional signs are necessary for safe navigation. So our intent here is that we remove the limit to the quantity of directional signs while still restricting the sign area for each of the signs, and Part B added there regulates the maximum sign height for any freestanding directionals. Our current code for temporary signs limits lawn signs in residential zones to 2 square feet, but a typical lawn sign is that's available is 18 inches by 24. That's 3 square feet. So this code just aligns our sign allowance with the type of signs that are typically available to somebody to purchase. This change is to a rarely used code that specifies that a sign with 2 back-to-back faces that are more than 5 degrees from parallel will have their faces counted separately. Hold on with me for a second, because I'm going to show you a picture. So it makes sense to have a distinction for counting sign area when sign faces are not parallel, like, for example, in this picture. But a 5-degree not parallel is too small an angle to be really noticeable, or on a sign that's of any substantial size. So this code revision changes that offset measurement to be 15 degrees or more, which would create an angle that would be more noticeable, and it makes sense that maybe those would be counted as 2 sign faces instead of 1. And the existing code includes a code section that specifies that a permanent reader board sign shall be non-illuminated, but that directly contradicts other portions of the code that allow for illumination. So this code change just deletes this section, which seems to be an unintended outlier. And lastly, you'll recognize this style of temporary sign, which is very prevalent now. The current sign code does not include a definition for these, nor any standards. So we're going to identify these as feather banners, and this is the definition that we will use. And here are the allowances that we'll give for the feather banners. The zones where they will be allowed is the same zones where other self-supporting temporary banners are allowed. The sign size allowance proposed here is a mid-range of signs available in this style from local and online resources.
Mayor, question?
Yes, we have a question over here from Councilman Bills and then Rodriguez.
So are we specifying a time frame?
None of our temporary signs, well, sorry, very few of our temporary signs have a time frame specific to them. So no, this one does not include one either.
Well, then the definition of temporary, how are we defining that?
Temporary is based on the material and the sign type.
When it falls off the pole, it's no longer.
It's no longer temporary, it's just still kind of there, though.
Wind takes it temporarily.
I think that's the one area that is a frustration to a lot of residents and so forth, is the signage being able to carry on month after month, year after year in some locations, tattered and torn, sometimes set for a temporary use, and yet they didn't get removed and they just end up staying there. So I think our sign ordinance has been really good. I think we've been very gracious on the temporary, as far as flagpoles and the signs that you have shown on the screen. But I seriously believe that we need some type of time frame. In all candor, for those who are setting out that, once you've seen it enough times, your eyes don't see it any further, but it's still, it moves from a sign and marketing to a nuisance, from my perspective. And I'm not sure the other feelings on council, but I feel like this issue, we still need to tighten up, so.
Thank you. Did you, Councilman Rodriguez?
I was going to say the exact same thing, so thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, you can resume, or you can respond or resume and then maybe wait till the rebuttal phase. I
Thank you,
guess,
Mayor.
at a
I'm
time.
happy to respond now while
Okay.
we're in the conversation, if that's okay. I absolutely agree with the statements that Councilman Bills noted. There has been a resistance to any sort of additional permitting requirement in terms of increasing regulation. Our sign code does already address torn, faded, all of those type situations. We can request that those be removed. We just have not hit on that code compliance-wise. There is not wanting to permit them means that we aren't able to regulate a time frame.
Well, then we need to look at the aspect of permitting them, and/or we need to put in the code that we have the right to remove them. And so when they get torn and tattered, and they're an eyesore and not an enhancement, they certainly aren't helping the marketing side. It just shows the laziness of the business, but more so, it also shows a downward trend for the community. And I think it's an affront to those who do try to keep their storefront and their property looking well, and then you have somebody beside you otherwise. And so somehow, I think we need to make a decision and have a future forward on the issue.
Mayor?
Yes.
Mayor, Councilmember Bills, I do want to make one point is that we do not allow tethered or worn signs in the city per our municipal code, and that is a code enforcement issue, which we can and will enforce.
Well, that'd be great then. I look forward to not seeing some of the tattered and torn signs as I drive.
Do you have an anonymous reporter hotline? I think I know our first inquiry. Perfect.
Most enforcement is complaint driven, just so you know. Terry, I did have a question to maybe clarify the political signs. They're going to be coming here in a couple months. We're going to be seeing a lot of political signs. The 18 by 24 is the most common political sign. That's kind of the small one. And technically,
The 2x4.
but the small one was technically in excess of the 2 square feet. And I had heard from some HOAs trying to enforce per our code that the small campaign sign was literally against our sign code law. Is that correct? Was that a correct understanding?
It limited, Mayor, it limited it to 2 square feet.
Correct. So it
Which
was,
is, I think you can get a 12 by 18 in there.
yeah, I'm talking about,
Yeah.
no one was putting 12 by 18s up.
Right.
The 18 by 24 is just the 1.5 feet. It's the standard
So yes. we-
campaign sign that's in excess of 2 square feet. And
Yes.
so
So this is going to
allow
align.
that. However, there's a lot of 2x3s, 3x4 campaign signs. Is there a distinction between a home residence or a commercial property on a main arterial that is putting up that 2x3 sign, which is 6 square feet, and of course, anything bigger than that is in excess? So I'm just wondering what direction we're giving candidates and how their signs or the property owner might be subject to removal of this. I would entertain a larger square footage allowance, but with a time frame
60 days.
as sort of the compromise on this. But that's just me kind of sharing some thoughts, because I don't expect code enforcement. Code enforcement will be busy during campaign season, just doing nonstop sign removal, if so called upon to do that.
Well, especially it'd be well if we included that pick up all incumbent legislative signs would be probably a good move.
Just all signs over a certain duration of time. But I'm just offering a few. I just want to understand that the 3 square feet, that is the hard cap
2x4.
This is,
on lawn signs. But here, the 3 square feet is what you're proposing, 3 square feet.
thank you, Mayor. This
Yes.
is for residential zones.
Okay?
So if somebody is opting to display a temporary political sign on their business-related property or their commercial property, then the banner requirements for commercial properties would come into play.
Does that require a permit? Can you remind me on that section of the code?
It also does not.
It does not. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. So,
Mayor?
yes.
Terry, along the same vein, I thought there was a Supreme Court ruling in Idaho that said that people could put whatever they wanted political signage-wise in their yard, and HOAs couldn't say anything to that regard. That's what I've been told. I'm not the lawyer at the bench. I don't know how that factors in, but my opinion that I've given and that I've also used in my own yard is I can put whatever political sign I want, and code enforcement can kick rocks. And that's not what I'm echoing or advocating for here. That's just what I have heard is the statute and the code and the law of the land from the Supreme Court side.
And Mayor, and if I may just chime in on that, I think what you're getting at, if I remember right, it used to be the HOAs would regulate signs in their community, but then the legislature passed a law, I believe in 2024, that expressly stated they cannot do so, and that was litigated. What I'm hearing here is nothing that would be in violation of that. So, again, if there's more further questions that We can look into it more.
I think just for us creating and drafting this, is it a moot point if somebody puts a 2x4, a 2-foot by 4-foot with Debbie Skog for city council in their front yard? Is that going to get ripped out because it's political signage that the Supreme Court has said she has a right to put in her yard? Could be a billboard for all she cares, but
Yeah, Mayor, overarching all this is federal legislation and case law with time, place, manner restrictions for our federal jurisdictions, Ninth Circuit, as well as Supreme Court, and they do allow governments to regulate the time, place, and manner. So some dimensions, it can't be suppressed, unduly suppressed. There's case law on that, but here we're within the bounds of our authority to do these type of regulations.
Thank you.
It's a good question.
Yeah, I think if I hear you right, the size is still an allowable, that's not viewed as total prohibition.
That's
on
right,
the
yeah.
political
That's one of the manner you can regulate, yeah. Now, if it was 2 by 3 inches, that might be another thing where there's no effective speech there. But here, we're within the confines.
So is it the opinion of legal counsel that we establish
time, we have place and we have manner and sizing. Do we need to establish time for all these signages, including political?
Mayor, it's a good question. These are ones that receive strict scrutiny. You're in the First Amendment world, and it's not one that just, kind of pounce around up here. It would take a little more careful analysis on that. It needs to be reasonable, time, place, manner restrictions. Again, if there are some specific ones here that need to be addressed and fleshed out, we can look at those. I would not advise shooting from the hip, so to speak, here on that very heightened right of First Amendment. Yeah.
Thank you. Tara, you got a few more sections to cover?
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
This is the code that allows us to.
Thank you.
This is the code that allows us to amend city zoning ordinances. It requires that city council shall find and conclude that the proposed amendments are reasonably necessary and in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan has about 3 paragraphs in it related to signage. I think the most important point to bring forward, or the most important recommendation, is highlighted there in blue. Properly designed and placed signs should provide an easy and pleasant communication between people and their environment and avoid visual clutter. In addition, there's 2 additional points to be made. We want to ensure that signs are designed, constructed, installed, and maintained to assure public and traffic safety. And we want to allow adequate and effective signs without dominating the visual landscape. The following findings are proposed by staff. We're indicating that the proposed ordinance are appropriate because they're reasonably necessary in the interest of the public and in harmony with the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan. And the proposed amendment is in harmony with our comprehensive plan. And here are the potential motions.
All right, so thank you for concluding your report. There'll be another opportunity to ask questions of staff at this time. Is there anyone from the public who signed up to speak on this item? Clerk, no one's pre-signed up. Anyone who's sitting that would like to testify on this item? Okay, seeing that there's no public testimony on this, staff rebuttal, any final questions for staff from council?
I move that we close the public hearing.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion second to close public hearing. All in favor?
Aye. I move that we approve the new Nampa City ordinance as presented.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the new ordinance recommendations as presented. Any discussion? Okay, seeing none, the clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, that concludes 8-2. Thank you, Terry. Before we move to 8-3, I'd recommend a short 5-minute break. Okay? Okay, so let's take a recess and then we'll resume in about 5 minutes. All right, City Council, please regather if you can hear me. All right, council, we are all assembled and I have the thumbs up. We're back on live stream. And so we are resuming with 8-3. And I just want to thank the public for being patient with us tonight. But we are on 8-3 and we are allowing the applicant 12 minutes on this one as Rodney recommended on this. And this is an annexation zoning for 37.74 acres into BC, RD, RS4, and RS6 zoning districts with corresponding right-of-way, potential development agreement, subdivision preliminary plat approval for Regatta Crossing subdivision at 0 Ustick Road. This is for Endurance Holdings LLC. I believe the applicant is here this evening. Good evening. You know the drill. You'll give us your name and address, and then after that, we're allowing 12 minutes for your presentation tonight. So thank you.
My name is Sabrina Durchie, and I'm here on behalf of the applicant. My business address is 5179 South Boven Avenue, Boise, Idaho, 83716. And this evening, I'm so excited to present to you our application for Regatta Crossing subdivision. First, I'd like to welcome you to Regatta Crossing. Regatta Crossing is envisioned as a vibrant, welcoming community shaped by its natural connection to water. Framed by 2 irrigation laterals, the site offers a rare sense of movement, calm, and openness, an experience that inspired a relaxed yet refined waterside theme. Thoughtful architecture, natural materials, and native-inspired landscaping come together to create a neighborhood that feels timeless, livable, and distinctively special, a place residents will be proud to call home. Here in this slide, you can see our entry monumentation that is a showpiece feature for the northwest corner of the site. This monumentation has been intentionally designed with the future roundabout in mind, serving as both a gateway into Regatta Crossing and a visual anchor along the important Ustick corridor. Now, I would like to welcome you into our main entrance into Regatta Crossing, which offers a kind of a gentle nod to the community's primary monumentation and overall design theme. The entry is intentionally welcoming but understated, creating a smooth transition from public roadway into the neighborhood. With Regatta Crossing, we're requesting an annexation, a mix of zoning, and a preliminary plat. We have 5 commercial lots, 54 townhomes, 99 single-family, and 21 common lots. Our gross density will be 4.08 units per acre, with our diverse residential lot sizes ranging from 2,600 square feet up to 8,205 square feet. Regatta Crossing is designated as a residential mixed use in the City of Napia's comprehensive plan. This designation envisions well-designed, connected communities that provide long-term value to residents in the broader community. This vision is delivered through a mix of housing, walkable connectivity, access to jobs and services, as well as design gathering spaces supported by quality architecture and landscaping. Regatta Crossing embodies all of these long-term planning goals I just described. The site is uniquely positioned along the Ustick corridor, adjacent to existing and planned industrial areas to the west and south, and one of the last remaining residential opportunities in this area for the City of Nampa. Regatta Crossing plays a key role in meeting the housing needs for nearby workforce. Consistent with residential mixed-use designation, Regatta Crossing is requesting a diverse tiered zoning pattern that provides appropriate transitions across the site. First, we have our business commercial, located along the Eustic Corridor, supporting neighborhoods serving commercial uses and corridor activity. Next, we have RD, nestled adjacent to the commercial area, allowing for attached townhomes that serve as a transition from the commercial to the residential uses. We then have our RS4 located at the center of the development that provides traditional single-family residential homes. And then finally, our RS6 along the outer edges of the site, creating larger lot, single-family homes that provide compatibility and buffering to the surrounding areas. This step-down zoning approach creates a logical land use transition, supports walkability, and aligns with the City of Nampa's long-term planning goals for residential mixed use. So, to better understand how the site fits within the broader area, it is important to look at the surrounding context in detail. The property is located in an area experiencing steady residential growth and expanding employment opportunities. To the north and east, established approved single-family neighborhoods, including Heartland subdivision at 4.04 dwelling units per acre, Sweetwater Glen at 3.8, Fall Creek at 3.5, Magnolia Estates at 4.24, and Kinghorn Place at 3.43. This reflects an average density of approximately 3.8 dwelling units per acre, establishing the prevailing character for the area. To the south, land is designated for future land uses, supporting long-term employment growth and economic development. And to the west, planned industrial mixed-use properties have already emerged as a growing employment hub. Major employers include Knife River Construction, Stowe Manufacturing, JTS Manufacturing, Convoy Supply Inc., and Project Spud. This anchors this area and reinforces the evolving live-work character for this corridor. Regatta Crossing represents orderly growth with a proposed density that aligns with the surrounding neighborhoods to the north and east while providing appropriate transition to the expanding industrial employment centers to the south and west. Eustic Road is a plan to be expanded to a 5-lane arterial to accommodate future traffic demands and reduce congestion. As part of the city's adopted corridor improvement strategy, a roundabout is planned at the intersection of Eustic and Northside Boulevard to enhance safety and long-term mobility. These corridor improvements are scheduled for completion by 2030, with construction already underway. To proactively support these improvements, Regatta Crossing is dedicating approximately 582 feet along North Side and 1,115 feet along Eustic. This dedication is critical to accommodating the future roundabout and arterial widening. The total value of the right-of-way dedication is $417,000, representing a significant infrastructure contribution towards the city's long-range transportation vision and overall functionality of the corridor. This project will occur over time and be developed in 3 phases aligned with market demand. Phase 1 occupancy is anticipated in late 2028, Phase 2 in 2030, and Phase 3 in 2032. This measured approach coordinates infrastructure delivery with the development activity and aligns with the planned Eustic Road improvements, ensuring road capacity and residential growth progress together. Emergency services and public safety are a top priority for this community. This commitment is demonstrated through 2 dedicated fire emergency access points, coordinated with the City of Nampa Fire Chief. The first access point provides an additional emergency connection to Eustic Road, improving response time and redundancy. And the second access point onto Northside Boulevard is fire-only emergency access bridge, restricted exclusively for emergency response use. Together, these access points enhance our site safety, emergency response efficiency, until other future access connections are available. We understand and are sensitive to the City Council's concern that development must pay for itself. Based on the analysis of the current building permit impact fees and considering only the proposed 154 residential homes, not the commercial, the estimated total impact fees generated by this project will be over $2 million. Northwest of Regatta Crossing, approximately 1.5 miles near Highway 2026, CBH Homes has entered into a memorandum of understanding with Valley View School District to donate approximately 12.4 acres for a future elementary school. This commitment demonstrates the applicant's proactive response to district needs and a long-term investment in serving future students for this growing area. This commitment is valued at $2,294,000. So we recognize the importance of maintaining a strong commercial presence along Eustis Corridor, a key gateway and economic corridor for the city of Nampa. To support this vision, we have 3.86 acres across 5 commercial lots that are reserved along Eustis Road. You can see that the commercial area is carved out within the slide. With our tiered zoning approach, we then transition from commercial to our attached townhome product. These homes provide a worry-free and low-maintenance upkeep. Our next step down, we have R4 single-family homes highlighted in purple. These homes provide all the comforts with an open concept layout, chef's kitchen, and ample backyards. And then our final step down is the site's tiered zoning approach consists of 9.6 zoned single-family homes highlighted in blue on this slide. These spacious residences are situated on larger lots, allowing for generous front and rear yards and providing the opportunity for 3-car garages. Additional overflow and parking has been incorporated throughout the development to accommodate special events and peak parking demand. As shown on this slide, 3 strategically located parking pads are distributed across the site and are connected by an internal pathway network, ensuring convenient and safe pedestrian access. Usable open space is a top priority, forming the foundation for our community's amenities, pathways, and overall connectivity. Regatta Crossing provides 5.77 acres of qualified open space at 15.3%, with additional landscaping areas, including our northwest corner. Our grand total is 11.81 acres for 31.29%. Pathway and connectivity and walkability is also a priority within Regatta Crossing, as seen in our pathway exhibit. Purple depicts our community sidewalks, orange depicts our micro pathways that fan out throughout the site for a total of 3,585 linear feet, and green illustrates our 8-foot community pathway that provides connection along our 2 laterals for a total of 1,870 linear feet. So, the central gathering area serves as the heart of Regatta Crossing and is intentionally designed to foster community connection, recreation, and everyday interaction. Centrally located within the development, this provides a shared space where residents of all ages can gather, recreate, and engage with one another. The menu includes a multi-use open lawn, sport court, shaded pavilion, ping pong table, volleyball court, barbecue pits, and seating areas, all connected to be integrated to the pathway network, creating an active yet comfortable space for everyday use and gathering and community gatherings. Central gathering area supports walkability, quality of design, and neighborhood livability, consistent with the City of Nampa's mixed-use vision. And finally, our regional multi-use pathway offers passive recreation with landscape seating areas that create inviting places to rest, gather, and enjoy the outdoors for the public to enjoy. And to summarize, Regatta Crossing is a thoughtfully planned, mixed-use community designed to provide a balanced blend of housing options, generous open space, and intentionally designed gathering areas. The development also incorporates neighborhood serving commercial uses, creates a walkable environment that supports daily needs within the community. Overall, Regatta Crossing embodies the key principles of a well-planned mixed-use development, aligning with the City of Nampa's comprehensive plan by promoting connectivity, livability, and appropriate density integration and long-term community value. And on that great note, I would like to thank you all for your time, your thoughtful consideration, and the opportunity to present our project to you this evening. And with that, I'll respectfully request approval of our project this evening, and I'll stand for any questions that you may have. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Oh, I was just under. All right.
Go ahead. Questions?
Yes.
So you have a road, I've got to probably increase the size of the screen in order to tell you, but it's the one that is along the diagonal of the drain, and you're showing a road going to the drain or a crossing going in. I was trying to confirm that you're putting in that physical crossing.
Oh, the Mayor, Councilmember Bills, are you talking about the emergency crossing that we're going to be providing?
Mayor, Councilman Bills. So our typical standard on that is we would have them do a cost estimate for the full installation, and we would collect a payment in lieu of construction of the actual, where they own to the center. We would collect half of that, plus typically a 10% on that, and keep that in a payment in lieu of fund. And then when the adjacent development goes in and they put that in, we would pay that to the developer for that. That's how we've been handling in recent years those canal crossings where they own to the center.
Okay, so so the property that's then to the southwest of that stub street,
When it develops, it would install that crossing in full, and we would pay their payment in lieu of construction money to that developer.
but if that property went more commercial than residential,
At that point, if that were not constructed when that develops there to the south, we would then return the payment in lieu of to the original payer of that.
but we don't have enough exiting for this project at this point in time, do we? I mean, that's what I'm trying to see is where the second exiting.
So there are 3 stub streets on this project. There is the cul-de-sac there at the south, the stub street there to the north of the cul-de-sac that goes out to the east, and then the stub street across the drain. If the one across the drain were not to be completed in the future, we would still have adequate, from a code perspective, with those existing stub streets to the east when that ultimately develops.
So help me out. You said an access off the cul-de-sac. I'm trying to.
So
Is this part of the staff report? Or embedded within the staff report?
not specifically,
Okay.
so
I'm just trying to gain perspective of what the plan here is. It seems like we got one entry and we're stubbing, so I'm trying to.
sorry, I'm trying to, with the mouse, so you can see. Okay, so there is a stub street here at the north end of the project. Then, okay, here. So stub street at this location, the cul-de-sac here, the right-of-way comes and would allow for that to continue on there, and then the stub street across the drain. So they've provided 3 stub streets per the city's direction as we've looked at this.
So at a certain point in time, those connections are going to need to actually go to something before they can keep going. Is that correct?
So they are providing emergency accesses that will, on here. So they've provided emergency access, one to Ustick and one to Northside, that would allow for the full development of this project with those in there prior to any connections from adjacent properties.
So on the property to the southwest, what I'm trying to ascertain or figure that is that stub street, if it's in the right location for how that property may develop one day in terms of ingress, egress, et cetera. So is there a reason it's put in that location, or
Yeah.
right now it's just a stub street?
Right, Mayor, Councilmember Bills. Right now, it's just a stub street. I think we definitely have the flexibility to move it if that's the direction. Especially when that site gets a development plan or they decide what they want to do with the site, we'd be happy to work with them on finding the correct location. So.
Okay. those were, I guess that's really the issue that I was focused on at the present, so.
Sure.
The only other part I didn't quite understand, it said something about fencing a pond, or there was a neighbor comment that was
Yes.
provided about fencing a pond that apparently fills with water at different times of the year and then drains back out.
Yeah.
Is that anything that you guys are familiar with, or do you know?
Yes, yes, yes. Mayor, Councilmember Bills again. So that's the farmland to the east where we're providing those two-step roads. And it sounds like I've already talked to the farmers, and during the Planning and Zoning Commission, they did, I believe, put a condition that we need to be fenced our entire side of the property, which we already are planning to do. But to alleviate the neighbors' concerns, we definitely don't want anyone entering into their property, especially with the pond. So we agreed to put fencing up on the east side of the property boundary.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mayor,
Yes.
thank you. Am I understanding this correctly that the green space, the common space that you have presented is going to be in phase 3 in 2032?
Mayor, Councilwoman, that is our plan. If you feel strongly that you would like to see it in an earlier phase, we would be happy to accommodate that as well.
I'm just looking at it. Some people would be living there 2 to 4 years without a common space.
Sure, that's a great
That
point.
space on the northwest corner, is that included, that frontage there, is that included in your 15.3% green space?
Mayor, Councilwoman, no, it's not.
Okay. And then on the North Regina Crossing Avenue, are you planning to put any speed bumps in there at all?
Oh, that's a great question, Mayor, Councilwoman. If their traffic mitigation requires it, I know that there is specific requirements for the speed bumps. But again, we would be happy to, if for any traffic mitigation concerns, to include those if the city engineering department agrees with it, so.
Well, I'm just looking at it as a mom of teenage
Sure.
drivers, that
No,
looks
that's
like
a
one
great-
giant racetrack. so.
Yeah. No,
Mayor,
that's a good point.
Councilman Jangila, we would support and likely require some speed mitigation, traffic calming mitigation along that long stretch of that road.
Daniel, what are those, what does that include?
There are a number of different options. Typically, speed humps are the one that are selected, or the other common one would be bulb outs within the roadway to narrow the roadway at locations that help manage speed.
Okay, thank you, thank you.
Yeah, you're so welcome, thank you.
Mayor, if I could, Daniel, is there a specific preference that the city has? The only reason I bring it up is in my mother's neighborhood in Nampa, they have the speed bumps, and you can go 35 right over them, and it's just an up and down. But I know in Fall River, they have those narrow pathways. Can we give a preference on what is inputted in there? I think aesthetically, the carve-outs are nicer. I think they're more effective, but I'm not an engineer.
Either can be effective when designed appropriately, and if you have a preference, that is certainly within your discretion to call for.
I think speed bumps are ugly, but I think those carve-outs can be aesthetically pretty nice if you have landscaping or anything else done with them.
Absolutely, Mayor and council member. I agree. And obviously, safety is an utmost importance for our development. So traffic calming will be incorporated in the design. Thank you.
Thanks to the applicant. You'll have an opportunity, as you know,
Okay.
to come back up
Yes.
at the end. And
Thank
so
you.
we'll go to staff. Damien has a staff report on this. Want to remain seated there for the report? Damien?
Mayor, if you would like, I can go up to the dais, or if you.
No, you're good. You're good. As long as we can hear you okay? Okay, all right.
Get the mic.
Yep.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Damien Snodgrass, Associate Planner. The applicant's request today is for the annexation and zoning of 37.74 acres into BC Community Business, RD 2-family residential, and RS4 and RS6 single-family residential. The original concept, this has changed a little bit from the time it went through the Planning and Zoning Commission to now City Council, and we'll cover some of those changes a little bit later. to now 54 single-family attached townhouse dwelling units, 100 single-family detached, 5 commercial lots, and 20 common lots. I have provided a slide for Daniel to talk about traffic specifically, since this was a larger concern within the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing.
Mayor and council, we have received a traffic impact study on this project. It is an update of the existing study that was prepared with their first application back in '21. They have updated it to current traffic numbers and current development approvals within that. It did not change the results of the study. The only project-triggered improvements that are required at this development would be an eastbound right turn lane and a westbound left turn lane at their U-stick approach. And if there are no other questions, I'll turn it back to Damian.
Thank you, Daniel. So for this next slide, going to be covering some of the things that were changed and some of the conditions that were altered from the time of the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing to the City Council hearing based on direction from the Commission. The Commission recommended this for approval with 2 conditions: that the commercial space be increased to the 5% of the gross parcel area, and an additional fence, the addition of a fence along that eastern front of the property per the request that we received from the public from one of the nearby property owners. So the original plan for this property only had 4 commercial lots, and it was just shy of the 5% that's necessary for the residential mixed use due to some of the BC zoning being right-of-way that was zoned. So it was determined by long-range planning that it wasn't the intent to have that be zoned commercial and not usable commercial space. And since then, the increase of commercial space came from the applicant to add that additional parcel. With this, they lost some of the residential attached units and they lost some of the common lot space. However, they still meet their qualified open space and their common space elements as defined. And as well as other conditions that were moved, the applicant was able to change out their tree species as defined by the city forester to get ones that fall within that specified tree diagram, and contact the Nampa Fire District regarding emergency access. They originally provided a comment saying they wanted to have a discussion about the emergency access and go through changes like that. If it comes to specific questions along the emergency access, I will defer that to the Nampa Fire District. And that commercial space was increased to have more of the intent of the 5% of commercial space within the residential mixed use. Some more of the property details. It's under the residential mixed use designation and is currently within the county. To the north, we have RP residential professional zoning. To the west, we have some Canyon County parcels that are undeveloped, followed by Spring Shores and some industrial right there. And to the south, we have some undeveloped county parcels, and to the east, we have undeveloped county parcels. History on this project, it's come through one time in the past, and that was in 2021. It was requesting an annexation of zoning to RD, but there was no path of annexation. So to the north, we have this RP and RS7, and at the time, it was waiting on another application to come through, and that one wasn't approved, so it had no path of annexation, was denied based on that criteria. And in 2023, this was brought in for a pre-application meeting to discuss a multitude of multifamily and single-family uses, and then it came back in 2024 and a request for annexation to RP for some fourplex units, and it was denied due to density concerns. Some more of those property details. The proposed zones fall within the allowable uses under the residential mixed-use designation, and it is within access to a couple services such as a high school within 2 miles and an elementary school. Comprehensive plan seeks to provide compatible design and visual relationship, and within this zoning designation, commercial is an aspect of that, and we have received now comments from long-range planning, so you'll be seeing more of that within these kind of staff presentations within these mixed-use zonings. Here are the applicable regulations for annexation and zoning, and we will cover these in the findings. As well as some other applicable regulations regarding the subdivision code, the RD chapter, the BC chapter, the RS chapter, and some of the permitted uses. This development has some 3 to 4 unit townhouses as well as single family dwellings. The 3 to 4 unit townhouses within the RD zone are permitted. They are single family attached, and so this does not require a conditional use permit. Correspondence, we received some correspondence from the engineering division, and this was regarding the annexation of right-of-way along Eustic Road, Northside Boulevard, and a traffic impact study, and this was addressed by Daniel, and I will defer all comments to Daniel regarding his correspondence, as well as the available utilities within Eustic. And the recommended conditions will be in the recommended conditions of approval. Nampa Fire District provided comments that it does not oppose this application, and due to compliance with following the code requirements of approval and providing those 20-foot wide emergency access points along North Side and Eustic Road. Nampa GIS provided some comments regarding the change of street names and addressing, and this was attached. We received a comment from the Valley View School District providing concerns over the capacity of schools to hold the influx of students in the valley, as well as listing some developments in the area within Nampa as well as Caldwell that affect their school district. Nampa Parks and Recreation is requesting that the developer grant a permanent easement of 20 feet along top of bank for multi-use pathways and on that Perdam Gulch drain, and request that construct pathways of easement as indicated by the Nampa Bicycle Pedestrian and Master Plan Development. Then that comment along providing an alternative tree species, and this was fulfilled. We did receive one comment regarding the irrigation pond to the southeast and the request to build a fence between now and this last hearing, as well as a comment from the CEO of Adler Industrial, who has some commercial industrial parcels within the area, supporting this application regarding growth and economic benefits of the development, stating it is the long-term growth and employment opportunity, discussing the balance of employment opportunity and attainable housing. And these are the new comments that we received for public comments. Before, at the planning and zoning hearing, we received some comments with concerns along density and within this development. Sorry, take a little breath there. And here is the proposed plat, as well as showing that green space and open space. Here's the staff analysis of the preliminary plat, that it provides the 5 commercial lots, 20 common lots, 154 residential lots, the internal public loads, qualified open space that meets the growth density of 4.08 units per acre. Within the residential mixed use designation, we need 2.51 to 8 dwelling units per acre. Within the RD zone, going over the lot sizes allowable, it is 6,000 to 10,000 for single family, for duplex or 2 unit townhouses or 3 to 4 unit townhouses goes up ascending within the graph. The proposed lot sizes are between 2,600 square feet and 3,200 square feet, and this can be tripled or quintupled to find the size of the townhouse lots, and all of these were found within the allowable regulation. And the staff analysis for RS, the density requirements must fall within that 2.51 to 8 dwelling units per acre. The lot sizes within the RS4 and RS6 zone fall within the allowable size requirements within those zones. For the open space analysis, the provided open space plan provides the adequate 15% open space of the gross parcel area, 15.26% of the site qualifying per city standards. Here are the recommended conditions of approval that prior to the reading of the annexation, developer grant that right of way and address any mitigation measures for the traffic impact study. Any on-site wells or septic systems be abandoned or removed in accordance with local and state regulations. Any domestic and irrigation and service groundwater rights will be transferred to the city at the time of individual property or development or redevelopment. Utilities shall be constructed through the site with the listed below, and the applicant owner shall comply with all city policies, standards at time of property development, shall address the street name as defined by Nampa Engineering and GIS within the final plats, construct the pathways and dedicate the easements along that Perdam Gulch Drain and Mason Creek, that a solid fence be installed along the eastern line of the property down to the collection pond, and confirm any new legal descriptions with the change of the commercial zones with Nampa Engineering Division, as well as any other that the council may impose. Here are the findings for annexation, that all private landowners have consented to the annexation. Staff found this to be met through the affidavit of legal interest. The property is contiguous. It is contiguous to the north where it abuts RP Residential Professional, that the Nampa Comprehensive includes the area of annexation. This is located within the area of impact under the residential mixed-use designation. And when applicable for annexation of roadways or all portions of highway, so on and so forth, the proposed annexation complies with the memorandum of understanding between the city of Nampa and the Nampa Highway District. Here are the applicable criteria for zoning, that the proposed map amendments is or would be in harmony with the city's currently adopted comprehensive plan and comprehensive plan land use map, that the proposed map amendments is or would provide for a proposed use or set of uses that would be at least compatible, reasonably compatible with existing adjoining property uses, and that the proposed zoning map amendments is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. Here is the codes for those chapters that fall under that are allowable under the residential mixed-use designation. The residential mixed-use designation seeks to provide low-impact commercial options while combining medium-density residential neighborhoods, and defines the visual relationship between adjacent and nearby buildings and the immediate streetscape. The structures within the BC zoning will be subject to design review standards. There is a current need for housing within Nampa city limits and a projected need for housing. A 25-foot landscape buffer is required along the Eustic corridor. And city codes are written to protect the public interest by providing guidance of development, therefore is presumed to be in public interest for any development if it meets city standards. There are available services to the property. The traffic access and frontage improvements to be addressed by the construction standards for city specifications. The townhouse and single-family houses, duplexes, and live-work units, and all residential, retail, and commercial are seen as compatible under the intent of residential mixed use. The development proposes a necessary 5% of gross zoning area to be commercial. Townhouses and single-family homes are defined as compatible within the Nampa 2040 comprehensive plan. With all that, it is found that the proposed zoning map amendments and so on and so forth for the zoning met the criteria. Here are your potential motions, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thanks, Damian. I have a question. Can you show on the map where the 5% commercial is? That's the BC part.
Sorry about that, Mayor and Council.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you. That helps. That was my one question. Also, planning and zoning, see the recommendation, they recommended at least 5% commercial, which the applicant, as you're noting, is more than meeting that with this proposed presentation.
Mayor, Council, that is correct. The addition of this lot right here that I'm circling on the screen was the addition that met that intent and increased the commercial area.
Yeah. I will maybe reserve comments for others because as noted earlier, as Rodney pointed out, the BC zone allows under conditional use permit, multifamily housing, prison, jail, transition home, homeless shelter, other types of housing arrangements that I would maybe want council to chime in on, because I think the intent was to not allow those uses within the BC, because the emphasis on commercial, I think, would be more related to traditional commercial uses, not residential uses. However, that's not specified. I think the intent is 5% commercial. I think it would be up to this council's potential conditions of approval to clarify within the BC what is wanted or not wanted. But that's just my concern, I think, about confusion within the BC. So
Mayor and council, it is also, was advertised and is under your purview to require a development agreement that may
Correct.
restrict uses within that BC zone.
Yep.
It could always be added.
Yep, thank you for clarifying, confirming that.
So clarification, that was added, the development agreement and the ability on the,
You have that.
So annexation and Mayor and Councilman Bills, annexation and zoning always has a bit of verbiage in the way we advertise it that says a potential development agreement that allows it to be added within your purview, but not necessary for this development.
understand, but in your conditions, I didn't see a specific request for a development agreement.
Mayor and Councilman Bills, at this time, we don't have a specific condition, but it can always be added within this hearing.
So if there's a motion to affirm, we need to add the issue of development agreement. I just want to have the clarity for council as well as the audience. Yes, okay, thank you.
Thanks. And Councilman Bills, I think partly why I asked for them to print this out is I don't want to question planning and zoning, but when they emphasize the desire for commercial, BC could mean lots of things that include residential. And so I think it's up to this council within the DA to be very clear on what your intent is as a potential condition of approval. So you have this in front of you and you can look at the list.
Mayor?
Yes, I think Councilman Rodriguez, then Councilwoman Jingula.
Can you tell me how many subdivisions, current projects or future projects surround this project? And I counted 7, and there are all RS7. Can you confirm that, or do you know the amount of residences in each of these subdivisions? I know I kind of just threw that at you, but I'm looking at population and density in this area.
Mayor and Councilman Rodriguez, at this time, I do not have the specifics of the surrounding neighborhoods. There is some RS7 within the surrounding area, RS6, and that RD zoning.
Yes.
Kind of a mix of what is allowable under the residential mixed use and medium density residential designations.
Okay, no, that's right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jingula?
Thank you, Mayor. Damien, is the required amount of green space 15%?
Mayor and Councilman Jingula, the required 15% is the required qualified open space, so you can have an excess of the amount of green space or green area, but there are certain requirements as defined by code to what be qualified open space. And so they're meeting that qualified green space threshold within this, but there are some areas that would not be considered qualified green space.
Okay, are the walking paths considered green space?
The walking paths would fall under an amenity for that green space, so it meets the amenity criteria defined within the subdivision code, not just the green space. But it is part of the qualified open space.
Okay. And then is there any of the green space that is less functional, like a runoff or anything like that?
Mayor and Councilman Jangula, I'm not sure how to specifically address that. I'm going to leave this one up to Rodney.
Mayor and council, so we do allow it. I'm not sure either. We'd have to look at that, but we do allow for like drain fields for storm drain runoff to be included in that calculation if they meet a certain engineering criteria. So it can't be really deep. It can't contain water for long periods of time. If you have a storm, then it runs into that. It drains pretty quickly. But that if they meet those criteria, then it can be included in that calculation per code.
Okay, thank you.
All right. I think we are moving to public testimony. Does the anyone pre-signed up?
Mr. Mayor, we do have approximately 6 people signed up. Our first speaker is Jay Snyder, and on deck is Brian Person.
You want to give who's in the hole, the third person?
The third person is Mark Hess.
Okay, so Mark Hess is in the hole. Brian, you're on deck, so good evening, Mr. Snyder. You know the drill, your name, address, and then you'll have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Jay Snyder, 524 9th Avenue South in Nampa. Thank you for the opportunity here this evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. I'll start tonight by admitting that I'm a transplant to Idaho and to Nampa. I moved here about 44 years ago. Purchased my home, raised my family here, and I've been pretty involved in the economy or in the community since then. And I would like it noted for the record that I moved 2,500 miles west, not 900 miles north. But I'm here tonight to speak in support of the Regatta Crossing subdivisions. I'll admit the nautical terminology is a bit ironic given the lack of navigable water in the High Plains desert setting. But nonetheless, I think this is the type of subdivision that we should be approving. Nampa's growth isn't something that started recently. It's something that our community has been experiencing for decades. Over the years, I've watched new neighborhoods come in, I've seen families arrive, and I've seen new businesses established. And each wave of growth has contributed to the city as we know it today. That growth has definitely impacted us as citizens. It's impacted me personally. Fields that I used to hunt pheasants in are now subdivisions. Trips that used to take me 10 minutes to go across town now take me 20 to 30. But, and as a senior citizen, I'm paying taxes on an assessed value that have increased 800% since I bought my property. And during conversations with folks about development, I often hear concerns from residents who have arrived in Nampa within the last 5 to 10 years. I respect their concerns. Growth does bring challenges, particularly when it comes to infrastructure and safety planning. But I think it's important to remember something, that the homes built over the past decade are what made it possible for most of those residents to live here in the first place. And when their homes were being constructed, many of us who had been living here for decades did not stand in opposition of the opportunity for them to move here. And we welcomed them as neighbors. In my view, that same spirit of openness should guide us today. Nampa was founded as a place where people could come to build a life, raise a family, and become part of something bigger than themselves. And if we truly value that tradition, we should be careful not to adopt the mindset that opportunity ends for others once we've found ours. So I would encourage you to approve the annexation and zoning for this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Brian Person, and on deck is Mark Hess and Robert Simpson.
It's all right, you're tall, just go ahead and just.
Sorry for that sounds. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Brian Pearson. I'm at 17754 Polera Way in Nampa. An omission during the applicant's presentation, that subdivision immediately to the west that was shown on the map but wasn't discussed, that's Northside Estates, and that's about 0.6 households per acre, 0.6, not 4, not 3 like some of the others. And another point that we sort of glossed over, it was about 2 years ago that this very similar proposal was brought before the council, but it was denied on the basis primarily of the density. It has not changed much. It's 96 or 97% of what that was. We were very, very grateful that the council saw then that just simply wasn't appropriate for the area, and it was denied. And boy, I respectfully request that you reach the same conclusion tonight, because while within the boundaries hasn't changed much, everything outside it has changed markedly. Just think of the development that's occurred in the last 2 years. The numbers, Councilman Rodriguez, is with this in the immediate vicinity, 858. And that's from the applicant's own narrative that they sent. And that's within about 3 stone throws of that intersection, 858. To the east, 2 to 3 miles, 1,500 in apartments in Murphy, I think it is. If you take this 858, add the 1,500, and then you do an amalgamated traffic count per day multiplier using the Traffic Institute of 9, you're at 20,000 trips, vehicle trips per day on the USTIC corridor, and that doesn't account for anything to the west. USTIC, when it's open, occasionally it is backed up a mile between four-way stops. It's getting widened, but not at the pace subdivisions are coming in. It's going to take Knife River till September just to get the sewer line in for a 3/4 of a mile section. It just simply isn't keeping pace. This subdivision with 1 point of ingress egress, if you do the math, 100 single-family residences, and with a multiplier of 10 basically, and then you multiply by 8 for the others, it's just under 1,500 vehicle trips per day, and that doesn't count the commercial spaces. The 3 commercial spaces maybe ought to be a school, a hospital, and a grocery store, because most of the morning and most of the afternoon, you're not going to get out. You're not. So the pace of development of infrastructure, the pace of this growth, including this one in the timeline proposed, it just doesn't fit. The schools have spoken up. I won't speak for them. Valley View finally found their voice, that they're full. The comprehensive plan is what got us here. It is the density that's been cited a number of times in the comprehensive plan to the east of Northside Estates. That's where we come with the 4s and the 3s. It's as if the comprehensive plan tells us to do this because it's sacrosanct. Let's move over to the west side of Northside Estates. The comprehensive plan talked about industrial development. Comprehensive plan also talks about compatibility of adjoining uses. And it talks about avoiding abrupt or severe uses. That's what the comprehensive plan says. No, it's just a guide. Look at Rock Placing Company right next to us. So
thank you, sir.
Those are my points.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I know the 3 minutes goes fast, but thanks for your points.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yep. All right. I think Mr. Hess is next. Then who's on deck?
On deck is Robert Simpson and Nicholas Delalo.
Yeah. Good evening, sir. Name, address, and then the clock will start.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Mark Hess. My address is 12243 Orchard Avenue, Nampa. I'm a lifelong Nampan, born here in Nampa, and I've lived within the proximity of this area growing up my entire life. There's a lot of things I'd like to say. I don't have the time to say it, but I would suggest that you take in consideration all the boxes that the applicant has checked off in plan and zoning, and for their request to grant this, to forward it up to you as a body. And also, if you can consider what property rights are as American citizens, to be able to do what we want with our properties. And when we have an applicant that desires to do this type of development and has the support of the city staff and their planning and zoning commissioners, I think would be a betrayal of the applicant to deny him the best use and purpose of his property. You know, this has come up a couple times before, and I've not been involved, but as the Hess family, we have about 70 acres that we need infrastructure for. CBH is the pathway for that infrastructure. Since I've been here all my life, I want to give you a little bit of history. 36 years ago, there was no development north of I-84. Okay, that was the line of the city. The reason that was the case is there was no sewer and infrastructure beyond I-84. My father was fortunate to keep a company called Edge Technologies, the precursor to Micron Computer, to go to Boise. And so he talked him into building on 60 acres that he had here in Nampa, and that changed the dynamics of Nampa. Some people might not like it, and I want to say that I've got a lot of lifelong friends in this room that I'm sure are disappointed in my testimony today. But regardless of what happens in the way you vote, I hope you take those things into consideration. I've also seen the idea that we need to slow the growth. We hear a lot about the traffic. I hate it as much as anybody. But if we slow the growth of homes, the homes are going to get higher. They're not going to get cheaper. So with that, I hope that you approve this measure and go forward with it. It'll open up a lot of opportunities for our family. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Hess, I'd like just to clarify on the record, you're you referenced it at the beginning of the testimony, at the end, you said it would open up opportunities. Can you clarify?
Well, what I mean by that is that it's expensive to do the sewer. And just like this previous gentleman spoke of the construction going down Ustick, the reason it's taken so long, it's deep. I mean, it's like 40 feet deep. And eventually it'll go clear to Canada. But when you have someone paying the infrastructure like Mr. Barton, you know, he's got some big costs. He's got to bring that sewer under Ustick Road. He's got to take it up to Mason Creek, which will allow a pathway to our property. And I'd also like to say that Mike Adler, who's a big player in the commercial, the Hess family sold Adler some property in December. And our intent was to get him involved because it takes people with deep pockets to develop the infrastructure it takes. And we like the idea that Adler brings jobs in his capacity as a developer in the commercial side. So, you know, if this wasn't a good thing for residential, it should have never been approved for that. It should have been approved for commercial. What Mr. Chapman had clear to our property, which is all commercial. So it's the last vestige of residential in that area. All the rest of it is commercial. So I really don't think, and you know, the other thing I'd have to say, if you deny it based on traffic, I think you'd have to deny every application that comes in here. Because there is not a west-east, you know, boundary that is not a cluster during rush hour. You're going to find that every intersection is really terrible. So it's really not fair to pick and choose who gets approved based on bad traffic or crowded schools. But when you have an applicant that's willing to give 15 acres to build a school, I think that's commendable, as well as given right away. Our family owned on the corner of Karcher and Franklin. ITD bought right away from us. To give you an idea, they offered to give us $25,000 for 900 square feet. Obviously, we took it. They didn't use it, and that wasn't very impactful, but it's very expensive to buy right away. And we have an applicant willing to give that much right away, it's foolish to turn it down in an age where things are so expensive. So I appreciate the time, and I want to congratulate the new council members that won, and you as Mr. Mayor. You know, I appreciate the dedication of all of you to stay in here as long as you do, because my butt's going numb sitting down here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hess.
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Robert Simpson, and on deck is Nicholas Delalo and John Chapman.
Good evening.
Good evening. Robert Simpson, 8713 Ustick Road, Nampa, Idaho, 83687. Thank you for the discussion that's come across, especially with traffic mitigation. However, you know, and I think this is a beautiful plan they have out there with the roundabout and all the traffic going through. But in 2010, I attended a meeting by the Highway District. And they said that we would have a 5-lane road from Boise through Nampa Caldwell Boulevard by 2020. So excuse me for being cynical, but I don't know when that roundabout will really take place. I don't know when that 5-lane road will really take place. And it affects me directly. More traffic on that road, how long is it going to be before they do that? And so I think we get the cart before the horse sometimes in these matters. I remember I had a friend that was on the city council in Eagle. One of the things they required that the developers do, they had to put in the infrastructure before they built a house. It was so nice over there because you could drive through there without any problems. Okay, one other thing I have problems with is the access point. Coming out on USEEK, that's the only access point. The emergency exits, they can't really use them. When those stub streets will be developed, who knows? Could be 50 years in the future. So coming out there, it's a problem. Sweetwater Glen, just across the street, has 5 in and outs for their subdivision. And it's just twice as large as this one, instead of just one. One other thing I think should be addressed is school children. There's a school just north of there, an elementary school, and it's close, and all those subdivisions around there kids can bike to there, they can access it by walking. But this subdivision, they got to cross USEEK Road and go along the road, and there's no access along the road at all. So it's going to be a dangerous situation if school kids try to walk or ride their bike. And I think that should be addressed also. So my time is up. I thank you. And I think this should be approved, but not now.
Thank you, Mr. Simpson.
Mr. Mayor, our next speaker is Nicholas Delalo, and on deck is John Chapman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, council members. My name is Nicholas Delaloy. I live 8767 USEEK Road. My property is right beside this new development. I am very concerned at the moment. The traffic on USEEK Road, for start off, at the moment is ridiculous. Between Madison and Northside, in the morning, heading east, it is solid traffic, and they won't let you out. Heading west in the evening, it is solid traffic, and they won't let you out. You can't get out into the traffic, they just won't let you. Just east of where they're planning this exit road, there's a hump in USEEK, and it's very hard to see traffic coming. If you put in a subdivision like this before that road is fully developed, there's going to be major disasters guaranteed. I mean, that amount of houses, these people are going to work in the morning, and a major part of them are going to be heading east. Any traffic heading west, they're going to run into each other. I mean, it's dangerous as it is at the moment. And by the way, I've lived here since 1990. My son was a week old when I moved here. And this is all orchards and abundant wildlife. We had beautiful water. And before they put the subdivision in on the other side of the road, our water was abundant and it was sweet. Since they put the subdivision in on the other side of the road, the water table has been damaged, and our water now has a bitter taste to it. That's just something which can't be helped, I know. But my major concern is the traffic. My major concern is the traffic and the support, the local support for that community. At the moment, I think it'd be very dangerous opening up that road. I mean, putting that subdivision in at the moment, it'd be dangerous with the way the traffic is until USEEK can be developed. As I said, I've lived here quite a long time too, even though I have a funny accent. But anyway, thank you,
Beautiful
Mr. Mayor.
accent, sir. Yes. Okay. Yes.
Mr. Mayor, our last speaker is John Chapman.
Good evening. I'm John Chapman. Address is 17706 Northside Boulevard, Nampa, Idaho. I've had a cold a little bit, so I'll try to talk as I can. Our family's been there west of that area and previously owned the property too. Had to sell it under an estate deal, so we just couldn't keep control of it that way. But we've been there 100 years, since 1920 or more. And we got a third and fourth generations living there, so we don't plan on subdividing or doing anything to the west. We've felt like the density that's there just south of Ustick has started to develop in the north side estates as a larger development with larger lots. That should continue a little bit, I think. I think the high density that they're trying to put in here is not conducive to people who would come to a neighborhood that would want to stay. They just have to move every time their family grows. And so the buildings are not big enough and the lots aren't big enough. I've met with the Bailey Engineering Company over the years and met with Corey Barton and tried to work out a deal where they could get an access off of north side. And their contention is I have to give up something, and I don't know what I have to give up because I'm not the one that's developing. And so we discussed with the representatives that they need to reduce their lots site or the number of houses they put in there. So I went to an engineering firm and got a design. It's not the design, it's not the perfect design, but it's one that would use north side as an access. Because the one that they have designed into there now will never happen unless they reduce the number of houses they put in there. It's just not conducive to that area. The housing density gets higher. If you look at everything from Ustick south, all of that that's not being developed into industrial is still going to be, or has been already, in the bigger lots. And I think this would be out of place. I think that there'd be something they could do differently and still make it look nice. I know it's not Corey's probably design the way he builds, and maybe that's something he needs to change. But I don't think it would match with anything that's going on, especially with the way the north side estates have been developed and the way all of the independent housing along Madison's been done on the west side. And so anyway, so we've done a lot of work with the group and got no response. And so this is their response is, we're not going to listen to what you want us to do. We're just going to do what we want. And it's too bad.
Mr. Mayor,
It's the way it works. I've been involved.
Sir, thank you. I just want to clarify for the record, did I hear you right in saying that you offered up is it a schematic on an ingress egress on north side? Are you I
have one. I usually put this with the packet, but I didn't realize that the packet from planning and zoning didn't come to you, so I didn't present it again. But I put a packet with the planning and zoning commission. And then, they turned it down, or didn't turn it down because.
Hold on real quick, sir. I just want to make sure, give staff an opportunity to respond on that point.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We did receive it in the packet for the Planning and Zoning Commission hearing. It should be in your packet under just comments generally, but it wasn't brought forth as a new. If you'd like, just so it's on the record and there's not papers being passed around, I can pull up that original graph that was submitted and scanned in. If that's.
Yeah, just if you can pull that up maybe after, if you need a second, we can circle back to that after public testimony.
Okay.
You're just referencing something. I just want to make sure that we understand what you're referencing, sir, just out of respect.
I just want to make the point that we've worked with them for a long time. It's not anything new. It's just that they refuse to respond.
I gotcha. Okay. Appreciate your testimony, sir. Thank you, Mr. Simpson. Oh, wait, is this Mr. Chapman? Sorry. Mr. Chapman, thank you. I hope you feel better too from your cold. All right. We have one more. Okay. This is an opportunity for public testimony that's not signed up. I see 4 or 5 hands pop it up. So how about Margie, you're already standing there, so why don't you just go ahead and give us your name and address, and then if you're also wanting to testify, you can go ahead and kind of line up behind her so we have an idea of how many people are up, and we'll just go in the order in which you line up in front of Margie. All right.
Margie Potter, 1811 North Cobble Way, and apologize for not signing up. I was on my way back from Boise, and you know how that goes. I want to mention, I do pick up my grandson from high school there 3 days a week, so I'm pretty familiar with the area. My daughter lives in that area as well. I think I'm in favor of this project. It's exactly what we've been asking for in mixed-use projects. It addresses that missing middle. It's not multifamily, and it's not high-end houses. It's pretty much workforce housing, housing that people can afford. And yeah, people do go in there and they get something that they can afford, and then they hopefully progress in life, and then they move into something else, and they open up that housing for somebody else to go in there and be able to own a home as well. It's just got everything that we've been asking, and it's in the right area. It's in our comprehensive plan. It's right where the map says it's supposed to be. Some of you attended the Healthy Impact Nampa meeting, and you saw what that missing middle is. And they're not proposing either one, the multifamily or the high end. So I think this will address a lot of the housing that were needed for the industrial that's in that area as well. That's all I have. Thanks.
Thank you. Good evening.
Jana Jones, 3308 West Catalina Lane, Boise, Idaho. I'm here on behalf of Adler Industrial. We think this is a very important project for what we are doing in Nampa. We are in support of the proposed annexation and residential mixed-use zoning for Regatta Crossing project on Ustick Road. Adler Industrial, as you probably know, has been actively investing and developing industrial real estate throughout Nampa, and we own more than 400 acres in this general area within a few miles of the Regatta Crossing. In this corridor, we have constructed 15 manufacturing facilities. Specifically, they were called out earlier, the Stowe Building, the JTS, Keller Supply, RME Electricals building a building, as well as Convoy. We have a number of other projects that are looking at that area. And the new project SPUD, which is Tractor Supply, they obviously have a lot of workforce in that area. The growth that we are seeing in industrial and manufacturing in that area needs workforce housing, and that's what this project will supply in that area. People like to live close to work, so we would try to keep people off the roads as much as possible if they were living close to where they were working. We believe that this represents a long-term investment in employment opportunity in that area, and we are hopeful that you will support the Regatta Crossing. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I know there's a few more hands up. Good evening, sir. You're up next.
Thank you. My name is Brian Patterson. I live at 9173 Ustick Road. I'm just to the west of the property here. From everything I'm hearing and some of the things that I've seen, I think I'm pretty much resigned to the fact that this is going to be approved. there's a couple of things I would suggest. One thing that hasn't ever been brought up in any of these meetings is in the north west corner of the property, there's actually an Intermountain Gas regulator station that sits there. There's a 12-inch line and an 8-inch line. The 12-inch line is a 500 PSI line. The 8-inch line is a 330 PSI line. Those things need protected. There's a couple of things that happen with them. First, you have the hazard of them being hit by traffic accidents or whatever. The only protection they have currently is a chain link fence, basically no protection at all. The other thing that happens that nobody really is aware of is that regulator station actually whistles. When there's a lot of natural gas being used, there's a whistle that comes from that property. While I'm out working in my shops and such, I hear it on a pretty regular basis. If they could do some type of mitigation to make it more safe, and the second part is to try to contain that sound so that the folks in the townhouses don't have to listen to that, that would be amazing. The second part that I talked about earlier is that on the southeast corner of that property, there's about 9 of those parcels that are actually in the floodplain. Developing a floodplain to me is a little bit on the insane side. The first thing is that the cost of flood insurance is about between $150 and $200 a month, between roughly $1,200 or $1,200 and $2,000 a year for flood insurance. If we can keep those, raise them, the property, whatever it is, to avoid that, that would be an amazing thing. Keep those homeowners from being blindsided, because most people have no idea what flood insurance is, don't know what the floodplain is, and then they buy the property and they're stuck with this bill that they couldn't afford the house hardly to begin with, let alone another $200 a month on top of that. The third thing is some disturbing things that I guess I experienced in the planning and zoning meeting. One of the principles that was brought up numerous times was, this is their property. We have no right to tell them they can't do this. And I look at it from the perspective of, before I go get in my car to leave my property, I look out to the roads so that I can see whether I can even get on the road. We have traffic backed up miles in both directions. A roundabout will help some. The problem is that traffic goes through the roundabout at Northside. Now they're stuck at Madison. If you get something fixed at Madison, now you're stuck at Franklin. We're not resolving the problem fast enough, and literally you make it to where you can't get there from here, especially all the construction and closed roads. But I would, again, I think you're going to approve it. I don't think there's any question that's what's going to happen. But I would ask you to mitigate those two things and try to look at the traffic in the future. Try to slow things at least a little bit. Let some of this be developed. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, time.
Thank you, sir. All right. Actually, I'm sorry, hold that real quick. Staff, can you reference the floodplain remark?
Mr. Mayor, the floodplain in that area, the floodway, which is the challenging portion to develop, is confined in the channel for those there. And so they would be able to fill and remove the lot areas that would have homes from the floodplain with their development, and that would be a typical thing for them to do as part of their development.
Okay, can you also refer to the gas?
There is a gas facility there, and they will have to work around that and work with the gas company to deal with that. But those are things that would be more at the time of actual construction drawings and how that is dealt with. They'll have to meet all applicable codes and regulations regarding that and work with the gas company to address that.
Is it our practice to ask the gas company to provide comment on something like this when you're aware that it's nearby, if they would want the city to have some conditions?
My experience with the gas company is that any modifications that will be necessary, they will require the developer to pay for those modifications. And they typically locate these, they know where our future right-of-ways are and how far out they are. And so they do typically locate those outside of where the public right-of-ways will be in the future so that they can minimize the impacts when they put those in. I have not reviewed this one specifically, but that is much more of an administrative thing as we go through the design process that we would address.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions related to the prior testimony? I just wanted to clarify on the record while it's fresh. Okay, good. Thank you. You're up, sir.
Thank you. My name is Jim Stewart. I live on 3115 South Happy Valley Road here in Nampa. So I was here during the planning and zoning meeting on this, not for this project specifically, but the traffic thing obviously was mentioned, and one thing that was mentioned by one of the commissioners was there was multiple things that seemed like we were kicking the can down the road, so to speak, which again has been kind of addressed this evening. So I just bring that back up for consideration on that. But Mr. Mayor, I had a question. You mentioned something about the BC zoning and being a little bit vague on some things, and one of your concerns seemed to be inappropriate facilities that, while they're not specified. And so I just wanted a little clarification on that, because we also just dealt with Orchard Acres or whatever it was over on Happy Valley Road that had a BC area, if I remember right. And there's also another hearing coming up here relating to something in that area again. And so that's
Yeah,
kind of my
sir.
question. So how?
Yeah, briefly, I'm just speaking for myself, but there's lots of entitled uses in the BC. So once an approval for a BC is given, there's not additional permission sought for a long list of uses. The BC is quite liberal in its allowances to allow for a multitude of uses. There's also permitted conditional uses that would require an additional approval. The multifamily housing, for example, in the BC would require a conditional use permit that would go before planning and zoning, in which hypothetically the BC entitles someone to at least seek that application, but conditional use. But some of the uses that are entitled uses are gas stations to homeless shelters to hookah lounges to lots of uses that, again, there's a long list in the BC. There's also a BN zone, neighborhood business, that seeks to be more compatible with like a neighborhood. Since this is on U-Stick, I think the BC is allowing lots of uses. But since I think the intent of planning and zoning was for commercial to mean what we mean by commercial, I would be concerned that it not pivot towards residential, if that makes sense, uses. But that's, again, me just speculating and trying to protect what I think the intent is, because, but BC could allow gas stations, markets, hair salon, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But it also allows some surprising uses that I think sometimes when an applicant comes in, well, after the fact, to exercise that entitled use, the public sometimes in an uproar saying, how come you allowed this? And council sometimes says, I wasn't aware BC allowed that and it was an entitled use. So I just want to make sure we're careful when there's a BC.
Okay, yeah, I appreciate that, because, so I guess in consideration, that'd be one of my definite concerns, is that maybe you were able to spell something like that out. And again, because it has a bit of a relationship to my area and some of the things that are going on with uses that just really wouldn't be consistent. So I just ask you guys to consider that. And just keep that in mind for our next testimony that's coming up as well.
Gotcha.
So, thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Appreciate it, sir.
Just on that note, can we, for staff and for our own internal purposes, re-review the BC zoning allowable uses? In all of our time on council, I don't think we've ever approved a hookah lounge, and I just don't know why I don't know, legal can speak to it. I don't know why we even allow it in the first place as a CUP or allowable. I think it's time we just go through and scratch off some non-desirable establishments, if we could.
Sure. I think at the next time we do a zoning map, a zoning update, we can do that. So the thing is, you wouldn't have to approve a hookah lounge because it's already an entitled use.
Well, and that's
So in the
the
BC,
problem. I feel every meeting that we have an approval like this, all of us, I think, have raised flags of, we want this striked, we want this striked. And I know 6 consistently that we strike every time.
Gotcha. Yeah. So I think we can consider that.
Thank you.
All right. We still have a few more people not signed up, but ready and eager to speak. So good evening, ma'am. How are you?
Nervous.
All right. Take a breath. Give us your name, address. And
My name is Ellie Lyons. I live at 8848 East Hyacinth. And I'm in a subdivision that's directly across from where this development will be at. With all due respect, the people that have spoken before, that have given their addresses that are in favor of this, live nowhere near where we're at. They don't, at the end of the day, we're living out the problems that we're dealing with here with the overcrowded roads and the overcrowded schools. And I know that Mr. Barton has said that he's going to, donate a plot of land for an elementary school, which is fantastic and easy for him to do, but it still has to have a bond that gets approved. And we all know how difficult it is to get bonds approved, which is, I think, why the Valley View School District is raising some concerns about the school system being overcrowded. And on a more personal note, I know that Idaho gives the cities, Idaho code gives the cities the right to determine what gets developed when. But part of the responsibility is to protect property rights and property values. We've lived in our home for just short of 4 years. And because of the developments that the council has approved right adjacent to us, our property has declined in value over the last 4 years. As of 2 weeks ago, our property is still not worth what we paid for it 4 years ago because of the developments that are going in. So that personal note, I'm just asking you to listen to the pleas of the people who are living in this area, who are directly affected with this day in and day out. Please protect our children from the traffic is atrocious there already, and now you're talking about adding even more. Please protect our children from it, and the crime rates in these few subdivisions that are right there on that intersection. The crime rates have already increased in 4 years because of the multifamily dwellings that have gone in and the lower income housings that have gone in around us. It is directly affecting all of us. So please listen to our pleas and do not approve this right now. Thank you.
Okay, ma'am, I just want to make sure, your address, you said, is it immediately to the north?
Yes, we're across Ustick to the north from where this development's going in.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Mayor Gabon, what was her address? 8848 East something?
Or Madam Clerk, do you have it? The address, we just want to confirm, was it, can you?
8848 East Hyacinth.
8848 East Hyacinth.
Thank you.
Hyacinth.
Hyacinth.
Synth.
Yeah, it's like the flower.
There it is. Yes, hyacinth. Synth. Okay. SINTH. Okay, very good. Hello, sir. You're up.
Hello. Hi, my name is Mark Mitchell. I live at 12355 Landau Way, Nampa, Idaho. To be sympathetic with everybody, yes, traffic is bad, but it's a bad period. I don't care where you live in Nampa. 12th Avenue is an absolute zoo. South Nampa can be crazy. Everything is nuts around here. First and foremost, I am for this development. Reason being is, like Mr. Hess said, you got to go 40 feet deep. Corey's going to cut that bill. Bottom line, as time goes on and our city grows, and with what's happened not only with the city, but with the state and the tax cuts, we know our taxes will have to go back up to cover some of these expenses. But at this point in time, we've got Highway 2026 that is going to be going in. They're already dedicated to that, putting things through there, which will make that flow a little bit easier. They are doing some things. I have traveled that corridor many, many times. You do have to be careful on what street you pick to go up and down, north and south on. It's a good laid out community. I think the big thing is the townhouses. We've complained so many times about affordability for our young people. That's where it's going. And if you remember, over 2 years ago, I stood up here and said, that is where it's headed for people that want to buy a home, because it's the only cost-effective way to build and get home buyers in. But it's not just them, it's also our seniors. We have over 10,000 people turning 62 a day and retiring, getting close to retire. Some of them want to sell and downscale. Some of these communities could be nice for them. There's the green paths. I notice a basketball court probably will turn out to be a pickleball court. But those are the kind of things that we need to remember in these developments that we're approving or not approving. I mean, we just turned down a beautiful master plan community last council meeting. I would hate to see somebody that put the effort and time in to build what you said was your comprehensive plan, and then tell them no, much like last council meeting. That was wrong. They put a lot of money into that. They put a lot of money and effort into that. And I think you need to take accountability for that. Ms. Jangala, you had enough people from your district. I will applaud you. You stood up for them on that one. But it is one of those things that you as a city council are our voice. Thank you. You did your voice for your constituents. But this one here, it is what it is. And our taxes are going to go up and have to pay for things as things go on in the future. We all know it. We're all going to complain about it too. That's just human nature. But I thank you for your time and appreciate the efforts that you guys do put in and the time you put in, because you put in a ton. I know you do. And it does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I don't see anybody standing up. Does anyone else intend to testify before we close public hearing? Just want to make sure. Going once, going twice. Okay. At this time, actually not close public hearing, we're going to have the applicant come up and we'll allow, I know a lot was said, we usually keep this to 5 minutes, but out of respect for all the things that you've heard, as long as you're responding to the issues you heard, I think it is time well used. So if we have to go a little over 5, as long as you're responding, I just want to make sure you're responding to everything you hear. So we'll go ahead and start now.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you again for your time. I really would like to thank and acknowledge the neighbors for their comments. Before I respond to their comments, really quickly, I kind of want us to take a step back and talk about the big picture and why this project really matters for this area. It's a key component for the development of the dedication of the right-of-way along Ustick Road. This right-of-way is critical to long-term vision. A lot of the traffic issues that we heard, this roundabout, the expansion of the 5-lane will help the traffic in this area. This also provides essential sewer infrastructure that Mr. Hess has testified this evening that will open up a dead area for the proposed industrial uses to the south of the site, which will bring jobs. Another big picture consideration is the proximity to the planned emerging industrial area. A considerable amount of industrial development has occurred in this area with additional phases entitled for more development planned to come. These employment centers will bring hundreds of jobs over time, and with growth comes a clear and increasing need for workforce housing, providing housing options near major employment areas that people can live closer to. This reduces regional traffic, supports local businesses, and creates a more balanced and complete neighborhoods. This project directly helps meet the need for placing housing in an appropriate location close to jobs and services. And now, taking a real close look at the site, since our last application, our team has worked extremely hard to address the concerns that were raised during the previous application a couple years ago. And we truly listened. I don't even want to have to admit how many times I watched the hearing minutes unfold, but we really wanted to fully understand the feedback and expectations. So we worked diligently to deliver a special high-quality development where the details truly matter and meet your comprehensive plan. We feel it's compatible with the surrounding development, thoughtfully designed, attractive and functional, and a place that future residents will love to call home. Now, with that said, let me address some of the key concerns of the neighbors. First, Mr. Chapman, I have met with Mr. Chapman multiple times and his brother, and they're both wonderful to talk to. It was truly interesting to hear their stories about growing up in the area, farming this land with the family, and gradually watching it transition over time. They sold key portions of their family farm over the years along from Karcher Road to the subject site to various industrial developers, including Adler Industrial. At this time, Mr. Chapman sold the property to CBH Homes. It was understood the site was intended for future redevelopment. Mr. Chapman has expressed a desire to see the development developed with 1-acre lots, as he's previously testified. Well, we respect that perspective. The development approach really does not align with the applicant's vision for the area, nor your city's comprehensive plan or the existing plan development patterns in this area. Large estate lots really are not compatible with sites adjacent to or close proximity to planned industrial uses like ours to the south and west. And the proposed development instead reflects a more appropriate transition and land use pattern consistent with surrounding residential employment growth. One of the other things was discussed was affordability. For the townhomes, so they're going to start in the low $200,000 range. They're going to range from 1,471 to up to over 2,000 square feet. The R4 lots will start around 400,000, square footage ranging from 1,509 and up to 2,300. And then for the RS6 lots, it will be 482,000. They're around 1,800 up to 27. As we mentioned, we revised our commercial to make sure that it's meeting the 5% what your comp plan is needing. And we're completely open to a DA and any restrictions that this council feels appropriate, we would be happy to support as well. So as far as the qualified open space, we worked really hard to make sure no seepage beds and stuff were included in those calcs. I just wanted to point that out. And as far as traffic, we understand, as many of you here endlessly through all your council meetings, the traffic is a concern. But again, we feel like we're providing the needed right-of-way and that you guys do have a good plan to improve the traffic conditions for the USTIC corridor. And as far as timing and development, as I mentioned, this development isn't going to be happening overnight. We're not going to see all these homes. It's going to be slow and gradual, and we were very conscientious of making the phasing plan to coordinate with those improvements, as I had mentioned earlier. Other than that, I only have 4 more seconds, but I just want you to know how hard and much time and thought and really heart I put into this development, our team put into this development. I really think all those thoughtful details, it's going to make a beautiful, beautiful project for this area. And on that great note, I'll again thank you for your time and your consideration. And I'll stand for any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, Councilman Griffin.
I've got a few just in terms of a development agreement.
Sure.
One of the concerns was talking about a gas line and a whistling issue. Is there plans to remedy that problem?
Yes, Mayor, council member. So I know about the gas line because I don't like it. It's right next to my beautiful monumentation for our, so we're going to be working with Intermountain Gas. I think that we'll be using different fencing, obviously some landscaping mitigation, so it's not such an eyesore. As far as the sound, I'm not aware of that. I've been out to the site multiple times. I'm sure the neighbors have heard it, and then we're more than welcome to work with Intermountain Gas because that would not be something favorable for our future residents to have to hear.
Thank you. The school site, is it committed to Valley View School District or is it committed to be a school? And the reason I bring that up, one of the comments was the difficulty with bonding, and I wouldn't disagree, and I know that there are a few other programs similar to Deer Flat Ranch. The reason that they had that outlined as a school facility, whether it be for the Nampa School District or a public charter school or a private school outright. Is that something that the applicant would be interested in, dedicating that 15 acres to a school period, or is it specifically for Valley View? In my mind, I just think the sooner the build out for students, the better, rather than.
So Mayor, council member, that's a great question. So my understanding is that they're in a memorandum of understanding and agreement that was signed by Joey at Valley View School District and Mr. Barton for it to be dedicated to a school site. I know that we have discussed opening to other charter schools and possibilities, but I was not involved with the agreement, so I don't know how finite and what the what the regulations and what they agreed upon. So I think that is a great idea to look at different possibilities, since I know bonds can be very cumbersome. And Joey at the Valley View School District, I think the world of it. He's got a tough place, and it's so hard. And so I think that anything that we can do, even if providing land is a great starting point to help for the Valley View School District.
And I appreciate that. And whether it be this site or future sites, I know there's an appetite in definitely the private space and the charter school space for having those locations where they are built out. So
that's great to know. Thank
Maybe
you.
conversation for later on.
Yes, thank
but
you so much.
The child and pedestrian crossing across U-Stick, I know that's more of our staff and engineering's requirements. Is there any plans or expectations of the developer to install those hawk beacons or anything like that in order for them to get to their schools?
So the city with our roundabouts, we install not hawks, but RFBs at all of our roundabouts. And so when those roundabouts go in, those would be installed at that time. Until that time, I don't think it would necessarily be appropriate. And likely with the volume of traffic there, the district would likely bus that probably even after those improvements are in. And we could certainly have those conversations with them, but that would be the likely outcome.
Thank you. And then the last question, is the applicant willing or open to the idea of making that park an open space in phase 1 rather than phase 3?
Mayor, Councilmember, I think that would be a fine condition to place.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
And then, once again, we see a lot of CBH. In future applications, I think we would all appreciate in phase 1, just so it's a convenient, accessible amenity, not at the end of 5,
Sure.
10-year development.
Mayor and Councilmember, I super appreciate the feedback. I will not be handling all of CBH products, but I will make sure that any projects that I do, I will make sure that those amenities are in phase 1 for you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the applicant?
Mayor? A couple things. Yes, phase 1, that was one of my things. And then the property that's on the very south end, oh yeah, and thank you for not bringing a tot lot.
No, yes, I agree with you on that.
I like functional green space, and those are always
great.
A thorn in my side. But I do appreciate this that has been developed here. But that very southern piece of property you have in that little cul-de-sac. I don't know if there's
the low point?
Like page 550. Yeah, yep, that thing. That's a home, correct?
Mayor, Councilwoman, yes, it is at home.
Okay. For me, I live in a very similar, I live in a loop like that, and I am the corner piece. So for my kids, it's fantastic because we have a lot of front yard that nobody else uses. But when I look at this and I look at functional green space, knowing that, I just feel like if this piece was gone, they had all of this amenity space to use, and it would be really great if we could make the pathway go all the way around so everybody in the development can utilize that pathway. So like instead of just having it on one side, if that lot was gone and it was all the way down and then it came up this other side, it just would create such a better space for everybody to use. I just don't know how anyone's going to use this little corner spot where we're counting it as green space behind somebody's house.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay. Yeah, I think that's where, Mayor, Councilwoman, we have some of the open space, some of the pathway connection points. I guess I don't understand where are you wanting the pathway to be moved over onto the other side of the development, bordering the east property line?
I love it on the west side, but if it came back up the east side as well, so it kind of just cornered the whole outer space of it.
Of the entire lot?
That is correct.
Yeah. I think, I would have to look see if we have enough room to move over the lot, but I think that would probably be, we could accommodate that.
Okay. I think that was it. Yep, thank you.
I have a question for staff. Might be relevant for the applicant to remain. Any other questions for the applicant, though, before I go to staff? Okay. Can I get clarification on the ingress off U-Stick? There's an emergency access point to north side, but is that not a recommended egress because it would be too close to the roundabout?
Correct.
Yeah. Generally, with a project this size, would you generally recommend an egress to? where it's a buddy?
Generally, due to the shape of this project, that would be very challenging just because of the short frontage there on north side. If it were a rectangular project like Sweetwater Glen that was referenced, absolutely it would have, additional full access points or public roadway accesses. With the shape of what they have, I would say they have provided what we will allow under our code, as well as with the stub streets, provided for that future interconnectivity that will allow for the ultimate distribution of the traffic as those other neighborhoods develop adjacent or other properties develop.
Gotcha. Okay. Thanks, Daniel.
And another thing I will note is that, as we review these from a staff perspective, we are looking at the ultimate build out of how, and that's why we place those stub streets. Oftentimes, the neighbors that come in after those stub streets have been put in, the neighborhoods are unhappy with them being connected to, but there is a purpose, and it does allow for a better distribution of the traffic when we utilize those stub streets in the future.
Is there a deceleration lane on U-Stick approaching this, or would there be a dedicated left turn lane off U-Stick?
So yes, so their traffic study calls for a dedicated westbound left turn lane and a dedicated westbound left turn lane and a dedicated rightbound east turn lane into the development.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor,
Yes.
I move to close public hearing.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. We have a motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
All right.
Mayor,
Yes.
for a motion.
Yes. Motion's in order.
Mayor, I move to approve the annexation and zoning as presented on the screen with the recommended conditions of approval and proposed findings, as well as, and in addition to, the following additional development agreement conditions. First off, the open space park area being dedicated in phase 1. There sounds like there's already a commitment to have that 15 acres for a Valley View school, if there is the possibility a school, but it's already dedicated land. I won't require that it be to any school. I would like to strike the following uses on BZ zone allowed and make them conditional use permitted zoning or businesses, homeless shelter, hookah lounge, hotel motel, liquor store, mobile home park.
Can you slow down for the clerk? Sorry.
I apologize,
Can you
clerk.
start back over?
Homeless shelter,
Okay.
hookah lounge, hotel, motel, Holiday Inn, liquor shop, mobile home park, mobile home sales, a nursing home, tattoo parlor, tobacco shop, vape lounge, store, etc. And there was one that I wrote out, starts with the letter M, but I don't know what it is. And I'm not going to require you to put that down unless somebody else can find it.
You say the letter N as in?
M as in Mary.
Mary?
Mortuary and.
Mortuary, thank you.
Yep. Also, Mayor, if we could add to the list would be petroleum storage.
Hold on, we have a motion. You're recommending that he add to his motion.
I
You don't have
agree to the
second
I agree to that, yeah. Petroleum station.
Point of order. A CUP for petroleum storage or not allowed at all?
Not allowed.
yet. Okay, so I think Councilman Griffin's motion was to move
In
all
other
this
words,
to
not a
CUP.
commercial, you could have a fueling station, a normal gas station, but not tank storage, not bulk tank storage.
I'm fine having it be not allowed.
Not allowed.
Petroleum storage. The others I had as a conditional use permit. I don't want to bind future councils.
Okay.
Maybe somebody wants a hookah lounge there. I don't know why, but maybe they will.
So how about we take the motion a second, and then during deliberation, we
Is
can,
that the end of the motion?
Unless you have other conditions you'd
I
like.
think just
me to
from a
type
point
out.
of order, I think you're inviting,
That's my motion.
okay.
Second.
So we have a motion, we have a second. Now, is there discussion on the motion?
Mayor,
Yes.
I'm mostly in agreement with the exclusions on the BC, with the exception of the tattoo shop. If a market wants a tattoo shop, I think they should be allowed to have a tattoo shop. These are not. I feel like they're being way too legalistic or whatever. Vape shop, if the market drives a vape shop, I don't vape. I don't care to do that, but some of the things that I feel like we're getting too off in the weeds about being restrictive. I would add a plant nursery, that doesn't fit there. If that would be agreeable to add to the motion. And a veterinarian doesn't seem to fit there either, but maybe a small vet shop would work. But the rest of them I agree with.
Mayor, I would be amenable to adding the nursery as a listed or a limited condition. I think a vet shop would be okay, a little one, not necessarily a full-blown boarding for vet, but I don't know how we limit that to a certain size veterinarian clinic.
Okay, so we have a motion second. If I hear Councilman Griffin right, your preference is to allow tattoo and vape.
That is not my preference.
No.
Okay.
But I will allow adding the,
But add planned nursery and veterinarian as a CUP.
that's correct.
Okay. So we're not amending the motion right now, we're just discussing the original motion. Is there any other discussion or feedback, comments from council?
Mayor, I'm still needing that a lot gone, and then I want that walkway on that other side. And I think that that would also assuming that this eventually will be another subdivision abutting this, that walkway would help prevent a little bit
I
of
know
a
you're pointing to
barrier.
your screen, and some people in the council might know what you're referring to, some might not. So can you just for the sake of?
On
Yes,
the
can you-
east side,
Okay,
that
the
lower.
one you're asking about.
Yeah, that lower lot gone to allow that to be a more functional green space and then to allow for the walkway to go up the east side. And then that would also create a buffer to an adjacent subdivision in the future.
So if I hear you right, you would prefer for that lot, which is a single-family detached home, I think, to be removed and converted into
Green space.
part of the green space with the pathway
Correct.
extending on the east side? Is that clear to council? Councilwoman Jingula is stating. Is there a
That's
preference?
clear, but I don't, I respectfully, I understand the pathway at the cul-de-sac and the potential of that cul-de-sac becoming roadway. But adding a pathway to the backyards, for me, in experience, becomes a blind area, blind alley. I don't think it creates a safe zone. And so I think the pathway coming back to the cul-de-sac and folks using the sidewalks is a much safer neighborhood, not knowing what's going to happen on the east side. So I understand the greenscape and the pathway connecting back to the cul-de-sac, which may turn into an ultimate, drive aisle. The other part, I think we're reaching and potentially creating a future nuisance. So just having to.
With the park or with which portion? The pathway or the park?
With the pathway north of the cul-de-sac going north-south.
And I would be in agreement with that, I think, placing an additional pathway along the backside. And I just don't know how they would be able to fit their lots in that way either if you have a 15-foot path all the way along the back. But I personally would like to see that lot removed as well, made that a green space in the bottom southern portion of it, but not necessarily the pathway.
Work with that.
It's not my motion, but yeah.
She can vote.
I'm still asking.
All right, so we have a motion and a second. I understand the motioner stated willingness to amend to include planned nursery and veterinarian, if I understand that right. Does the motioner and the seconder want to amend their original motion to include those as conditionally used permitted uses?
Yes.
Okay.
That's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, what was that again?
So based on the comments that you offered up, Councilman, I think you mentioned planned nursery and a veterinarian. So those were added to the list. However, tattoo and vape lounge were not removed from the motion.
Mayor, to follow up.
Yes.
There again, I'm just going to say this. I'm a very conservative person, but I believe in our rights as well. It's like, I like firearms. We had one hearing a few years back where they didn't want any gun shops in there. I'm like, no, I like guns. Some people like tattoos. If we're not the morality police in city council, and I think that, I think this project's great. I will support this project, but I would like to see those uses added to the CUP at least. Otherwise, I can't support it.
They were originally going to be added as a CUP, not an outright.
Yeah, so I understand the motion that
Prohibition.
they're not prohibitions, they're added to conditional use permits. So
Okay.
I think the request for those uses would go before planning and zoning. Is that right, Rodney? Okay. So they're not prohibited uses, they're just conditional uses. I just want to make sure
Mayor?
the motion's understood. Yes.
Well, part of the difference is to understand the commercial is inside the community. Where if it's a commercial center and access is from the traffic roads into the commercial center, there's a difference in terms of what's offered. When you pull into the community, then it can be an affront to those who purchase and then find out there's an offering of different uses that they didn't realize was possible. And I think what the mayor has raised as far as being cognizant of the community business side is for us to err on a little bit of making it community friendly. If it was a straight shopping center, it would have a commercial use with minimal restrictions. That's my comments and input, so.
Mayor, I would also like to amend my motion to include Councilwoman Jangula's request to have that southern portion lot removed and turned into green space. I hope one lot doesn't kill a full project. Thank you.
So I would second that.
Okay. So did you get that other amendment?
Yeah.
Mayor, question for staff.
Yes.
When is the timeline for this, this road improvement here on U-Stick for the 5 lanes?
Following the USD corridor.
Yeah, do we have a
So-
timeline for that section though?
So currently, it's not within the 5-year funded plan. And so we don't have a specific funding and construction year identified for this section. The roundabout there has unfortunately waterways on 3 legs of it. And so it will be a relatively expensive improvement. It is in the the things that we are considering, but we have not, there is not an identified funding year for that. The focus on USTIC is obviously coming from Highway 16 heading to the west. And so this will come, but we don't have a specific funding year within the 5-year plan right now.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. So we're planning on putting this in before any widening on this road. So pretty much this, almost this entire thing, or this entire thing will be here prior to those road improvements. Thank you.
All right, so you're going to amend your motion again?
No.
Okay.
No, not unless I'm asked at this point. A question for Crystal. Crystal, I believe the roundabout at Karcher North Side is complete in 28, 27?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, the roundabout at Karcher and Northside will start at the beginning of 27 and should be complete halfway through 28 or so. Hopefully by the end of 28, or 27, but.
And will that cause a complete shutdown of that intersection, or will there be rerouting and portions of it? I already know the answer, but just for the sake of.
The intersection of Northside and Karcher will stay open during construction the entire time.
Thank
There
you.
will be a closure for the widening of Northside between Karcher and Birch.
Thank you.
All right. Madam Clerk, I think
got it on
it's
the
important
screen.
to make sure you have it on the screen. Look at that. Or planning staff wrote that out. Okay, thank you. I get the thumbs up. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
sorry to interrupt you. I have one last thing. Councilman Griffin, on the permitted uses, it says dwelling combined with a business. I don't really think that, I think that should be CUP based off of if we go to, like somebody building a 2-story business and they're living upstairs, like a restaurant owner or something. But other than living in your business, I think that's kind of sketchy. Would you be willing to add that to the CUP list as well?
It's under D, dwelling with a business. Is that a multi-use
Dwelling
arrangement?
combined with a business.
Yeah, like a law office and someone lives in the back or the business in the front. But
Would that, so the only hesitation I have with that, would that then exclude any sort of businesses? If somebody, I have a funny situation in my neighborhood, somebody sells couches out of their garage. It's called like, I don't even know what it's called, but it comes up on Google Maps.
I don't know.
Would we outlaw that?
Can you please pass that address on to us?
No, if you look on Google Maps,
You're
it's
opening
there.
up a different,
But I think that's what this would be excluding, correct? Is somebody, I don't understand what the point of it being there is if it's not allowed to happen anyway.
Mr. Mayor and council, so I think it is allowed in the BC zone, and what they're suggesting is not to remove, or to remove that or condition it or something. So what this is primarily a commercial business with the option of a residence
I understand.
inside of
Yes,
it.
please add that to the CUP list.
okay, are you,
P list?
okay, all right.
Thank you.
The motioner and the seconder agreed to amend.
I live in Summit Ridge too, if you want to go check that out.
Okay, I think,
Be my couch.
Yeah.
I think we've had the motion, we've amended it a few times. I would like to call for the vote. Okay, all right.
Skog,
Yes.
Chingula,
No.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
No.
Bills,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
All right, that concludes 8-3. Thank you for coming out tonight. I know it was a long evening, and thanks for providing your input. We're gonna, I don't think we need another break. Are we good? We're gonna move on to 8-4. We'll give you a minute to go ahead and exit out if you'd like to at this time. So, yes. You want a break? Oh, okay. Okay, we will take a quick break. They're voting with their legs, so. All right, we're going to take a break. conditional use permit for assisted living facility with 9+ beds at 3023 South Happy Valley Road for Jeff Likes, representing Singh Navjot, or Navjo, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that right, and Cure Jacques, I can't pronounce that, Jacquaron. So thank you. The applicant is present. You'll state your name and address, and you'll have 7 minutes on this presentation. Thank you.
No problem. Jeff Likes, 1119 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho, 83616. We're here for Summer Breeze. On behalf of Summer Breeze, we're pleased to submit applications for an assisted living facility located on the west side of South Happy Valley Road, 3023 South Happy Valley Road. Currently, it is located within the city limits of Nampa, but it is currently in the county. So we're here for an annexation as well, and we're requesting to annex this property to be zoned RS6. This assisted living development is compatible with the single-family residential RS zoning designation. The parcel is surrounded by residential properties and farmland zoned RS and AG. While the site currently has access to power, water, and sewers, the site currently has access to power, water, and sewer services will be extended from the streets that currently exist in Happy Valley. We'll extend those in. The current zoning is RS, or rural residential, like I said earlier, and is in Canyon County. The proposed project aligns with the medium density residential designation in the Nampa Comprehensive Plan and future land use map. The project will be redeveloped with the structure remaining. The structure itself will just be an internal remodel. The garage will be turned into some rooms, as well as a back covered patio will also be turned into some rooms. Yeah, there you go. We'll get there in a second. The project is requesting also a conditional use permit because the conditional use permit for this has to be allowed by conditional use for this use in the zone. The facility will be made up of 11 rooms and then 13 beds in those 11 rooms. A couple of questions have come up how we will have the restrooms. Restrooms are either private restrooms or shared restroom between the rooms themselves. And so we'll go into this. So here's the site currently as it sits as it will sit. So it currently sits today. There's parking and everything accessed up a Happy Valley Road. And all construction will occur within the existing residence that is there. Next slide here. Again, the garage will be turned into some rooms. There's a back patio up in the northwest corner that will have a few rooms there along with some exits. We'll be doing some ADA upgrades down there on the south east corner of the entrance will be an ADA ramp, and then the northwest corner as well. Currently, the site here is proposed will have 7 commercial parking spaces, which currently meets the required number of parking stalls for this use. Assisted livings do not require or use much parking at all, so that meets city code there. Next slide here, just more of a close-up of what's internally going on with the new rooms. And there, questions may come up on what is required per resident per room. 100 square feet is required per resident per room. So we have 13 residences in 11 bedrooms. So the bigger bedrooms, these ones here on the upper left of your screen, those are a minimum of 200 square feet and that's per health department code. This here is just kind of just give you an idea of what's going to happen. We'll install some ADA railing to lead up to the existing entrance. The garage here on the east elevation will be infilled and installed with new bedrooms. The lower elevation there is the rear showing an ADA ramp as well. And here's your north and south elevations. Just basically the rest of the residence will remain as is today with not much changes, be painted, some exterior lights be added for security purposes as well. We have had, so I'll give you some history, because you'll probably hear some history tonight from the neighbors a little bit. Initially, this project was to be brought before Planning and Zoning as an assisted living center. The day of that proposed hearing, we were informed that they wanted to switch gears and propose a drug rehab center. So we called, came in, pulled the application, resubmitted as a rehabilitation center. We held a neighborhood meeting for that. Residences came out. Not great. They didn't enjoy that. So we, again, pulled back the rehabilitation center and resubmitted for what you're seeing today, which is the original application. I bring that up because one of the concerns that came up in our second neighborhood meeting that we had when we resubmitted for this application is the ability to pull the, if it was approved by conditional use as an assisted living center, the residents have been concerned that we could be able to pull our assisted living use and convert it to a drug rehabilitation use. We did inform them that's not how a conditional use works. But as stated in Planning and Zoning, we are okay stating that as part of our condition that you can write in the conditions that this is a rehab, that is an assisted living center, and that sticks with the building. If any other use goes in, that has to go back through either Planning and Zoning or through City Council. Just to kind of clarify that and kind of help ease the minds of the residences. The exterior lighting was another concern they had. All of our lights.
Mr. Mayor, time.
You can conclude. Are you wrapping up?
I am wrapping
Okay,
up, yeah.
You're good.
Yeah. Exterior lights is another concern. Again, they'll be shielded as normal and as code permits there. And I will stand for any questions.
I think some of the items you brought up, you also have a rebuttal time too. So upon fresh testimony, you'll have an opportunity. But are there any questions? Yes.
So from your drawing that we have in our packet, and I believe you had on your screen at one point, converting the garage area. So the site plan, are you dedicating additional right-of-way and installing the sidewalk across the front of the property?
Yes, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Yes, we are dedicating an additional 50 feet of right-of-way that does come along there. I believe Daniel can check on he can clarify this, but I don't believe we have to build curb, gutter, and sidewalk along there at this time. We just have to dedicate that to the city, and so we have that dedication here, and that is that dashed line that runs right along the right side of your page there.
Well, we can make it a condition as far as the sidewalk is concerned.
The sidewalk will be required as part of the TI for the building. That would qualify and trigger the sidewalk. It would not specifically require curb gutter and pavement widening.
Right, that's why I want to make sure is we got sidewalk and we got right-of-way. Yeah, okay. And as far as the number of units, well, I won't ask the applicant, I'll talk with staff about it. Okay, thanks.
Yes. Yes.
In regard to I don't want to say open space, entertainment space, common living space. How much is there for these residents to be able to get outside of their rooms and recreate in the living room, you could say?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, you're asking, just to clarify, you're asking how much space, you're not be able to see it, but they are more in the middle of what is considered the living common. Yes, correct. That space right there. I don't have a number on top of my head on what that is, but it's probably a 30 by 40 space that's in there. It's a typical large, I mean, it's a single family house now, so it's a typical large open family room area.
And the only reason I ask, and really the market will take care of this, is are we building a space where we expect the residents just to reside in their own rooms? How do they get their meals? Is this a kitchen space right in this corner? Just the quality of life, I think about, if I put my grandma up in this place, what would the quality of life be for her? So that's just the perspective I'm trying to go from.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Commissioner. Yes, the cursor was there a second ago. That is the kitchen space. The kitchen will be revamped or during the TI portion to make it compliant with current codes, current ADA codes. But that is the current space. It does open up into where it is right now, the cursor is right now, and that is a big open area for there. As far as if they hang out in their rooms or whatever, I can't, I don't have that answer for you.
Sure.
But this does provide ample space for them to, sit around and talk and play games or whatever.
Will there be any in-resident care, or is this basically a big group home without a nurse or whatever? I'm just trying to understand fully what this is.
Mr. Mayor, yes, Commissioner. So I think to answer your question, will there be any care offered? They do have staff, full-time staff there. It is an assisted living. It is not a convalescent home. So there is a difference in terms of these can take care of, yes, they have their meals. Yes, they're here. This is not memory care. So that is another, we've dealt in memory care elsewhere. But they do have staff. There's 3 members of staff there at all time. They're trained, to handle
All time, 24/7.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. They did mention during plan and zoning that if any emergency really happens, they do call the ambulance and they come in and do whatever those emergencies are.
Thank you.
All right. If there are no other questions for the applicant, we'll go to the staff report. So thank you. Yep. Christy, you got this?
Yes. All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Christy Watkins. I'm the Principal Planner for the City of Nampa. The action as stated tonight for you to consider is approval of annexation and zoning to RS6 with a CUP for an assisted living facility for up to 13 beds. The comprehensive plan designation for this is medium-density residential. It's currently in Canyon County, and it's enclaved, which means it's surrounded by the city limits. It has residential property all around it, and there are utilities and services available to this property. Now, the 1032 Schedule of Uses calls for a conditional use permit when you have a situation like this that is requesting 9+ beds. If this property were to annex and be zoned RS6, it would have an allowed use of an assisted living facility with 8 beds. That's allowed. It's the 9+ beds that kick in the conditional use permit. Just want to make that very clear. So again, there's the site plan. Some of the federal laws that we need to be aware of are the Fair Housing Act. So in our comprehensive plan, we quote HUD, and we talk about the Federal Fair Housing Act that was passed in 1968, which prohibits discrimination in housing. There is also Housing for Older Persons Act, and that addresses 55 and older specifically. the city regulations, we have the annexation criteria, we have the zoning criteria, and then this will fall under the RS Chapter 8 requirements for development. So again, requires a conditional use permit. This is the definition for a group residence as it falls under the Chapter 1032 description. And then the conditional use permit has its 4 criteria that also needs to be evaluated. So engineering had submitted comments. They have reviewed this and find them to be find the legal descriptions to be accurate. There will be a 50-foot dedication of right-of-way required. There will be frontage improvements required. That includes sidewalk. There is no traffic impact study that will be required for this project. However, a turn lane warrant analysis may be required once we get the building permit in and we can see what exactly it is, on paper, what's happening. These are the utilities that are available in front of the property. And of course, they need to provide a 10-foot wide side path along the roadway. So as far as public input, we did receive a few letters. The summary of concerns from the public include an increase in traffic, no turn lanes on Happy Valley, there's too many people to retain a residential appearance and operation, the property values will be affected, the location of the facility in proximity to their backyards is uncomfortable, emergency response times for individuals who may need quick care is lengthy, and it needs to be in a more suitable location, and they don't like the proximity to the bus stops. The building department has a large list of building codes that would need to be met for this type of a use. The fire district does not oppose this application, and they also have some codes that will need to be applied for this type of a use. And again, the engineering division had their conditions of approval. So the subject property is in a residential area and has direct access onto South Happy Valley Road, which is classified as a minor arterial. While there are residential subdivisions on the north and east sides of the property, it's not part of an existing subdivision development. Parking will be calculated at a rate of 1 per 5 beds plus 1 per regular employee based on the designation of the nursing convalescent facility, which I believe is how he calculated it. Will need to be designed to meet the city setbacks, and it will be formally reviewed at the time of building permit submittal. Assisted living facilities are a necessary service in our community. This project addresses the goals for care for special needs individuals as stated on the comprehensive plan. The proposed assisted living facility will not adversely impact the appearance of the general vicinity through its design, construction, operation, and maintenance because it will not change its residential appearance. Summary of the concerns from the public include, again, the increase in traffic and all the things that I stated previously. The Fair Housing Act, compatibility, assisted living facilities of 8 beds or less are permitted in residential areas. Due to this request exceeding the permitted 8 beds, additional compatibility criteria may need to be addressed through the CUP conditions. So findings for annexation, there's 4. All private landowners have consented to this annexation. The property is contiguous to the city limits. It is in the area of annexation in the comprehensive plan. And it does meet with the agreement between the city and the highway district. There are 3 criteria for determining if zoning is appropriate. This is in harmony with the comprehensive plan map with the medium density residential designation. It does propose a set of uses that would be compatible with the adjoining properties. And it is in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary because it will be required to extend city services and install a sidewalk. So there's 4 criteria for the CUP for assisted living. Weighing the attributes of city code, public input, and the agency comments, the council can determine that the proposed assisted living facility meets the goals and strategies outlined in the Nampa Comprehensive Plan because it meets the principles of the Fair Housing Act of 1968. It provides housing for a special care group and meets the goals outlined in the consolidated plan supported by the comp plan. It will not adversely impact the intended character and appearance of the general vicinity through design, construction, operation, and maintenance, and because it will not change its residential appearance, and it will be served adequately by essential public facilities and services. The proposed use will not be detrimental to the economic welfare of the community because the primary use of the property will be residential and will support housing of a special needs group. The proposed care facility will not involve activities or processes, materials, equipment, and conditions of operation that will be detrimental to any person's property or general welfare by reason of excessive traffic, noise, smoke, fumes, glares, or odors, because it will retain its residential appearance and operation and will remain compatible with the existing nearby residences. These are the recommended conditions of approval as listed in your staff report. Condition number 1, the conditional use permit is for an assisted living facility with up to 13 beds. Any change from this outlined use will require a modification of this conditional use permit. So make sure that everybody knows that that has already been addressed. And these are your potential motions. This one approves all of the requests, so annexation, zoning, and a CUP. This one denies all 3, annexation, zoning, CUP. This one gives you the option of approving the annexation and zoning to RS6, which would allow for the 8 beds, and then deny the conditional use permit for the 13 beds. So you have some options here, and I will stand for any questions.
Christy, thanks. Question on this final option. I want to understand if the applicant is, I know they're not requesting approval of the annexation and denial of the CUP, but can an applicant, if they don't agree with the denial of the CUP, just kind of walk away from the annexation, or are they bound by the annexation agreement?
Mayor, they don't have to follow through with the ordinance reading if they don't choose to. So they could withdraw the whole application and just be done. That would be fine. They also would have the option of, well, I guess since we're at city council, I don't know how an appeal would work in that situation if they were denied for the conditional use permit.
And this would be under an approval of the annexation?
Yeah, approval of the annexation and denial of the conditional use permit. Could they appeal that or reconsider?
Yes, because the annexation brings them into the jurisdiction of the city. And then the conditional use permit, being under the Local Land Use Act, would authorize them to challenge a denial of that piece. If it was flipped, annexation's denied, that's a threshold issue. But if that threshold is broken through, annexation's approved, then they could, they'd have that remedy to challenge the CUP on reconsideration.
Or they can object to the approval of the annexation, to just not accept it. Okay, I just want to be clear that they're not bound in that regard. I have a question for fire. All those requirements that were listed, maybe from building and fire, is there any fire suppression requirements?
Mayor, members of council, that would be the direct specific 903.2.8 from the International Fire Code, as well as 420.4 from the National Building Code, due to the nature of the clientele, as well as the amount of clientele in the building would require a suppression system.
Okay, thanks for clarifying. I don't have those codes memorized, but I was thinking that one was fire suppression. I just want to confirm that that was included. Okay. Any other questions for staff from council?
So do we know, is it being hooked to city water and city sewer, or is it remaining water source is by well?
As part of the building permit process, they will be required to get approval through Southwest District Health on that septic system. With that, I would anticipate that the health district will say sewer is available and you need to connect. On the well side of things, I'm not as familiar with this type of situation. That ultimately would also be up to the health district, or if you made it a condition of approval.
But in terms of fire flow,
Yes, if they were required to put in fire sprinklers, yes, they would be connecting to the city system.
my experience in owning assisted living, fire sprinklers are a required item. It's a different, it's a residential system.
Yes. So if that is the case and they are required, then yes, they would be connecting to the city system, and it is there and available.
Another question, concern is the parking being tight as far as getting in. If there's, seems like the parking needs to be expanded somewhat since Happy Valley can't be used as a parking area. My concern is that, yes, they dedicate and put the sidewalk in, then it's going to give the impression there's a gravel parking spot along the new sidewalk.
And so they will be required as part of that building permit process to provide the required code required parking. That is possible that there is an area there that would be a legal parking. I mean, there would be area that could be legal parking on Happy Valley until such time as the road is fully widened.
But a part of annexation agreement could be there is no parking on Happy Valley and/or it's paved, hard surface.
That certainly could be something that as a condition of annexation you could place.
Okay.
Mayor?
Yes, question for staff?
Yes, along that same vein, we're talking potentially, just beds-wise, there's 13 beds, plus 3 staffers, 24/7. That's 16 people for 7 parking spaces, 3 of which I assume are going to be taken up for staffers unless they figure out a carpool system. So really, we're only leaving them 4 spaces for visitors, family. That seems super inadequate, but maybe code tells us different. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Yeah, so Mayor and Councilman Griffin, I'm going to get anecdotal here for just a second. Okay. My father, just a year ago, moved into a facility in Montana that was almost identical to this. The people who lived there did not drive. There might have been one guy at one point that had a car, but he didn't drive it very often. So in my mind, I'm envisioning the same kind of situation that my dad was in, and these rooms are set up to be basically their house. They have TVs, they have a recliner, they have a bed, they have all the things that they would need, and then they come out in this area and they usually have spaces for them to play cards and watch movies, and there's couches and chairs, and they can do puzzles, and this is their house. This is where they live, but they don't typically come and go. So it's guests that are coming to visit their relatives, and it's the employees. And it really parking, because the residents don't drive, it's never really usually an issue. If you feel like there needs to be more, this lot is fairly large, and if they needed to reconfigure it, there's other places that they could put the parking on this lot.
Thank you for the personal story connection to it. No, I appreciate it. We haven't seen an application like this before. I know in the north end of Boise, where my grandparents live, there's one on their street. So I don't have any qualms with it, but I just am trying to consider out of potentially 13 residents, could 4 family members be visiting at the same time? And so what happens to the 5th family member that wants to come and see grandpa? So that's just where, in the ample space, I only bring up a 30 by 40 foot space. Is that enough space for everybody to comfortably congregate in a common area? So these are just some of the perspectives. I appreciate your perspective specifically.
I think, there's enough room on this lot that maybe a different parking design is very doable.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
If there's no questions for
Mayor,
staff.
another question for staff. So can we put the restriction that it is a assisted living facility only, and the number of bedrooms, if we want to put a condition there? Therefore, it doesn't become a drug rehab when the assisted living doesn't work?
So condition number 1, the conditional use permit is for an assisted living facility with up to 13 beds.
Okay.
Any change from this outline use will require a modification of this conditional use permit.
So two of the rooms will have 2 beds. So potentially, okay.
Does that address your your question?
It does.
Okay.
I'm just also, when the applicant comes back up, I have a couple questions for them. Thank you.
Mayor, on that point, if I may, for clarification with staff and Councilman Bill's question, as Christie alluded to earlier, under local land use planning, a treatment facility, what you described, is permitted as a matter of right under state law, up to 8 people, just 8. That's right. And so in theory, when somebody's granted a CUP, they're not commanded or mandated to use that CUP. They can use whatever is permitted on that property up to a approved CUP. And so just to be clear, there's still an option for a property owner here to use a lawful use, even if it's not the CUP that they're here for tonight.
But I guess I thought drug rehab was a CUP item versus a permitted use on the 8-bed.
And maybe I'll defer to zoning staff on that.
Yeah, so Mayor and Councilman Bills, so under 10.3.2, Schedule of Uses, this is all one category: a nursing home, assisted living center, retirement home, convalescent, geriatrics, Alzheimer's care, hospice, and a group care home. That's the description. The group care home covers a whole range of protected class people. And in a protected class, if you are receiving treatment for something, you are a protected class.
Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome.
I need more clarification.
Yeah, Mayor.
Are you saying like an RS6 has an entitlement to be a group home up to 8 with no permission sought from anyone?
Correct.
So
Mayor,
my
that
next door
is-
neighbors,
that is
all my
correct.
neighbors can create group homes?
That is correct. That's a fair housing
Okay.
issue.
Okay. Okay, I just wanted to make sure that, and then also the CUP that's being sought tonight, is this one that comes before council, not before P and Z? So just, I just need some refreshing.
Mayor, a conditional use permit typically goes just to Planning and Zoning Commission. This would not normally come to you. The reason it's coming to you tonight is because it comes with the
The
annexation.
But if they were already annexed, the CUP would just be going to P and Z?
Planning and Zoning,
Okay,
that's correct.
Gotcha. So generally, we're not seeing these. Because it's part of the annexation, it's coming before us.
Mayor?
But Mayor, just for clarification, my experience is having owned and built similar facilities, but from ground up. But when the occupant lessor shut down and converted, it automatically converted to drug and youth rehab. And that was a real change up for the neighborhood. So that's why I'm asking the questions. And because I didn't anticipate that, and therefore it became a real angst, unfortunately. So that's why I'm just trying to get clarity here on this process.
That's good. All right.
Mayor?
Yes.
So clarity, if we were to approve it, the annexation and zone, but we deny the CUP, then it can be up to 8 beds. And it could be anything at any time. So then moving forward, let's say that there's no longer an assisted living here, it can convert over to a drug rehab place. But if we approve the annexation and zone and the CUP, then if it changes from the assisted living, then it has to come back. It can't change into something else under that CUP, correct?
So they agreed to this condition that says any change from this outlined use will require a modification to the conditional use permit. So that modification would have to go back to the Planning and Zoning Commission to be re-reviewed
But
if
that's
they
the-
wanted to do something different than what they've said they were going to do.
And that's not as a whole, that's just unique to this one because they're saying it. But if they didn't have that language in there, would that be correct? That then it would still have to come back?
Not necessarily.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Do we have members of the public sign up to testify?
Mr. Mayor, we have 3 people that have requested public testimony.
All right.
Our first speaker is Hubert Osborne, and on deck is Mandy George and Marie Wallingford.
All right. Mr. Osborne, good evening. It's pretty late.
Yes, it's well past my bedtime.
Thanks for your patience. Your name and address, I know most of the council has it memorized, but state it for the record.
Hubert Osborne, 4199 East Switzer Way. I think council already has asked some good questions, and I've only got 3 minutes, so I'll try to get with it. I learned in ag class that a weed is a plant out of place. This is a house that is out of place with us in compared to the surrounding neighborhood. The traffic problems of this area have been well analyzed recently. They haven't changed. The railroad is still there. If anything, it is worse because ambulance service is the most likely thing they would call, and I can't even tell you where the nearest ambulance would come from. Is safety still a concern? Would it be a concern for these residents? It should be. This area is at the end of the line for emergency services of all type. It's a development that is proposed for older people who would be expected to require more calls, especially for an ambulance. The railroad impediment has not gone away. And I'll change the subject. If it is the will of the council to approve this annexation, I'm requesting that impact fees, which I could not find mentioned, be imposed. It is clearly a new development for the city. And I would refer to City Code 3-7-5, which I have here. And it outlines the requirements for impact fees.
Mr. Mayor, if I would, the impact fees would be charged at the time of the tenant improvement.
It's not mentioned at all in your summary.
It's part of the code, states, the standard city code, and so it was not mentioned.
You heard it from Daniel.
And I'll ask for some clarification, make sure it's clear.
You want the code?
Yeah, he cited, I was actually going to ask the same thing later, Mr. Osborne, to get clarification on how impact fees, because my understanding is an ADU wouldn't include it unless we've changed things. If you expanded a room, it wouldn't. So I'm wondering what triggers the impact fee. So.
Great minds obviously run in the same channels.
Thanks, Hubert. Appreciate that.
So the trigger for it will be the tenant improvement and the change of use from a single family home to the use that they will be going into, and that will trigger the charging of impact fees.
But if it wasn't a change of use, someone could double the size of their house without a change of use, and there are no impact fees, correct?
Correct. Our impact fees are for a single-family dwelling. If they add on to their single-family dwelling, it is still just a single-family dwelling, and no impact fees would be charged.
Yeah. Is the applicant aware that there's impact fees involved? Okay, all right, just want to make sure. All right, Hubert, I think you got your confirmation on the record.
Just by way of history, this was my uncle's house that he built when we bought the dairy. And the only reason it wasn't annexed was because he did not want to pay city taxes.
Thank you, Mr. Osborne. All right, who's up next?
Our next speaker is Mandy George.
Hey, Mandy.
Put the timer on so that I kind of have a general idea where I'm at.
Should be on.
Disappeared. You have unlimited time.
Sounds good.
So, I know that there's correspondence in the packet from you as well, I believe. Not working. There we go. There we
It just has to be
go.
refreshed.
Okay, we good? After you say your name and your address, then the clock will start.
My name is Mandy George. I live at 4648 East Thomas Mill Drive in Nampa. I just want to point out that the issues that the neighbors are having with this is the lack of transparency. It's like whiplash. It's assisted living, it's drug and alcohol, it's assisted living. It's really hard to follow. Every time we've gone to a meeting, more questions have come up that, quite honestly, they're not being addressed. The individual, Mr. Navat, this is now the second hearing that we have been pulled to, first one being for planning and zoning when it was a drug and alcohol, and now this one, that he hasn't bothered to show up. He's not addressing our concerns. He's not addressing, what's going to happen when his residents just walk out. He admitted in one of the hearings on the drug and alcohol one that the reason they pulled it is because they had no plan whatsoever for when individuals just went AWOL. That's concerning. I have kids that live here. We live around a lot of retired individuals. There's already delays in emergency response times. So the fact that he's not here to address any of those concerns, that should raise a red flag. I want to point out, this is a residential area. This is where our homes are. This is where we live. It's right next to a bus stop. Thank you for addressing the parking concerns. We've brought that up numerous times. I have mentioned multiple times that I truly feel that they will start parking on Happy Valley in front of the Bridgewater Estates subdivision. That's where the bus stop is. So now you're going to have all these cars that could potentially be parking there where the bus is at. You're also going to have us trying to get out of that subdivision, which is an absolute nightmare because the speed limit is 45. We can't see if there's cars that are parked there. So I guess my question to you is, think about this. If this was your house, this is where you lived, this is where you're raising your children, where your grandkids come to play, maybe where you're retiring if you're at that age. Wouldn't you have questions? Wouldn't you have concerns about what they're trying to put in and their lack of transparency? And if you did have these questions, would you ask them? Ask them to voice their, ask them to clarify all the questions that we've asked. You'll hear from my fellow neighbors about all the concerns we have about these individuals that are putting it in and the facility itself. And if you would have questions, vote no. Please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy. Who's next?
Our last speaker is Marie Wallingford.
Same drill, name, address, and then the clock will start.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is Marie Wallingford, and I live at 4501 East Brooklyn Drive. And I'm here tonight to ask the City Council to delay and/or deny the conditional use permit for 3023 Happy Valley. I want to be clear, I fully support treatment and housing solutions for at-risk and elderly populations. My daughter's a recovered addict, and there is definitely a need for these types of facilities. My concern is not about who is being served, but more about who is operating the facility. Another concern is the lack of transparency, shifting representations, and whether this application is actually being presented honestly to the council members and to the residents. The owner of this proposed facility currently operates other assisted living homes. Public records show that individuals connected to these operations at these facilities have current felony DUI and felony burglary charges, convictions. That raises serious questions about judgment, oversight, and compliance with regulations designed to protect at-risk individuals. At several meetings, we asked Mr. Singh and Jeff Likes if they vetted the patients that would be there. They said yes, that they did, and they did not allow sex offenders there. In addition, during the application process, going back to this, one of their facilities, they do have a sex offender living there. So I wanted to clarify that. In addition, during the application process, the owner has changed the facility name and operational model multiple times, suggesting a pattern of instability and lack of transparency. For a business that will be responsible for daily care and safety of elderly or at-risk residents, stability and transparency are optional. They're not optional, they're essential. If they can't follow regulations and maintain clear communication, how can we be confident that they're going to take care of these people that have safety risks? We're asking that you review the packet that we have. It's documented proof that shows that the operators of the other facilities and the ones they're going to put in place here are convicted felons. I don't think we want that. And if you had to, next week, place your child or elderly parents in a facility like this, would you be comfortable leaving them there knowing that they were being operated by convicted felons and there were sex offenders in the residence? So we're asking you to either delay or deny
Mr. Mayor,
based
time.
on the information we can provide to you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last pre-signed testifier. Are there members in the audience who would like to testify? Okay, I noticed a couple of hands. You can just go ahead and come on up. Good evening. Name and address, and then we'll start the clock.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Laura Stewart. I live at 3115 South Happy Valley Road, right next to the proposed property at 3023. I'm coming here tonight to ask you to deny this CUP and annexation. Just a little backstory here. On August 21st of 2025, as I was getting ready for work, at approximately 7:40 in the morning, I heard screaming coming from my front yard. Alarmed and also alerted by my dogs, I went to discover there was a young girl, no older than 16, higher than a kite, in my yard, screaming and running hysterical. I went to investigate around the back and found her mother parked on Happy Valley with what appeared to be the girl's younger sister, both clearly upset and traumatized as they watched her run into traffic and along the ditch bank on Happy Valley and then back again into my property. The mother had called both Nampa Police Department and Canyon County Sheriff's Department and was waiting for them to arrive, but in the meantime, also trying to make sure her daughter was not run over by traffic. On a busy morning, it took law enforcement over 30 minutes to arrive due to traffic, other calls, and being understaffed. It took 6 officers to wrestle this young 90-pound girl to the ground. Where I was not necessarily in danger, it was traumatic to watch this life be so ruined by drugs and poor choices and the toll that it takes on families. My question to council and Summer Breeze, obviously he's not here tonight, I can't ask him. What exactly will this operation be? 55 and above assisted living can mean a lot of things. According to when I asked Christy Watkins a couple months ago about what does assisted living fall under, it's a wide umbrella. Apparently it can be drug and rehab, sober living, assisted living, mental care. She gave some other options tonight. So I'm asking, what exactly will this really be? And what if this person was a patient who goes next door and had walked out and was a grown man? And what if he had mental or drug issues or was going through a withdrawal and he was clearly capable of doing harm? What, if any, safety protocols would be in place? As in the Ian Glass case from September of 25, he was also in an assisted living in Nampa and walked out the front door. There was nothing the staff could do. This man had also been arrested multiple times prior to this. The question that is not if, but when does something happen? A 55-year-old man or more or an individual can still cause much harm if there are issues. What type of facility will this actually be? And what prevents it from becoming something else in the future? Even though Jeff Likes said that it will maintain a residential appearance on the outside, if sold, it will never be able to be marketed as a single-family residence and only as assisted living as Nampa grows. What does this look like for future owners? Thank you.
All right, thank you. I know 3 minutes goes quickly, but thanks for your comments. I think there's another hand up, or a couple more hands up. Yes, go on.
Or the shy ones, none of us want to go up here.
Hi, good evening.
Hi, good evening. My name is Mary Speck, and I live at 4451 East Thomas Mill Drive in Nampa. Gosh, I had something written out, but listening to all this makes me have other questions as well. And a lot of it goes to, what are the real motives of the person that owns this house? Let's see. So I also noticed that you can have an eight patient program running in your home without any approvals. And so if these people want to have that, they've owned that property for quite a while, why have they not started that? It's a question I would like to ask him if he were here. And let's see, sorry. I guess I want to focus on either delaying it or denying it completely. It doesn't appear to be a proper place for this kind of a program. So according to what Christy said, if it can be an assisted living for all different ages, then, and you're taking up all the space in the yard to make room for all the bedrooms, what are these people going to do? If they go outside, there's no close by parks. There's a sidewalk that will be directly in front of the house, but it's not contiguous. There's no sidewalk on either side. So where are these people going to go? And what are they going to be doing? And it also doesn't make sense because of the traffic concerns that we've talked about and the time that it takes for an ambulance to get out there. If it's 55 and older, wouldn't you want to be next to a hospital instead of at the opposite end? There's nothing to do out there except walk, and there's no place to walk because there's no sidewalks. So it doesn't make sense to me, and it really makes me question why they want to choose this house. And in fact, if they're so anxious, why haven't they started and just using it for the 8 people? Let's see. I wanted to ask Christy, so assisted living, it can be basically anything as long as it's under 8 people. Is that right? And nobody has any right to say anything? Is that correct?
I can answer that question when you're finished.
Oh, okay, perfect. Let's see. And when Mr. Likes was talking, the owners wanted to have a drug rehab, and then he told them, no, you don't want to do that. That's not going to be popular. And then they changed. It wasn't because what they wanted changed. It only changed because the neighborhood didn't want that. So again, what is your real motive?
Mr. Mayor, time.
And I guess that'll be it.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Christy, provide a response. I think clarifying the assisted living, the 8,
Sure. Thank you, Mayor. So the definition of a group dwelling is a dwelling unit which physically and mentally handicapped or elderly persons legally reside as a single housekeeping unit who are supervised at the group residence in connection with their handicap or age-related infirmity. A group residence is a permitted use in all areas where a residential use has been entitled or permitted, up to 8 beds. That's where the permitted use is. Once they exceed the 8 beds, and they go over 9, whatever that number is based on the size of the house, requires a conditional use permit. Nursing home, assisted living center, retirement home, convalescent, geriatrics, Alzheimer's care, hospice, and a group care home. A group care home can include a lot of protected individuals. Any number of things could fall into that category. I don't know that I want to go into a whole list of them, but
That's fine. Can you refer to the prior testimony? I think, is it Ms. Stewart who spoke? Because she referenced, I think you specifically, and talked about the broad umbrella that assisted living, they might be able to check that box, but would it preclude them from also advertising it? While everyone meets the criteria for assisted living by checking that box, are they allowed to kind of dual advertise to focus the assisted living? I guess the concern I'm hearing is how broad is that umbrella to allow basically an advertised use for like a drug rehab facility, and everyone's 55 plus, but also, if that makes sense,
Sure.
the drug rehab.
yeah, thank you, Mayor. Yeah, that totally makes sense. And again, if you are being treated for a disability, which addiction is considered to be a disability. If you are being actively treated for that disability, you are in a protected class.
So I hear that answer, but the advertisement to be an assisted living / drug rehab home, are you saying that would be allowed under this CUP for an assisted living?
And if we wanted to go back to that condition, which they have agreed to, we could technically withdraw their conditional use permit if they violate that condition.
Okay.
But once they're annexed into the city, they can still do 8 beds.
Yeah.
They aren't doing the 8 beds currently because they aren't in our jurisdiction, so they aren't zoned correctly for that. What the county would allow them to do at this point, I don't know.
Right. But if I hear you right, I think the concern that I'm hearing from the public is that it could be assisted living, being treated. Anybody can be an addict and they're allowed to be treated, but the advertisement of the business as assisted living / drug rehab, that would be allowed unless, I guess I'd look to legal because you're saying that that's a protected class, but if all the occupants are 55 plus going through drug rehab and that's part of the advertisement, I guess the crux of the issue is what teeth does one have?
Yeah.
Yes.
And Mayor, I'll take a stab at that. What I understand your question to be is, can they dual advertise under the CUP and under that vested right, permitted use? With this CUP condition as is, they are voluntarily limiting the scope of their uses to just this, which is it's getting late, assisted living facility. So if they step outside that lane and want to advertise for rehab facility, that would be in violation of this, and that would have consequence. They could lose their CUP. And so though they have the right to have 8 beds for drug rehab, they are forfeiting that voluntarily for this CUP in exchange for this use, and they're voluntarily limiting to be just in this lane, not in both lanes.
Okay. All right. Thanks for your patience, sir. You're up next.
Here in City Council. Jim Stewart, again, 3115 South Happy Valley Road, Nampa, right next door to this. So thank you for that clarification, because Ms. Jangula had asked, and this is going back and forth, so it seemed pretty muddy to me. And in certain respects, I'm curious if, even though they get the CUP and they choose not to operate up to that limit, then can they somehow fudge back into the ambiguity of the already existing 8-bed conditions and play games that way? I am opposed to this, especially with the occurrence of this 16-year-old girl who was on drugs. I was also personally in contact trying to help the mom maintain some control. should those type of people be next door, I have heavy equipment that comes in, so we have safety concerns and liability concerns from that respect. And then, unfortunately, I don't do stupid very well, so you throw that aspect into that type of mix, and it starts pushing my buttons, which, separate matter, but it's another problem that comes about with consistency with this area, which we've already been discussing consistencies with this area, whether it's this or the subdivision that was proposed a few weeks ago and so forth. So those are my real heavy concerns. We've done other research, it's public record, that calls into question the legitimacy of the group that's doing this. Just a lot of rabbit trails that take you places, and you just leave yourself wondering, why is this many people using a similar address, or those kinds of things that have come up in our searches. So just again, too many questions and too many different inconsistencies here to really, I think, go ahead with this at this point in time. One of the point of interest, a lot of their clients, if we understand things right, will be Medicare or Medicaid funded. It is interesting to note that Rural Labrador and staff has gone after a very high number. I think the number was what, 70 plus thousand cases of fraud in Medicare-related facilities. And again, so with the inconsistencies of things we've found, we just also think that's a good reason to either deny or push this out until more of those kinds of things can be really clarified. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hi, Mayor and City Council. My name's Michael Thode. I live at 4633 East Thomas Mill Drive. I am right next door to it. So their living room and everything looks right into my back lawn. This house sits a story and a half high because it has a full basement under it. And when we built our house, it was supposed to be all like, nice little family homes, nice and quiet and everything. And this does not fit in with what we were expecting. We've lived there for 21 years so far. And you are hearing tonight, and the last few meetings, people have been hearing that all our neighbors are up and against this. We're asking you to oppose this and not allow this through. Think of raising your family and then having this built right, set up right next to your house. So your home is supposed to be where you come home and, try to get away from the world. And this does not match in with what all the single family residences are. So please, listen to the neighbors. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. All right, is there anyone else who wishes to testify? I think that covers everyone else in the audience, not staff. So I think we're good. Sir, were you wanting to testify? No. Mr. Mitchell, no? Okay, all right. So the applicant, this is your time to come on up, and we'll, I know a lot's been said, so we try to aim for 5 minutes on this, but if you need to take a little bit longer, as long as you're responding to the issues raised, you can continue, so.
Thank you. I'm pretty sure we can cover it in that 5 minutes, I hope. So yes, a lot has been said, and yes, a lot has been concerned from the neighbors, and we understand their concerns. To kind of go back, Mr. Mayor, to answer, I think it was Commissioner Bill's question about connecting to sewer and water. Yes, we are connecting to sewer and water. We have to, as part of, first of all, with assisted living, you have to have fire sprinklers. You can't get a fire sprinkler flow without connecting to sewer water. I can't get it from a well. So we've agreed to connect to sewer and water, get rid of the well and the septic. With that, we understand impact fees were there. Also as well, that was brought up. The question about parking, Chris, can you bring our site plan back up? Yeah, so we have agreed to do no parking signs along Happy Valley Road We've told the neighbors that if, no parking signs are up, that is done by code enforcement. If they were to call, someone parks there, that's how they take care of the code enforcement with parking along Happy Valley there. Visiting hours were brought up about the amount of parking. Visiting hours, they can be done by schedule if so need be on that. But again, as Christy pointed out, these people don't drive. They're here. This is where they live. And then the parking basically there is for a few visitors and then the staff that is there as well. There was I think Ms. George brought up the transparency. We have been very transparent throughout this process, which is why we've had neighborhood meetings, which is why we've gone from assisted living to a drug rehab. Concerns were brought up for a drug rehab, so they pulled that application because of the concerns from the neighbors. Again, to reiterate the conditional use that has been kind of the overarching question here for the whole meeting is, we have agreed that yes, we hold our annexation and everything to that conditional use for assisted living only. And so to have a drug rehab or to have other things that fall under that, that is not what we're here and not what we agreed to as part of, I think, the very first condition in that staff report there. As far as keeping residents, the doors have locking mechanisms on them that keep them inside. There is a fenced yard. We are adding fencing along the north and south of the front yard there to keep them inside, to keep them from not wandering out onto Happy Valley Road there. Have a couple more things. No, I think that'll do it. If you have any questions, I can stand for questions.
Yes, Councilman Rodriguez. Yes.
These individuals court ordered to your facility?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Rodriguez, you're asking, are they court ordered to be here?
Yeah, to be there, because you said that the doors are locked. So I'm wondering if they are court ordered to attend your facility.
No, they are not a court order. This is not a court-ordered facility. These are people who are volunteering to be here. The reason they put locks on the doors is to not allow them to go out the front side, right? To keep them from not wandering.
I see.
And so that's why the locks are on there. Correct.
Okay. Also, do you give prescription medication to these folks?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Rodriguez, there is medication given, and these are licensed professionals to give that. So a member on the staff is licensed to give medication to the residents that live there.
Okay. Is there any safekeeping to those medications? Or can anyone just walk into where they are and get them?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner Rodriguez, I don't run this facility, but other facilities that we have done, yes, those meds are in a locked room and in a locked closet in that room.
Okay.
So they're always kept under lock and key.
Okay. So would you say that some of these folks have different issues, mental, physical, or both, or other medical issues that compound why they're there? And do you have staff that is required by standards to take care of them?
Mr. Mayor, Commissioner, I don't know if I can answer that. I don't know what kind of people will live here.
Right.
Assisted living goes all over. Like, people come here because they just, need a place to go. Want to be around other people their age.
Yeah.
I can't answer your question to be fully about, if they have mental abilities to be here or whatever. So.
Just one follow-up, Mayor. Well, I'm just saying what the neighbors have been talking about all night, and so I just wanted to see if you could clarify that for them. So, and I realize you're not that part of the business, but I wanted to clarify. So, thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions from council? Rodney has his hand up.
Sorry, I'm not counsel. Mayor, Preston and I were just discussing some options. and just trying to address the concerns that we've heard. One of the options could be that they have a development agreement in place saying specifically what they will do, rather than just saying a conditional use permit for these things and then assisted living is an option. A development agreement could lock them into place if that's the direction council wants to go.
So question, you sign a development agreement, specify the use and detail that out. Eventually a neighbor says that's not the use that's going on there. How does the city physically vacate the premises to enforce the agreement?
Yeah, good question. I'm hoping Preston can help me, but my understanding from the language in our DAs and our standard language is that we could revert back to whatever it was before. So it would not be allowed to be in the city even? Could it be?
Yeah, well, typically, we can have it reverted back to the original zoning. You could even go so far that it's de-annexed. That's a little more extreme. What I usually see is that you'll lose the benefit of this zoning designation, which is a prerequisite to have this use to begin with. So that's the big stick you hold over their head.
Would there not be an opportunity for somebody to argue legally that this is now a hardship and you can't displace these residents and that they're a protected class?
What is a use here is for 13 individuals. That's a special privilege that we are affording them. We cannot underwrite state law on that note of 8, they'd be entitled to 8 persons. What they're being held to here is to being in a narrow lane of 13. If they change that use, there's consequences.
Mayor,
Yes.
just to reconfirm, this is only if we give them that annexation and zoning tonight, correct? Or we don't know what the county could do, but to potentially limit even 8 or even the 13, an outright denial just puts them back to square one?
My understanding, yes, if it's denied on the annexation piece, they're in the exact same spot they were before they showed up tonight.
Thank you.
Yep.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we still do a development agreement if we annex and zone but deny the CUP?
This has a possible development agreement on it. The short answer is yes. It's been noticed up with that, and so you could pursue it if they were amenable to it and didn't try to challenge the decision, then yeah, the development agreement could go forward even without the CUP piece to it.
Any other questions for the applicant?
No. I move that we close this public hearing.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right. Thank you. It's the will of council.
I move to deny the application.
Second.
Who is the second?
Reynolds.
Do you need some reasonings?
Yes, Rodney would like some reasonings. The law would like some reasonings, so.
The law. Let me pull up some reasonings. Should we have some deliberation to?
Could I get clarification on the motion? Was it a total denial for annexation or just on the back end for the CUP? Maybe you had said that, just want to be clear.
The motion was for denial of the annexation.
Okay, thank you.
Rodney, the reasons for the.
Mayor, it's a legislative action, so
Yes.
just kind of articulate
Yeah.
a little bit of the reason behind it. It just has to be a reasonable decision.
Mayor, to start,
Hold on, we have a motion in a second. We're trying to complete the motion.
this is to complete the motion.
Okay. Well, I think that the motion or the seconder need to,
Councilman Bills made the motion.
yes.
Just reading the screen for the moment, so bear with.
Yep.
Well, from the standpoint of what's listed there is 9+ beds, their conditional use permit, so, yeah, so from my side, it's denial of annexation and a conditional use permit to an assisted living facility with 9 beds.
Mayor, if I may, this is a good time to intervene, I think. So what you see on the screen, A through D under annexation, think of those as kind of your legal sideboards of, okay, what are the legal requirements to get the annexation? Now the floor is yours to talk about the reasons, the policy, the rationale of why you want to deny this. And this is where you can put on that policy hat. It does help for the decision, if this motion prevails, to articulate your reasonings. And it could be, like Rodney said, it's a legislative act, so the playbook's wide open for you. And so you can lay out your reasons for it, Commissioner Bills, or Councilmember Bills.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
as a second, can I help him out there with a couple of reasons?
Yeah, the two of you need to figure it out, so go
So
ahead.
I'm just going to add that because it adversely impacts the area intended, the area and the intended character of and appearance of the general vicinity, it does adversely impact that, I believe. And the timing, if it fails to comply with, well, I didn't get the law one, but the timing of it is just not right. I don't feel like with Happy Valley, where it is and the neighborhood around it.
Bills? Good with the two reasons?
Yeah, I'm good with those reasons.
Okay. So we'll let the record reflect that the motion and the second captures those two added reasons. Thank you, Councilman Reynolds. So we have a motion and a second. Deliberation?
Mayor,
Yes.
for a slight bit of deliberation, I also would agree with the motion makers and state that I don't believe as designated for findings of zoning 10-2-3C3, that this would be in the interest of the public and reasonably necessary. I think we're going out of our way to try and make exceptions to make this necessary, not that it's reasonably necessary. I don't believe that it's compatible for this area. It's a small residential and even direct vicinity to single-family households, and that would be counter to what is expected in a single-family household area. What else?
So Mayor,
So what I hear is you're agreeing with the motion. You
I'm
believe
just trying to
even
tack
more
on
reasons, but
anything, yeah.
We're not gonna, unless we want to amend the motion, but the record will reflect that you have more reasons than included in the motion, which is absolutely fine.
So I'm going to amend the motion to include what Councilman Griffin has added. I kept looking up at the top and missed the zoning portion.
And my second, so
Two issues of the zoning, and that's.
You good?
My second's good.
Okay, I want to ask the clerk if we've captured that. Can the clerk state what Councilman Griffin stated, just so we make sure?
Mr. Mayor, the main portion that I got was his reference to 10-2-3C3. that it wasn't in compliance.
And I'm adding C2 as well.
Mayor, and to be clear, we don't know what the counties can do with it?
Unless staff knows.
Okay.
I don't know what the allowable, I mean, if they're trying to put a lot of people in there, there's a limit because part of it, the fire suppression, they don't have the pressure. So they're going to be limited in the number of people they can have in a county parcel. Yeah, the water.
So to have water and sewer requires annexation.
Yeah.
So we're denying the annexation.
Okay, so the motion was amended to include 1023C2, 1023C3. Okay,
And my second is still good for the
Right.
record.
all right. If there's no, yes,
Can I just make a comment? My mother is elderly and she's in a care center, and I want to make it clear that the people that live in care centers, in nursing homes or assisted living that you would say, are not scary, mean, awful people. They're absolutely wonderful, and they would be a wonderful addition to a neighborhood where there were children. The concerns of this for me is that, first of all, it's way too small for what they're proposing. My mom's care place is, they have a nice sized parking lot, but it's always packed, and there is often delivery trucks there, and it's really difficult to get in and out. And then when you have a delivery truck and the ambulance come, and I've seen it more than once, it's very difficult. People are jostling around, running out, moving their cars and such. So that, and then the fact that it is off of Happy Valley, which we've already discussed, how there's only so much that can be done to that road. And I am concerned about the distance from the hospitals. And, my mom was taken to the hospital just Saturday, and I was so thankful that she was close by. So it's just, it really is not a good space for this.
hopefully your mom's okay. She's a sweetheart, so. All right, any other comments or deliberation? Not, we'll call for the, or Councilman Jingula, were you going to say something? No, okay. All right, the clerk will call a roll.
Skog.
Yes. I mean, yes, we're denying it, right? Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, that concludes 8-4. Thanks to the public, also to the applicant. Thanks for your time. I know it was a late night, so we're going to press on. We still have to stay here for some other items, so unless you want to watch us go through these other action items, good evening and drive home safely. Yeah, right. Yeah. All right, we're going to go to action item 5.1. This is to sign a task order with Keller Associates, Inc. to develop a concept and preliminary design for the golf course irrigation storage ponds project.
So moved. Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion? If not, the clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, 5.2 is the first reading of an ordinance, which is requested to pass under suspension of rules. I believe the clerk will read the ordinance.
An ordinance of the City of Nampa, Idaho, annexing a portion of the underlying irrigation district into the municipal irrigation district of the City of Nampa, Canyon County, Idaho, and changing the boundaries thereof, allowing for a summary of this ordinance to be published and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map accordingly, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith.
All right, motion to pass under suspension of rules.
Mr. Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, 5.3 is to authorize Mayor, Public Works Director to sign a task order with Precision Engineering LLC for design survey and engineer of record services for the Midland Avenue, Smith Avenue to Davis Avenue project in the amount not to exceed $538,744.84. This was approved on FY26 budget.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I have a little bit of a presentation on this? I apologize for the late hour.
No apologies. You're doing the business on behalf of the
Sorry,
taxpayers.
So we have,
Elected you, so, yes, Crystal. Councilman Griffin has.
and then I got a couple comments.
Councilman Bills has a couple comments. All right.
Mayor, would you like me to address the comments first?
All right, how about the question first?
Okay.
Councilman Griffin.
Is the intention here that it's going to be both, it says right in the packet, I just need to hear it out loud, lighted intersections at both Davis and Smith? What's the distance between the two streets?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, they're about 650 feet apart. There will be signals both at Midland and Smith and Midland and Davis. We'll also be widening the road in between them. Typically on winding projects, we do the intersections first, and then we connect the dots. In this case, because of proximity, we'll do them both concurrently. We'll also be improving the bridge over the Elijah Drain.
Is there no way, I know previously when we've discussed Midway Park or other areas, it's always, for flow, you can't have roundabout, roundabout, roundabout. It could be a stoplight, roundabout, roundabout, stoplight. Is it at all possible that we can have a roundabout rather than two bottleneck potential areas? Even with the roundabout, I think you could have continuous flow get backed up within the 600 feet. It's just a difficult intersection that nobody wants to have to deal with. I understand that. But to have two lights that I frequently drive and know that it's dangerous and something needs to happen here, but to have lights back in that area up, I think could be really problematic. And that's why you're engineers and not me. So I just want to have that addressed.
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, so I believe it was in '22, we finished a corridor study on Midland between the Boulevard and Greenhurst. That study gave recommendations at all of the intersections and looked at both roundabouts and signals at all of them. The findings from that showed that we should put a signal at Midland and or a roundabout at Midland and Greenhurst, which we've started design on that currently. And then it would be signals north of that, basically, not Midland and Iowa, that one's already a roundabout. So in this more urban setting where we have large right-of-way constraints, it would be challenging to put the footprint of a roundabout in that location without negatively impacting and having to relocate people from their homes. Roundabouts also work very effectively when the legs of the intersections, when the volumes are close to the same. In these two locations, the predominant movement is the north-south movement on Midland. They're T intersections, so you don't have the volumes on Midland or Davis, which means the people moving to the left or right off of, Smith or Davis would experience long queues because the roundabouts people would be going in the north-south movement, if that makes sense.
Yes, it does. Is there any possibility that there could be synchronization to where they're both red at the same time, both green at the same time, kind of chopping that up? 600 feet is...
There sure will be. We have a new fancy traffic management center. We're laying conduit and interconnect through all of this. We'll be able to time the signals together. Most likely, because Midland is the predominant movement, if you are traveling, say, north on Midland, you hit Smith first. As you come up to Davis, if you are going the posted speed limit, you will hit a green light there. People turning left from Smith to go north will likely encounter a red light, as it will be synced for the predominant movement.
Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Bills.
Yes, so I emailed Crystal with 2 or 3 questions, one of which has been answered. The other one was if we found some funds that we would move up the time frame on this instead of dragging it out, that we would try to get more done as far as engineering done this year and be able to go to construction next year. My concern is this is going to drag out at 3 years, possibly 4, and I think as we get started, if it's dragging, it's going to be difficult, and so I was raising that issue. I'm just putting that idea out there for council to consider as we go forward on possibly this deal. The other part is whether we would spend the funds additionally where Smith, there's a block, Smith comes in and then it goes in and picks up a couple of properties, and then there's a drain from what it looked like to me, and whether at some point we would tile that drain and have Smith connect and create a full east-west on Smith, east of Midland.
Crystal, do you want?
And it may be a part A, B, C, or type of deal. It may not be warranted to do that or make those changes. I just wanted to ask the questions and make sure that we looked at everything, and it's not 2 years from now going, gosh, now we want to do this part or that part. So we're looking at it, you know, from a design point of view, we do it all at one time and know what we're going to build, even if it builds in a couple of stages.
Mayor, Councilman Belzel, there was a few questions in there, so I'll address them all as I see, and then I think Daniel wants to add in a little bit as well. So the short answer on can we expedite this design and get it done in this fiscal year, the answer is yes. These signals are a little bit easier to design than a roundabout, again, because of the constraints, and we already have a concept design, so we could probably get these designed by end of September, so close to the end of the fiscal year. The problem with advancing this project is there's about 18 parcels that are impacted in some way. They're slight, most of them are frontage, but it takes a lot of time to work through the right-of-way process, and 18 parcels is a hefty amount. Not saying it's impossible. We are also moving into a new, well, it's not new, it's really industry standard for transportation projects is 3 years is what we like to see, where we design 1 year, we take a year for right-of-way, and then a year for construction. That's like best practice. We expedite that whenever there's grants or restrictions on funding or to advance something so it doesn't impact another one and another project and things like that. But 3 years is what we would like to typically see so that the right-of-way people don't feel pressured to, you know, they want to give the residents their due time to work with the designers through that. We are currently designing the intersection south of here, so they will not be built concurrently. So we can advance this one before Midland and Greenhurst if the council desires for construction. They'll probably be close to right-of-way and design being done at the same time. But the plan was to build south and then these ones on the north side.
Is that Lone Star?
Midland and Greenhurst.
Oh, to do the roundabout
Yep,
first?
to do the
down at
roundabout
other end.
first was the plan, yes, sir.
Okay. And then it appeared that there's 2 accesses that actually hit Midland, either side of where we're putting lights in. I think one is a single family, another one was a 4-plex complex that went in. And I'm wondering if people are at red lights, in other words, how are those complexes, those streets, because at least one of them's, I think, a private lane, the other one I'm not sure, how they're going to access Midland.
At a light?
Well, when the lights, you know, when it's red, not red, and then we're giving the green to the other folks, I'm just wondering how that's going to get worked out.
I don't have the answer for that right now. It will be looked at as part of the right-of-way process
It'll
to
be
make
part
sure
of our
that they have.
$500,000 design question.
It will be.
Mr. Mayor, Councilman Bills, it's likely that some of those approaches will end up coming right in, right out, just because of the proximity to the signals. The 4-plex development that's been there for a number of years, that one, the proximity to the intersection, that's the likely result of that, would be that we would have a median down there and those will be right in, right out, which will create some challenges and that, but that'll have to be worked through with the design.
Yeah.
And Mayor, Councilman Bills, you also asked a question regarding this crossing right here, I believe is what you were referring to on Smith, or what would be Smith if it continued on. It's not currently part of the scope of this project. I'm sure that there was a reason that it didn't get extended back in the day, which Daniel can just think of.
That's what I was wanting to speak on. So Crystal, if you pan east a little farther as well. So the Smith there is segmented from both the Elijah Drain and the Phyllis Canal. And so when I started, there have been discussions since that period of Smith potentially coming through as a through in the future. I'll say the challenge with that obviously is those existing crossings that will need to happen, as well as then the change in the traffic pattern. The people on Davis are used to the volumes of traffic that they see, where that is the road between Midland and Yale. If we were to move those traffic volumes down to Smith, which has much newer development in relatively speaking, it would likely, we would likely see some significant pushback from those developments through there, and the design of that roadway, had we have designed it such that Smith was more of a collector roadway without residential accesses to it, that would lend itself to that much better, but that's not how those subdivisions were approved, and so
Possibly some council or future council would not be very popular.
Correct. Yeah.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think this is going to be a problem intersection forever, whether we put a light in or don't put a light in. Maybe I don't have the vision. Is there any way we could just do Davis and avoid Smith? Is there options for that? I think it gives difficulty to the current residents. I think the flow I think it still gets hindered because those people are still going to be there. There's still going to be that right turn. There's still right in, right out. It's difficult. I even think about the construction phase. Will this close down that portion of Midland when it's in construction? Are people going to have to reroute throughout the whole city? That's a main driving corridor. I think, I don't know. I don't know what my solution is. I think it's just a very difficult position for us to shut down one of the main drive aisles in the whole city for this portion of Nampa for something that's ultimately going to be a huge headache in my mind when a light system goes in there and another light system goes into Davis. So maybe you can alleviate some of my concerns. I don't know what a solution is. I'm sorry I don't. I wish I could say roundabout everywhere, but you also said that why that's not possible.
Mayor Gabon. One of the things that I'm concerned with is that what is the most used street as far as priority of what's the quickest way to get this thing done? There's a school, Willow Creek, right there at Smith. And that is a nightmare early in the morning and late in the afternoon. So I would suggest, I don't know what the traffic count is. Have you done one to see which one is more used, Davis or Smith?
And I would say I've just popped open the crash history. The intersection of Smith and Midland has about double the number of accidents that Davis does. Wow. And so I honestly think it'll go through the design process and it will improve. Will there be some inconvenience on having to potentially stop at those signals? Yes, but it will be a much safer and a much better operation through there in the end.
Okay, thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Christy.
How long do you anticipate construction will be, start to finish, that this road will be closed?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, typically for a signal install, it's going to be 3 to 4 months. It's the bridge that's going to be harder, honestly. This will likely require a full closure because it's a bridge. It is possible to build half at a time, but that would probably double it. Daniel alluded before to the fact that Smith does show a higher crash history on this. I will say, because the proximity of these two signals, it does not make sense to install one now and install one at another time, especially when we already have to do a full closure to replace that bridge. Bang for your buck, you're going to get much, much better construction costs doing them both concurrently and widening the roadway at the same time. That way we don't have to come back and impact these property owners again.
Maybe I'm being dramatic, but I feel like we've only scratched the surface of complaints thinking about Ustick Road when we consider closing down Midland. And I just don't know. Maybe I'm being dramatic. Mayor, you live in this area too, like.
Yeah, but while we're at it, let's talk about Marketplace. Sorry, just
Yeah.
kidding, it's late.
Let's flip the gas pumps to the other side and solve every problem.
So as far as tonight, what's the will of council as far as, do we want to proceed with this and have Crystal come back and talk more about adapting with the policy, or do you want to just pause on 5.3?
Well, from my side, we got to be fully committed because we're going to sign a contract and spend over $500,000 to work the design, 300 this year, and if we move it up to try to get it expedited, then, it's a full 500, otherwise it's 3 this year, 200.
I don't sense,
I hate going down.
enthusiastic full commitment. I mean,
I have a
maybe
tough
there's a
time
4-2
if we-
vote or a 3-3 vote, but
Mayor.
what's the harm if we wait and have you come back and maybe do a
Mayor.
staff report? Yes.
If I may, we absolutely can. I will say, we did extensive outreach when we did the Midland Corridor Study, which was
Yeah.
adopted by the council just a couple of years ago. The Midland Corridor Study reached, I think, 742 comments on it. So we had heavy engagement from citizens on the corridor. There was preferred alternatives. We know that that corridor needs improved. When you're looking at like Midway, Middleton, and Midland, we've prioritized Midland as being the first one because it is so heavily trafficked. There's a lot of accidents and there's a huge need. Improving a corridor like this, you have to improve the intersections first, and then you can widen the roadway in between them. We've already invested in 2 of the intersections on this corridor, pausing midway. While it's council's prerogative, like you absolutely can, it does buck what we've already done.
I appreciate that, and I do support this, but I also know it's late and there's questions, and I don't want council to, in fatigue, just say, fine. It's a lot of money, it's a big project, and maybe there needs to be another update on the Midland Corridor report. I don't know if that would help provide some help for council, or if Councilman Bills, you're thinking about looking more holistically, more broadly on how the money should be spent.
No, I'm just looking at, if we're going to do it, I feel like we should also try to find the other 200 and so it moves along. I understand Crystal's layout far as 1-year design, next year, et cetera, but I'd sure like to see it done more in a 2-year step if we're going to do it, because it's going to be painful.
I will
And-
say, I can add this to the amendment list if that's the desire. That extra $200,000, this is an impact fee eligible project. 70% can come from impact fees. I have enough in street fund balance to cover the 30% and enough in impact fees to cover the 70% in this fiscal year, if that's the desire.
Mr. Mayor.
And we're going to come through budget stuff and look at different issues, and so this may also be looked at.
I feel like we need to get off the X and get going on this, and this is where we start. You've done the RFP process, you've done the interviews. You've identified the person you want. I think we need to get started on it. I support this. And then if we want to go in, like Councilman Bill says, and add some dollars to it through a budget amendment, then so be it. But we need to get this done. This is what the public's screaming about. Let's quit messing around and get it done.
So I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
Okay, the clerk will take roll.
Cog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
No.
Ingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you, Crystal. Thanks, council, for the discussion. I know these are big decisions, even though it's late. Merits careful consideration. Let's move on to 5.4. 5.4, authorize mayor to sign an MOU with Nampa Development Corporation for Nampa Public Library staff parking for $900 a month.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Any discussion? Thanks, ladies, for waiting all night long for that. You could go home a little early on Friday if you don't have plans. All right, the clerk will
Say
take
what?
roll.
Say what?
Skog.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Or she's so glad you got to stay. Okay. We got unfinished business too, but you're good. All right, these are 9-1.
In executive session, we don't do it.
This is authorize the mayor to sign a resolution for a comp plan amendment.
So moved.
Yeah, from MDR to LDR for 3 parcels. Southside Boulevard.
Second.
Triple Crown Development. All right. We have a motion and second. Clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Jingula. Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, 9-2 is the first reading of an ordinance, and the clerk will read it, and then there's a request to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, vacating a portion of an easement located on the property generally described as 0 West Karcher Road, parcel number R2317010B0, located in the southeast 1/4 of Section 7, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian. Said vacation of the public utility, drainage, and irrigation easement located in the vacated lots 7 and 9, Block 1 of the Karcher Acres subdivision, as shown on the official plot thereof on file in the office of the Canyon County Recorder in Book 9 of the plats at page 1. Also, parcel C as shown in record of survey number 2025-007177, a total of 1,262 square feet, more or less. More particularly described below in Napa, Canyon County, Idaho, and directing the city engineer to alter the use and area map and other applicable maps accordingly, providing for an effective date, providing for severability, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, and parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mr. Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. The clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, 9-3 is also the first reading of an ordinance for a zoning map amendment, and this will also seek a motion to pass under suspension of rules.
An ordinance of the City of Napa, Idaho, determining that certain lands commonly known as 0 Southside Boulevard, parcel number R323171010F0, located in the southeast 1/4 of Section 35, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 3.65 acres, more or less, declaring said lands by description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said rezoning is in the best interest of the public and consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said property to the official zoning maps to the City of Napa and to designate said property as RS 18, single-family residential, on the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing an effective date, and repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith.
Mayor, make a motion pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
All right, motion and a second. The clerk will take roll.
Skog.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, one more. Char's doing an amazing job. All right, 9-4 is also a reading of ordinance for annexation of zoning. This will also be requested under suspension of rules.
In order to the City of Napa, Idaho, determine that certain lands commonly known as 1619 and 1835 South Side Boulevard, parcel number R323171010C0 and R32317011000, located in the southeast of Section 35, Township 3 North, Range 2 West, Boise Meridian, totaling 16.42 acres, more or less, lake contiguous to the limits of the City of Napa, Canyon County, State of Idaho, and that said land should be annexed into the City of Napa and be zoned RS18, single-family residential, on 16.42 acres, more or less, declaring said lands by proper legal description as described below to be a part of the City of Napa, determining that said annexation and zoning has the consent of the landowners, it is contiguous to the city limits, and it is consistent with the comprehensive plan, directing the city engineer and the planning and zoning director to add said properties to the official zoning maps of the City of Napa and to designate said properties as RS18 single-family residential as set forth herein in the official zoning map and other area maps of the city, providing for conditions of approval, providing for recordation, providing for severability, providing for an effective date, repealing all ordinances, resolutions, orders, or parts thereof in conflict herewith, and directing the city clerk to file a certified copy of the ordinance and the map of the area to be annexed with Canyon County, State of Idaho, and the Idaho State Tax Commission pursuant to Idaho Code Section 63-215.
Mr. Mayor, I move this pass under suspension of rules.
Second.
All right, the clerk will take roll.
Gog.
Yes.
Jingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
All right, we have no executive session tonight, so all that's left is a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
All right, drive home safely.